In a remote provincial estate, far from the heart of the kingdom, a child was born. The father, anxious and tense, had hoped desperately for a son. As the baby was swaddled, the elderly midwife smiled and told him his wish had come true. The child looked just like the lord of the estate. She turned and asked the couple if they had chosen a name. The mother gently answered, Lewin Ardle. She whispered her hope that one day he would shine light into this world. Lewin Ardle's early years were quiet, nothing out of the ordinary. One day, as he was buried in a book, he overheard two men talking about collecting seafood. That small moment caught his attention. He turned and called out, Uncle Mr. Beggins. Mr. Beggins turned, surprised. What is it, young master? Lewin Ardle hesitated, then said nervously, Please, don't go near the South Mountain Road. I felt something strange there, a weird mana flow. Mr. Beggins blinked in confusion. He wasn't sure what the boy meant. Later, he relayed Lewin Ardle's words to the lord of the estate, but even he couldn't make sense of it. The skies turned dark. Rain poured down. Mr. Beggins burst through the doors, soaked, where Head was already waiting anxiously. You're late, Head said, concerned. I took a different path, Mr. Beggins explained quickly, catching his breath. Sorry to worry you. Head frowned. What happened? Mr. Beggins leaned in. I avoided something dangerous because I listened to young Lewin Ardle. Head stared at him, puzzled. You remember yesterday? Mr. Beggins said. Lewin Ardle warned me about the South Mountain Road. Just now, I heard beastmen attacked anyone who passed through there. Head's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Beggins nodded grimly. Everyone who went through that route was in serious danger. But I wasn't there, thanks to Lewin Ardle. They both went silent. Mr. Beggins finally asked, Do you think Lewin Ardle can really sense mana in the air? Head looked uncertain. If that's true, he could be the future of the Ardle family. From that day forward, Lewin Ardle's abilities became clear. At just 6, he could sense mana. By 7, he could control it. At 10, his magic talent was undeniable. A ceremony was held at the renowned Ignite Magic Academy, the top academy in the entire Radiant Kingdom. The hall fell silent as a man stepped forward. I now invite the representative of the first years, he announced. All eyes turned as Lewin Ardle took the stage. Though born of a minor noble house, Lewin Ardle had surpassed the heirs of prestigious families. He entered Ignite not just as a student, but as the top-ranked applicant. The academy gave him the title of genius. That title, however, came with pressure. Lewin Ardle tried to accept the weight, reminding himself that his success could raise his family standing. But reality hit hard. On the very first day of class, he learned the truth. He wasn't the best. He wasn't even second. During a practical, the instructor barked, Release your energy now. Lewin Ardle focused. He tried, but his mana wouldn't respond. Confused and shaken, he stood frozen. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Lewin Ardle stood there, frozen. He couldn't figure out what was going wrong. Whispers spread through the crowd of students watching him. Confused, concerned, even curious. Then came the diagnosis, mana release disorder. The truth hit hard. Lewin Ardle couldn't project magic even a meter beyond his body. For Mage, that was the worst possible fate. His body rejected the very foundation of magic. It didn't take long for rumors to spread. His humble background, his magical flaw, it all became public knowledge. And with it came the shift. One student shoved him. Lewin Ardle stumbled, barely keeping his balance. Another laughed, asking his friend if he was okay. After all, he'd just touched someone defective. Better wash up quick, the boy joked, or you'll catch it too. That was all it took. Lewin Ardle was branded, incapable, broken, unfit to be at the academy. Not a prodigy, not a genius, just defective. Jealousy festered into cruelty. His top entry status, now, served as a twisted joy for those who wanted to see him fall. One of the boys who mocked him sneered, Why were you looking at me like that? You don't even deserve to. He swung at Lewin Ardle like the insult was his right. Lewin Ardle stood there, shaking with rage. He turned, slammed his fist into the wall, breath ragged. Was this really happening? Was the dream over? He had worked harder than anyone, outperformed the elites, entered the academy with top marks. It all crumbled the moment his flaw was exposed. The verdict echoed across campus. The genius who became useless. It should have been the end. It felt like it was. But just as Lewin Ardle teetered on the edge of despair, something awakened. A strange notification blinked before him. Player artifact activated. Status window unlocked. Everything spun. Lewin Ardle felt himself falling, deeper and deeper, as if sinking underwater. A voice echoed around him, telling him something impossible, that he was the incarnation of a world destroyer. He didn't understand. He didn't believe it. And yet, he couldn't deny it, either. Then, it appeared. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, red eyes glowing in the dark. Lewin Ardle's breath caught in his throat. It felt like a dream, but it was far too vivid. The figure leaned closer, opening its mouth. It didn't speak, but Lewin knew it was about to give him an order. Suddenly, his vision shifted. A new image burned into his eyes. He was no longer in that abyss. He was back, hours earlier, at the training grounds of Ignite Academy. It was his turn. He heard the instructor's voice call out. Next, Lewin stepped forward. All you have to do is form a fireball, the man explained, and hit the scarecrow. Just like we practiced. Simple enough for any average student. But for someone who couldn't use magic, it might as well have been impossible. Lewin stepped into place. Lewin stood there, desperate. He didn't know if he'd succeed this time either. Get on with it already. Heidel snapped, irritated. Lewin hesitated. He knew if he stood there too long, the failure would catch up to him again. Taking a breath, he focused. He had to get this right, no matter what. He began channeling mana into his hand, concentrating with everything he had. Just one fireball. That's all he needed. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The fireball forming in Lewin hand was bigger than expected, overflowing with raw energy. Clearly, his body held a massive reservoir of mana. Heidel stayed quiet, watching intently. Lewin dared to believe, for a moment, that he might actually pull it off. That maybe, this time will be different. But then it hit him again. Something snapped. His hand stopped responding. The mana stalled. The fireball flickered and then collapsed. Confused, Lewin tried to force it out, but it wouldn't budge. His body gave in. He coughed from sheer exhaustion. Mana fatigue tore through him like a wave. Frustrated, he spat on the ground. Enough. Show us what you've got already. Heidel barked. But Lewin couldn't. No matter how hard he tried. I can't get it to leave my hand, he muttered, barely audible. Are you serious? Heidel scoffed. You're in your senior year. You still can't cast a basic spell? The words cut deep. If you can't even fire off a simple spell, Heidel growled, then forget about passing your final exam. You're done. Lewin stood there, silent. Deep down, he agreed. He clenched his fist and whispered an apology, vowing to try harder during the next round of practice. The test was simple, 10 fireballs. 10 hits on the target. For most students, a warm-up. For Lewin it was a nightmare. He couldn't even land one. Students around him whispered and laughed. How'd that guy even get in here? One of them said. He should quit while he still can. Another sneered. He's just dead weight. They mocked him relentlessly. To them, he wasn't a genius. He was a joke. They hated the idea that someone from a backwater province, some noble nobody, had outscored them. Envy twisted into cruelty. Their ridicule became constant. Lewin tried to bear it, but he knew he couldn't endure it forever. His spirit, once so full of ambition, was crumbling. The harsh truth wore him down, day by day, piece by piece. For 6 years, he endured this curse. Mana release disorder. He held on longer than most would have. But now, even he was beginning to wonder how much more he could take. Later, in the academy's hallway, a group of boys chatted about their exam scores. Then someone spotted Lewin. Hey, look who it is. The dumbass showed up again, one of them jeered. Another chimed in, laughing. He should start packing. No way he's staying past the finals. If I were him, someone added, I'd be too embarrassed to even walk through the academy. Lewin didn't flinch. Instead, he asked, calm but firm, do you know what the younger students call me? The boy grinned cruelly. What, dumbass? That's what everyone calls you. To the seniors, Lewin was nothing more than a target. Not a role model, not a rival, just someone to push out. Why don't you head back to your little province already? One of them sneered, setting off laughter among the group. Lewin didn't respond. Some people get lucky. They're born with talent or money. Another boy said with a smirk. You got neither. Another added, your whole family's just a bunch of stuck-up fools who've never achieved anything. That was it. Lewin fist flew before the insult could land. The punch connected hard, slamming into the boy's face and sending him crashing backward, skidding across the floor. Everyone froze. Lewin stood over him, eyes blazing. Say that again, he growled. Say that about my father one more time. The boy coughed, blood on his lip, stunned. You think you can act tough just because you landed one lucky hit? Lewin stepped forward. You should know when to shut your mouth. You think you're important enough to talk about my family? Before the tension could cool, another student lunged at Lewin aiming to retaliate. But Lewin moved faster than anyone expected. One punch. That's all it took. The boy collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, hands clutching his stomach. His friend looked on in disbelief, completely thrown by Lewin strength. But the golden-haired boy wasn't about to let it go. Fury took over. He began gathering mana in his hands, ignoring the rules, the risks, everything. You don't lay a hand on me, he shouted. You're nothing. You don't even belong here. Lewin eyes widened. He's going to use magic inside the academy? The glowing sphere launched toward him with deadly speed. The boy didn't care that this could get him expelled. Die, he hissed. Lewin froze. His body refused to move. He could only raise an arm to shield himself. A voice echoed across the courtyard. One of the instructors was running toward them, shouting, "Stop! Now!" Too late. The magic struck Lewinardel. Light exploded in front of his eyes. He flinched, raising his hands instinctively. He waited for the pain, waited for the end. But something else happened. Player artifact activated. Status window unlocked. Everything around him shifted again. A towering figure appeared before him, its red eyes glowing, its presence overwhelming. Lewinardel stared, stunned. He didn't know where he was or what was happening. Then the figure spoke. It said his name, his full name. Lewinardel felt every word land like thunder in his chest. He stared into the glowing eyes, terrified, confused, but somehow drawn in. Then, just as suddenly, the darkness lifted. A voice called his name again, much softer this time. He opened his eyes. "Helen." The instructor leaned over him, relieved. "You're awake." For a second, Lewinardel thought maybe it had all been a dream. But deep down, he knew it was real. He sat up slowly. "Where am I?" "In the break room," Helen said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You need to rest." "I'm fine," he murmured. "Just a little dizzy." He wasn't even sure if he had blacked out. Lewinardel lay there, confused. That towering figure, what was it? It had felt too real to be a dream. "How long have I been out?" he finally asked. "All day," Helen replied softly. "I've been here watching over you." She gave a small, relieved smile. "You're incredibly lucky. Honestly, I thought it'd be much worse." Lewinardel sat up a little. "So, I'm okay." Helen nodded. "We still need to run a few tests, but considering what happened, you're doing great. No burns, no wounds, no internal damage. It's unbelievable." Lewinardel blinked. "But that was a lightning sphere. It should have torn me apart." He knew how deadly that spell was. A direct hit could incinerate someone in seconds. And yet, here he was, alive, intact. "I've never seen anything like this," Helen admitted. Just then, the door creaked open. A professor stepped in, murmuring an apology for interrupting. "I'll go check the test data," Helen said, rising to leave. "The professor will stay with you for now. And Lewinardel, if anything feels off, speak up." She gave him a final glance before stepping out. Moments later, Heidel approached the bed. "How are you holding up?" "I feel fine," Lewinardel said honestly, still unsure if he was dreaming. Heidel nodded. "Good. Because this incident, there's a whole faculty council convening over it." Lewinardel looked up, startled. "The guy who attacked you?" Heidel continued. "He's getting expelled." "Without question." "Expelled," Lewinardel echoed. Heidel's tone hardened. "He used deadly combat magic. That alone would have been enough. But he also spread lies about your family and bullied you repeatedly. The decision was unanimous." Lewinardel dropped his gaze. "I hit him too." "You did," Heidel agreed. "And you'll face the consequences. 1 month of volunteer service. That's all." Lewinardel nodded quietly. "But before I go," Heidel added, "there's one thing I've got to ask." He paused, studying the boy's face. "Do you have an artifact?" Lewinardel's eyes widened. "What? No, of course not. If I had something like that, why would I let myself be treated like garbage this whole time?" Heidel folded his arms. "It's just, right before the lightning hit you, I saw something. A red glow surrounding your body, like a high-tier artifact was shielding you." Lewinardel stared at him in disbelief. He knew what an artifact was. Powerful, ancient relics used by top mages and noble houses. There was no way he had one. But that figure in his dream, the glowing eyes, the voice calling his name, was it connected? "I don't know what happened," Lewinardel said slowly. "But if I had an artifact, I'd know it." Heidel frowned, clearly still unsure. "All right, just rest up." He turned toward the door. "We'll leave it there for now." Lewinardel leaned back, staring at the ceiling. His mind raced. What was that red light? What was that dream? One thing was certain, whatever had saved him, it wasn't normal. It felt just like a dream, but Lewinardel knew it wasn't. That strange voice, the one that had called to him. It had said the artifact was unlocked. Something about a player. He tried to remember what else the statue had said, but his memory was fuzzy. Then it hit him. There had been a status window. And just like that, it appeared, right in front of him, floating in the air. Lewinardel froze. Helen was walking over with a stack of papers. He blinked, trying to process what he was seeing. It was real. "Is something wrong?" Helen asked, noticing his expression. "You're not feeling sick, are you?" "It's not that," Lewinardel replied slowly. I'm seeing something. Right here, in front of me." Helen frowned. "Seeing what?" "It's like a blue screen. With information." She glanced at the empty air where he was staring and gave him a puzzled look. "There's nothing there." Lewinardel. He could tell. She wasn't joking. She really couldn't see it. He looked back at the screen, realizing the truth. Only he could see it. Thinking fast, he shook his head. "Must have been my eyes playing tricks. I probably squinted or something." Helen wasn't amused. "That's not funny. Anyway, your tests look good. You're clear to go back to the dorms." Lewin Artel smiled with relief. Thanks. As he walked away, he ran through everything that had happened in his mind. He survived a lightning strike. He met a red-eyed figure in another dimension. He now had a status window that no one else could see. And then, another notification popped up. A new task. The window instructed him to train his body to increase strength. Lewin Artel squinted at it, confused. Why would a mage need physical strength? Still, he didn't hesitate. He threw a punch. Immediately, the strength stat went up. He hit again. The number rose further. Lewin Artel's eyes lit up. It was working. With every correct hit, his strength grew. But then nothing. He looked at the screen again. The last hit hadn't counted. Even the slightest mistake canceled the progress. He narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll do it properly. Hours passed. Night had fallen. His body ached and sweat poured down his face, but he kept going. Finally, a message appeared. Task complete. Strength increased. Lewin Artel panted, exhausted. But something was different. He felt it. A strange sensation flowed through him, subtle, deep in his blood. Stronger than mana. It was power. He clenched his fist, testing it, and felt the change instantly. One punch shattered the object in front of him. Mana surged around his hand. Everything, strength, speed, resistance, felt amplified. He could feel the energy pulsing through him. Then came the second reward. Another screen appeared before his eyes. The next task, Power Circle. Lewin Artel leaned in, eyes locked on the glowing text, ready to read. Lewin Artel stared at the new task, eyes widening as he read it. It told him to replace his mana circles with power circles. He froze. Every mage had mana circles. They formed around the heart and were essential for sensing, storing, and releasing mana. The more mana one could control, the more circles they'd form. That was basic magic theory. Lewin Artel had 4 mana circles, an impressive number for someone his age. But with his disorder, they were practically useless. Then it hit him. He focused inward and felt it. The mana circles were gone, replaced. In their place, energy surged wildly, power circles. The sensation was completely new. Foreign, raw, but unmistakably real. Lewin Artel had never even heard of mages without mana circles. What would it mean for him now? Could he even call himself a mage anymore? The thought struck hard, but he shook it off. Now wasn't the time to spiral. He needed to see what this new strength could do. Lewin Artel held out his hand and conjured a fireball. To his shock, it formed instantly. No struggle, no delay, faster than he'd ever managed before. His eyes widened. The ball of flame swirled with dense energy, power he couldn't explain. It had to be the artifact. He remembered that in standard magic theory, it took around 10 seconds to properly gather and release a spell. But this fireball formed instantly. He didn't need to charge it. He didn't even need focus. The power surged up from within, directly tied to his physical strength. This was no ordinary magic. This was the artifact's doing. After another round of intense training, another window appeared beside him. Lewin Artel tensed, unsure what to expect. The task, channel magic through your body and strike. He blinked. How am I supposed to do that? Then he remembered the dream, the name Draka, and that strange red-eyed figure. Maybe Draka had the same disorder Lewin Artel guessed. Maybe that's why he fought using magic infused into his fists and legs instead of casting it traditionally. Lewin Artel still didn't know how he'd made it work, but it had. And now, a new task had appeared. He had to hit a target. Physical force. A mage using brute strength. Lewin Artel had never even considered this path before. But now, maybe it was exactly what he needed. He summoned a fireball again. Fast, efficient, powerful. The task completion window flashed up. Success. He sat down on the ground, completely drained, but smiling. For the first time, he had done it. Really done it. He had reached the final step. The one he'd always failed at before. The release. It had always been his weakness. And now, he'd broken through. He looked at his hands, still buzzing from the impact. The magic had flowed freely. He thought about Draka again. Whoever they were, they had discovered something that no one else had. And now, Lewin Artel had inherited that path. He didn't understand it fully. Didn't even know where this power came from. But one thing was certain. He wasn't the same anymore. His body began to feel heavy, fatigue finally catching up with him. His eyes drifted shut. Then voices. Someone nearby said, "Did he really train until dawn?" Another chuckled. He passed out right here on the field. Lewin Artel stirred, barely aware of where he was. "Wake him up," another voice said. "There's no way he's dead. The guy survived yesterday." The lingering image of the lightning sphere still flickered in Lewin Artel's mind. His head buzzed with noise, and he wasn't sure why. Around him, a small group of students had gathered, staring down at him in disbelief. "Don't scare us like that again," one of them said, visibly rattled. Lewin Artel sat up, stretched, and looked at them like they were the weird ones. "What's with the faces? Never seen someone sleep outside before." They fell silent. One of the students muttered, "This isn't exactly how nobles from respectable academies act." Another squinted at him. "Were you drinking or something?" Lewin Artel rolled his eyes. "Get lost. I was just tired and passed out. That's all." The group still looked uncertain. They whispered among themselves, eyeing him with confusion. Something was different about Lewin Artel, and they could all sense it. One of them glanced over at the training dummy area. His eyes went wide. "Wait, where's the scarecrow?" Everyone turned. The training target was gone, completely obliterated. "Could it have been him?" the guy whispered. "No way," someone scoffed. "He doesn't even know how to use magic properly." Later that day, back at the academy dorms, Jason greeted Lewin Artel as he walked in. He was brushing his teeth, lazily leaning against the wall. "Oh, look who finally decided to show up," he said, foam still in his mouth. "You get into some trouble?" "That's none of your business," Lewin Artel muttered, brushing past him. Jason wasn't offended. He wasn't hostile, just nosy. Despite being the eldest son of a prestigious family, Jason was more obsessed with drinking and chasing girls than studying. He was constantly sneaking off campus for both. Grinning, Jason leaned in. "So, was it a girl?" Lewin Artel didn't even flinch. He picked up some clothes and tossed them straight into Jason's face. "I went to the bathroom," he said flatly. "Whatever story you've made up, keep it to yourself." Later, soaking in warm water, Lewin Artel finally relaxed. His muscles ached, but it felt good. Then it hit him. He had another task to check. Opening the status window, he saw the same training mission, but now the requirements had doubled. Same reward, more reps. Lewin Artel sighed. It wasn't going to be easy, but it didn't matter. If this was the only path he had left to become a mage, he'd take it. A month passed. He learned that the task could only be completed once per day. The catch? If he missed a single day, his progress reset entirely. Every day, the number of required repetitions increased, but the reward stayed the same. And so, he never missed a day. Even as the numbers climbed, Lewin Artel stuck to his routine. Fortunately, the requirement capped at 3,000 reps. Any higher, and it might have killed him. But he pushed through. He ran. He trained. He hit. Over time, something amazing happened. He unlocked a new skill, and when he read the skill's details, he couldn't help but grin. It was exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, around the academy, students had started whispering. "Lewin Artel's acting weird lately," one of them said. "He keeps sleeping during class. He never used to miss a word." "That's all you've noticed?" another scoffed. "He's basically moved to the training grounds. The guy's out there every day, practicing kicks, punches, everything." One student rolled his eyes. "Ignore him. He's always been strange." The other students assumed Lewin Artel was just trying to compensate for his mana disorder through brute training. To them, it looked like a desperate attempt, and a failed one at that. But they didn't know the full story. Over the past month, Lewin Artel had been steadily completing system tasks and, more importantly, digging through any information he could find about the mysterious figure named Draka. He scoured old records, combed through the Academy's library, collecting book after book, but no trace. No mage named Draka. No legacy. Nothing. And yet, Lewin Artel couldn't stop thinking about him. Who was Draka? Who was the one that had passed this strange, hidden power to him? Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. "Lewin Artel, you haven't heard." Jason ran in, eyes wide with excitement. Lewin Artel looked up, confused. "Heard what?" Jason blinked. "So you don't know? You're just here reading like nothing's happened." Lewin Artel stood up, sensing the tension. "What happened? What's going on?" Jason grinned. "The head of the Artel family, your father, he's here at the academy." Lewin Artel froze. "What?" Jason nodded, practically bouncing. "Yeah, your father." Without another word, Lewin Artel shot out of the room, racing down the corridor. "Father," he shouted. The man speaking nearby turned, and there he was. Head Artel, his father. Lewin Artel stopped, breathless. His father smiled, eyes lighting up. They quickly moved to a quieter place, setting aside time to talk. "How have you been?" Lewin Artel asked. "It's been 6 years since you sent me here." Head nodded. "Doing well, as always." Lewin Artel leaned in. "And my sister? How is she?" "She's growing fast," Head said, chuckling. "She's even learning swordsmanship now. Says she wants to protect her weak, big brother." Lewin Artel scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. "Really? She's always been confident," Head added. For a moment, Lewin Artel said nothing. Then quietly he spoke. "I'm doing okay." "Really?" His father looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Lewin Artel hesitated, then repeated, firmer this time. "I'm fine. No one's mistreating me, physically or mentally." Head sipped his tea, thoughtful. Then he finally admitted it. "I didn't come here for a simple visit," he said. "I came to ask if you want to leave the academy." Lewin Artel looked up, surprised. "You've been here a long time," Head continued. "If things are too hard, the door to our home is always open. I want to know, what have you gone through all these years?" Lewin Artel stayed quiet for a moment. Then, with calm honesty, he said, "I won't lie to you. It was hard. From the beginning, I was treated badly. Head's expression darkened, but Lewin Ardle raised a hand. But I think I found a way through it. He leaned forward. Let's make a deal. Head raised an eyebrow. There's a practical exam coming up, Lewin Ardle said. If I pass it, if I prove myself, I stay. If I fail, I'll come home. No arguments. He looked his father in the eye. But I will succeed. Head saw the fire in his son's eyes. He didn't argue. Shortly after, he returned to the estate. Then, the long-awaited day arrived. The first phase of the exam began, the written test on magic theory. The hall was silent. The instructors stood watch. Everyone was warned. Any violation would result in immediate punishment. Once the results were reset and confirmed, the exams began. Lewin Ardle picked up his pen. The exam was split into two major parts, written and practical. The practical portion was further divided into 4 categories: precision shooting, magic power measurement, group combat, and finally, one-on-one duels. Despite his disorder, Lewin Ardle breezed through the written exam. His knowledge was flawless, a result of relentless study and preparation. During the training period, one student always stood out in the practicals, a top-ranked contender from a prestigious family. But this time, Lewin Ardle believed things would be different. This time, he was aiming for first place. After completing the written portion and spending a few more days preparing, the day of the practical exams finally arrived. As Lewin Ardle waited, someone called out to him. It was Jason. You've been acting kind of weird lately, Jason said, walking up. You got a plan for today? Lewin Ardle nodded. Try something new with magic. Jason raised a brow, intrigued. Interesting. So what's the strategy? Before Lewin Ardle could answer, Mikkel interrupted them. What's he doing here? He sneered. He laughed, eyes full of scorn. You're seriously taking part in the exam? Lewin Ardle remained calm. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Mikkel chuckled, clearly amused. You? With your release disorder? The others nearby started laughing too. Mikkel threw an arm around Lewin Ardle's shoulder mockingly. Look, from someone who's failed the practical 6 times, take my advice. Just don't bother. Save yourself the embarrassment. Lewin Ardle brushed off his hand. Thanks, but I'm good. Your advice won't help me. Michael's smile faded into a glare. You think someone like you can pass this? You seriously believe that? He snapped. You're not even worth my time. Lewin Ardle didn't reply. But he realized something. Mikkel hadn't always acted this bold. This confidence, it felt forced. Like Mikkel saw him as a threat and didn't know how to deal with it. I'll handle you in the duel, Mikkel muttered before walking away. The first practical test was up, precision shooting. Officially known as the multi-target shooting test, this part measured how many moving targets a mage could hit at once. This year, the difficulty had been increased. All the targets were now in motion, darting unpredictably across the field. The room grew quiet. Everyone watched intently, counting each hit. Angelia, once considered promising, couldn't hit a single target. Past failures had shaken her confidence. The average result? Abysmal. Most students hit 3, maybe 4 targets at best. Just a slight increase in difficulty had crushed the entire group's performance. From the stands, murmurs rippled through the audience. Is this really the quality of this year's graduates? Even the professors looked disappointed, though they tried to hide it. That's when Professor Elric announced the next participant. Mikkel, you're up. Finally, someone they could count on. Mikkel strutted confidently into the arena. He glanced over at Lewin Ardle. Watch closely, he smirked. I'll show you how it's done. The signal rang out. Mikkel raised his hand, his magic flaring to life. In seconds, he began firing clean, accurate shots. The students cheered. They were expecting it, but still impressed. Mikkel was back at the top. There was no question in anyone's mind. He would take first place again. One of the teachers proudly stepped forward, claiming they had trained a successor truly worthy of the family name. Professor Elric turned to the others, asking if they really believed this guy was the Academy's shining star. He was sure this student would represent them at the upcoming Grand Festival. Before things got too carried away, Tyrion Ignat cut in, urging the professor to stop. He said they'd seen more than enough to judge this year's graduating class. But Heidel was curious. Why not stay a little longer and see what Lewin Ardle had in store? Tyrion Ignat raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear Lewin Ardle's name. Based on what he'd seen, Lewin Ardle's skill level shouldn't have been enough to pass the exam. Still, out of respect for the kids' determination, they agreed to stay and watch. Down in the arena, Lewin Ardle stepped forward, seeing this as his moment to finally prove himself. The examiner gave him the go-ahead. Without hesitation, Lewin Ardle raised his hand, summoning a fireball. Then, with his other hand, he added more. Soon, multiple fireballs were swirling around him. The professor stared, stunned by how fast he conjured them. The other students were just as baffled. Only Mikkel looked angry. He scoffed and told the others not to be fooled. Sure, Lewin Ardle could make all the fireballs he wanted, but he couldn't actually launch them. But before Mikkel could finish a sentence, Lewin Ardle moved. He activated a skill that let him accelerate unnaturally fast, a newly acquired ability called time refraction. For 30 seconds, he could move like a phantom in any direction. In a blink, Lewin Artel shot forward, slicing through every target like a raging storm. It was over in one explosive moment. The crowd sat frozen. Even the teachers couldn't believe what they'd just seen. Lewin Artel stood in the center, breathless. He had done it. Every single target obliterated. Behind him, an official slowly scribbled the number 27, his hand trembling. The audience gasped. Lewin Artel had used magic from his own hands to hit every single target. No one could figure out how he managed to strike all 27. It was the highest score in the Academy's history. Confusion spread. How'd he move that fast? Was it really magic? Then Tyrion Ignat rose from his seat and began to applaud. He called the performance extraordinary. The students followed, cheering and congratulating Lewin Artel. But not Mikkel. He was fuming. He couldn't understand how Lewin Artel had pulled this off. Lewin Artel himself was overwhelmed. For 6 long years, he hadn't heard a single word of praise. Now, as applause filled the arena, a warm feeling stirred in his chest. Maybe this was what he'd been chasing all along. Professor Elric, though, wasn't convinced. He questioned why Lewin Artel used hand-based magic, claiming it didn't even qualify as proper spellcasting. Heidel calmly replied that magic's true nature lies in its limitless potential. If it always followed the rules, he said, it wouldn't be magic, it'd be math. Professor Elric tried to argue, but Tyrion Ignat silenced him. The old man smiled and said what they had just witnessed was nothing short of a miracle. A student had done something flawless. As the others nodded in agreement, Professor Elric seethed. To him, it felt like everything had just unraveled because of this one boy. No one could have predicted things would flip so fast. Jason cheerfully dragged Lewin Artel into the building, acting like they'd been best friends forever. Lewin Artel asked him to chill, but before he could say more, the others swarmed him. Everyone wanted to know, how'd he pull off that insane move during yesterday's exam? Just like that, they were all trying to get on his good side. Lewin Artel saw right through it. Just yesterday, he was nothing but an outcast. And now, everything had changed overnight. Turning to Jason, Lewin Artel simply said he was moving forward from here on. Of course, that kind of talk didn't sit well with everyone. When he opened the door to his room, he stopped cold. Mikkel was already inside, standing silently by the window. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes. What are you doing in my room? Mikkel didn't even turn around. He muttered that Lewin Artel was getting too full of himself, all because he scored a few points with something that wasn't even real magic. His tone dripped with annoyance. Lewin Artel raised an eyebrow. Sounds like jealousy. Michael's face twisted. He'd been at the top for 6 years, and now this guy, who'd spent all that time crawling at the bottom, was suddenly talking back. He stepped forward, but Lewin Artel didn't flinch. Calmly, he reached out and pushed Michael's hand away, then held it tight. Michael's eyes widened. The strength in that grip wasn't normal. Lewin Artel didn't raise his voice. He just said that if Mikkel really wanted to fight, then they should settle it the right way. One-on-one. Fair and square. They both needed to graduate, after all. Then he let go. Mikkel growled that no one had the right to challenge him, especially someone like Lewin Artel. He couldn't believe this guy was even trying. Lewin Artel looked him straight in the eye and said, just wait. We'll see who stands at the end. Mikkel stormed out, slamming the door. In the hallway, his frustration boiled over. There was no way this so-called rival would even make it to their match. He jammed his hand into his pocket, then paused. He remembered how tightly Lewin Artel had squeezed it. That grip, it wasn't normal. Was Lewin Artel even a mage? Next up was the second stage of the practical exam, a direct measurement of magical power. This part used the Academy's most prized treasure, an ancient artifact that existed in only a few places on the continent. 5 centuries ago, the Archmage Freud had sealed a creature named King Ram into the artifact, turning it into what was now a magical measuring tool, like a living punching bag for spells. The task was simple: blast the statue with the magic you were most confident in, and see what score you could pull. But simple didn't mean easy. Lewin Artel asked Jason for tips, and he agreed. It was all about choosing the spell you knew best. Still, Jason warned him, this thing was ruthless. Scoring anything over 20 was considered amazing. Some poor guy stepped up and tried using a thunderstorm spell. The statue didn't even blink. Instead, it demanded the guy step aside, calling his magic laughably weak. Then it even told him to quit magic altogether. Disappointment rippled through the crowd. Same old results, someone muttered. The statue called for the next challenger. Before anyone could move, a girl dashed past the last guy and jumped in line. She glanced over her shoulder and told him, watch closely. A student stepped up, ready to prove her strength. With focus, she launched an ice spell straight at the statue. It landed cleanly, and for a moment, her confidence surged. The ogre responded, voice booming. Her power was impressive. Her eyes lit up in surprise, until he added that it was her hopelessness that impressed him most. Stunned, The girl's expression fell apart. She'd only scored 2 points. Tears welled up as she muttered that it had been her strongest spell. One by one, more students gave it their best, only to fail. The air grew heavy with disappointment. Then the lead examiner stepped forward. "Hold it together," he said. "Don't bring the whole room down. Let the next ones have their shot." Next up was Mikkel. He walked up with confidence, casting a strong spell to draw attention. But the statue didn't react with awe. Instead, it sounded bored. "Is that it?" the ogre grumbled. "How disappointing." Mikkel scowled. "I'm the third son of Josh Garyhill," he said, proudly dropping the name like it should change everything. But the statue just laughed. "Oh, that idiot? The one who begged me to boost his kid's score? You got even less talent than him." Mikkel froze. "What are you talking about? You gave me 27 points. "Yeah," the statue said with a yawn. "And I regret every one of them." Without waiting for a reply, it called for the next student. Lewin Artle stepped forward. His chest tightened. He took a breath, calmed himself, and stepped into position. "I'm Lewin Artle," he said, announcing his name. The statue tilted its head. "Never heard of you." Lewin Artle blinked. "I just said my name." "Not important," the statue muttered. "Begin." A murmur spread through the students as they saw his mana begin to surge. It wasn't normal. His aura flared with explosive energy. Was that class for magic? That kind of power shouldn't have even been possible for someone their level. Even the statue looked puzzled. Lewin Artle didn't say a word. He just launched himself into the air. From above, he twisted midair, shifting the magic from his fist down to his leg, and then detonated it. The force rippled across the room. The students gaped. One whispered that this wasn't just class 4. It had to be class 5. Lewin Artle landed, steady on his feet. He couldn't believe it had worked. His timing had been perfect. But the statue's reaction was strange. It leaned closer. "Who are you?" Lewin Artle frowned. "I already told you." Lewin Artle. The statue narrowed its eyes. "Are you Draka?" That threw Lewin Artle off completely. The crowd exchanged confused glances. Draka? Who was that? For months, Lewin Artle had studied every book he could get his hands on. He'd never seen that name anywhere. He looked up. "Do you know this Draka?" The statue nodded. "I've been waiting for him. And now, he's finally here." Lewin Artle's heart skipped. "What do you mean, his incarnation?" The ogre looked amused. "Say your name again." "Lewin Artle." The statue went silent for a moment, then spoke. Everyone stood in stunned silence. They'd never forget what they just saw. The student recording the results stepped up and asked the statue to give Lewin Artle's score right away, before it disappeared again. But the ogre shook his head. "Too much. I'll tell you later, when no one's around." The recorder blinked in confusion. "What do you mean? The evaluation isn't optional. You're under contract. Mr. Kingram must assess every student." The ogre's expression darkened. "I've been doing this for centuries, judging kids who barely even count as mages. And now you're quoting rules at me." The guy quickly apologized, but still pressed. "I just need a number. What should I write down for Lewin Artle?" The ogre grumbled, clearly irritated, but finally gave in. "Fine, I'll give him a score, but let him decide. Z or 100. The crowd gasped. Lewin Artle stared, stunned. 100? He echoed. The ogre nodded slowly. Lewin Artle steadied himself and gave his answer. "I'll take 100. Gasps echoed through the room. The students couldn't believe it. No one had ever been awarded 100 points. Not in the last 100 years. One teacher murmured that Lewin Artle had officially become the talk of the academy now. Lewin Artle turned. "And what are you doing here?" he asked, spotting the professor in the crowd. The teacher held up a sheet of paper. "Word travels fast," he said. "Your scores already reached the head of the academy. Take this." Lewin Artle unfolded it, his eyes scanning the text. "The artifact room? What the hell is this?" The teacher simply replied, "Come with me." They walked in silence, the door closing behind them as they descended a hidden stairwell. Lewin Artle glanced around. "I've never seen this part of the academy before." "You wouldn't have," the teacher said. "No one's allowed here. You're the first." Lewin Artle frowned. "Then why am I allowed?" The man stopped. "This is the farthest I can go. You're on your own from here." Lewin Artle hesitated, then nodded and stepped through the next door. He had no clue what to expect, but he was sure this was his reward. The room beyond took his breath away. Relics, artifacts, legendary items he'd only ever read about were scattered everywhere. It felt like he'd just walked into the Archmage's personal treasure vault. Then, he heard a voice. "You look lost." Lewin Artle spun around, startled. Standing there wasn't a statue, but the ogre himself in the flesh. "You're not stone anymore?" Lewin Artle asked, stunned. "This is the only place where I can appear like this," the ogre replied. "The ancient mana in this room allows me to manifest fully, not just as a statue, not just an artifact." Lewin Artle stared. "What did you mean earlier, when you said I didn't understand my true value?" The ogre's gaze sharpened. "Exactly that. You have no idea who you really are, or what you're meant to become." Lewin Artle was thrown off. This ogre was acting strange, especially for someone tied to the same artifact he'd used earlier. How could he know about it? You've seen the artifact, the ogre said. It's rare, one of a kind. So tell me, how did you come to possess it? What's your connection to Draka? Lewin Ardle shook his head. I've been trying to figure that out myself. I don't even know who or what Draka is. The ogre paused, silent for a long moment. Then he spoke. There was once a being who dreamed of becoming a god. He came to the Sky Peak tribe, my tribe, many years ago. Small, frail-looking, nothing impressive on the outside. The ogre's voice grew darker. But his power, it was monstrous. No one could stand against him. Even when we joined forces, even when we tried to crush him together, he only grew stronger. And still, we came to respect him. He became one of us. A brother. A teacher. The ogre looked at Lewin Ardle. That being was Draka. He taught the next tribal leader everything. Language, magic, wisdom. For nearly a century. Lewin Ardle's eyes widened. He lived that long. He wasn't human, the ogre replied. His true form was the black dragon, Dragonia. Lewin Ardle staggered back, completely shaken. Dragons are real. You've heard the stories, haven't you? The ogre said. But they're more than just legends. Tell me, do you know where magic truly comes from? Lewin Ardle could only shake his head. I've only heard the myths. Draka couldn't use magic the way others did, the ogre explained. Instead, he created his own path, one that infused raw power directly into his body, into his arms, his legs, into every movement. Lewin Ardle listened closely, slowly putting the pieces together. He was like me, Lewin Ardle said quietly. Treated differently, misunderstood. The ogre nodded. Exactly. Draka forged a unique ability, something no one else could copy. He converted magic into pure power. That technique made him the strongest being alive. Lewin Ardle's mind raced. Then why was he called the Destroyer of Worlds? Because even that power wasn't enough for him, the ogre answered. He pushed it further and further, until he destroyed everything. And finally, even himself. Lewin Ardle stood frozen, the weight of that truth sinking in. To wield such strength and lose everything. Suddenly, a notification blinked into view. He'd unlocked a new achievement, Friend of the Ogre. He blinked. A reward? Now, he figured there had to be more to it. Talking with characters like this wasn't just for lore. Another message popped up. Skill acquired, Ogre's Rage. 30 minutes of enhanced strength, Lewin Ardle read aloud. He glanced down and realized he was holding a strange white orb, an eerie, glowing sphere pulsing with energy. The ogre noticed. Ah, a reward for reaching this point. Lewin Ardle turned the orb in his hands. What is this thing? The ogre squinted, taking a step closer. Let me see it. Lewin Ardle handed it over. The ogre studied it carefully. This isn't an item, he finally said. It's an embodiment. An embodiment? Lewin Ardle echoed. What does that even mean? I don't fully know, the ogre admitted. I was always close to Draka, but never brave enough to ask. If I had to guess. He looked at the orb, his tone turning solemn. This is part of him. When he died, I believe he sealed himself inside a spirit stone. And what you're holding is what's left of him. This is the embodiment of his power, the ogre said. Though it's called a spirit, it's nothing like the usual kind. Lewin Ardle studied the glowing orb in his hand. Bear, the ogre continued, has a difficult personality. He craves endless power, always demanding more. But in return, he promises something even greater, unlimited strength to the one who awakens him. Lewin Ardle looked up. So this bear, he came from this stone. The ogre nodded. Exactly. But don't worry. He should be waking up any minute now. Just as the words left his mouth, the orb began to crack. Lewin Ardle stared in horror as something inside began to stir. Suddenly there it was, in his hands, a small, furry creature. A bear, he muttered in disbelief. The little beast glared at him. I'm not a bear. Lewin Ardle jumped. Did you just talk? I said. The creature growled. Don't call me that again. Lewin Ardle blinked, still stunned. Okay, then what are you? I am an incarnation, unbound by form. I can be whatever I want. The creature puffed itself up, trying to look grand. And now, I'll show you my power. Lewin Ardle leaned in curiously. Nothing happened. Bear blinked. Wait, where's my power? Why can't I transform? Lewin Ardle tilted his head. What exactly are you doing? The creature huffed. I'm reconstructing. Obviously, the problem is that I'm doing it on an empty stomach. Feed me. Lewin Ardle frowned. You're being kinda rude. And besides, there's no food here. What would you even eat? Bear scoffed. My owner can't even feed me? How pathetic. Wait, owner. Lewin Ardle repeated. You mean I'm your... Bear turned away with a dramatic sigh and curled up. Wake me when something interesting happens. Still baffled, Lewin Ardle looked over at the ogre. The old warrior chuckled warmly. It's been 1,000 years, and his attitude hasn't changed one bit. He leaned back on his throne. Seeing you two together, It takes me back. Reminds me of the days when Bear and Draka lived among us in the Sky Peak tribe. Then his gaze sharpened. Now tell me, what will you do next? Lewin Artle hesitated. What do you mean? I'm talking about power, the ogre said. The kind that changes a person, guides them, or breaks them. Why do you seek strength? Lewin Artle thought for a moment. To protect my people, to restore the Artle family name, to show those who looked down on me that they were wrong. He clenched his fists. That's enough for now. I'll live for my family, my people, and myself. The ogre smiled. Then I'll be watching. I want to see where your path leads. Lewin Artle nodded. Though he just scratched the surface of Draka's mystery, his everyday life hadn't changed much. Well, except for one thing. From then on, he had someone new to call out to. Whenever Lewin Artle called out to Bear, the bear-like creature would instantly appear and ask the same thing. Got food? That was the only real change in Lewin Artle's life. Bear constantly needed feeding. And not just normal food. His appetite was special. He fed on power earned through quests. Once satisfied, Bear always said the same thing. Much better. As Lewin Artle progressed, Bear grew alongside him. Their bond allowed Lewin Artle access to a unique skill, Onir. This ability accelerated his growth rate, giving him a massive edge. For every level Lewin Artle gained, he received 100 extra power. And the best part? It doubled once he reached 2 stars. Bear bragged that, back in his prime, before being sealed, he had 31 stars. Lewin Artle's jaw nearly dropped. That's 3,100 power. He didn't even have 1,000 yet. And still, he already felt insanely strong. Just how powerful had Draka become? Was it really all through quests? Bear grinned and chuckled. That's why I'm the Great Bear. Lewin Artle sighed. You want to share the secret or not? Sure, just give me a glass of water. Lewin Artle shot him a glare. Say that again, and I'm cutting off your food supply. Bear immediately straightened up. Okay, I'll tell you for free. According to Bear, there were many paths to power. Harder quests, crafting items, discovering rare artifacts, even brewing bizarre things like ogre tendon elixirs. But then, he casually added, none of that suits you, though. Lewin Artle raised an eyebrow. There's so many options, and none work for me. Bear nodded. Not yet. First, you need to reach at least 1,000 strength. Any more before that, and your body won't keep up. That hit Lewin Artle hard. He felt like he'd come so far, but now it was clear this was still just the beginning. So, he set his next goal, 1,000 strength. Every day after that, Lewin Artle pushed his limits, grinding through intense training sessions to raise his physical power. When he finally reached 930, the third stage of the exam began, real combat. Bear floated beside him. Wait, today's the day. Lewin Artle nodded. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. The final test was infamous. Unlike the previous stages, this one was full-on chaos. Mages often launched spells from the back, and one wrong move could hit their own allies. The point of the test? To see how well they could manage danger and work in a real battlefield. Jason jumped in first, hurling a fireball. But the armored knights in front turned around, confused. What the hell are you doing? Aim properly. One of them shouted, he's out. He's gonna get someone hurt. Knights were brought in to oversee the combat. Not just to protect the students, but also to test their synergy in battle. Still, the students watching couldn't help but laugh at Jason. The test spanned 10 brutal days. Depending on the points they earned, students were given different monsters to fight. Now, on the final day, 13 top scorers had been chosen. Everyone held their breath. What kind of monster are we going to get? Someone whispered. Then, boom, a rumble shook the ground. A massive figure stepped into view. An ogre. Ogre lived in tribes, spread all across the continent. Bigger, stronger, and faster than humans. And now, one of them stood right in front of the students. Ogre weren't just brutes. They were as intelligent as humans and just as cunning. But their nature was brutal, violent. That's why there were constant clashes between their kind and humankind. Now one stood in the middle of the exam grounds. No one knew how to fight it. And worse, many feared this wouldn't end with just bruises. Someone could die. Heidel raised his voice. Focus. Treat this like real combat. No holding back. The ogre charged forward with terrifying speed. The knights barely had time to react. Mikkel quickly formed glowing magic spheres behind the front line, hoping to intercept the beast. He launched a neat, concentrated arrow of mana, but the ogre leapt high into the air, dodging it completely. Gasps echoed around the arena. No one expected something that big to move like that. Mikkel dodge. Heidel shouted, but Mikkel couldn't move. His legs were frozen. Fear had him in a stranglehold. Heidel clenched his teeth and slammed his staff down. A wall of roots erupted from the ground. Tree prison. It surged up just in time, wrapping around the ogre's limbs and halting its charge. The ogre snarled and thrashed, but the teacher's magic held. Mikkel hadn't been touched, but he was done. He's out, Heidel said firmly. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Professor Elric slammed his fist against the table. His eyes burned with frustration. Mikkel had failed again. But Lewin-Ardle? Lewin-Ardle was still in the running, and Professor Elric couldn't let that happen. He turned to Tyrion Ignat. Are we really going to continue like this? Tyrion Ignat raised a brow. What exactly are you suggesting? You know what I mean? Professor Elric snapped. Lewin-Ardle's turn is coming up. Tyrion Ignat nodded slowly. Yes, and he's the only one who's ever gotten a perfect score from King Ram, Professor Elric said. We both know it wouldn't be fair to test him the same way we test the others. Tyrion Ignat leaned back. So what do you propose? Professor Elric's eyes narrowed. We still have one more creature. When the knights brought in the ogre, they also delivered an ogre. I say we use it. Tyrion Ignat's face hardened. Using an ogre during an exam is extremely dangerous. But the knights and professors are here. It'll be controlled. Don't you want to see what Lewin-Ardle's really capable of? A long corridor stretched ahead, dimly lit. Lewin-Ardle stood at one end, leaning quietly against the wall. A voice called his name. He turned as a professor stepped forward, hand raised to stop him. Before you begin, there's something you should know, the man said. Lewin-Ardle tilted his head. What is it? Your test. It's going to be harder than the others. Lewin-Ardle narrowed his eyes. So, that's what this is about. The professor nodded. You got the highest score from King Ram. That's never happened before. Some people think it wouldn't be fair to give you the same opponent. Lewin-Ardle was silent. The professor looked him straight in the eye. You won't be facing an ogre. Lewin-Ardle's eyes widened. Then what? A ogre, the man said flatly. Lewin-Ardle blinked. An ogre? From beside him, Bear, grinning wide, chuckled. Oh, your first real opponent is an ogre? Now this is going to be fun. Heavy chains rattled as the towering beast stepped into view. Its head rose, and it let out a bone-shaking roar. Jason, watching from a distance, asked nervously, Is that the ogre, Captain? No, someone answered. That's an ogre. Jason's brows furrowed. An ogre? That can't be right. The young knight beside him gripped his sword tighter. I was the one who brought it in, but I didn't think they'd actually use it for a test. That thing's too strong. Though they looked similar to ogre, ogres were built entirely different. Bigger, heavier, meaner. And now, Lewin-Ardle had to fight one. Ogres weren't just stronger than ogre. They were terrifying. One swing from them could shatter a skull or snap a spine. The knight clenched his jaw. Are you sure about this? The professor nodded calmly. Even we knights had trouble capturing that thing. The knight gave a dry laugh. Seems like the academy's gotten real, comfortable gambling with people's lives. Lewin-Ardle stepped forward. Then I'll gamble mine too. The knight blinked. What? Lewin-Ardle turned to face him. I'm Lewin-Ardle. I'm the one taking this test. The knight raised a brow, eyeing him skeptically. You're the one they're throwing at an ogre? He frowned, muttering, no way this guy can take it down. Then, more seriously, he added, if anything goes wrong, we'll step in. You don't need to die out there. But Lewin-Ardle didn't answer. He had already started walking toward the wrong side of the field. Hey, where are you going? The knight called out. Lewin-Ardle turned slightly, getting into position. That's not your spot, the knight said, confused. You're supposed to stand behind me, not in front. Lewin-Ardle replied without flinching. My spells work a bit differently. The knight's eyes widened. You stand there, and we can't protect you. That's not an ogre. That's an ogre. I know, Lewin-Ardle said firmly. Then why take that risk? Lewin-Ardle threw off his cloak, eyes locked forward. Because I've made up my mind. The knight stared at him, trying to read his face. No fear. None. He was different, truly different. The professor stepped forward. Lewin-Ardle, get ready. With a snap of his fingers, the chains binding the ogre dropped to the ground with a clang. The beast roared and charged. And so did Lewin-Ardle. Wait, what are you doing? The knight shouted in shock. He's running straight at it. Is he crazy? The ogre raised its massive arm and swung with full force. The ground trembled. Two bursts of light flashed in the air as Lewin-Ardle shot forward, hand extended. Fireball, he yelled. The spell exploded point blank. Flames erupted around them as the two forces collided. The knights ducked as the shockwave hit. Smoke billowed, hiding everything. Golter Pirani crouched behind a shield. He cast it in close range. He shielded his face from the fire. All around, students squinted through the thick smoke. Is he alive? Someone whispered. Then, through the haze, Lewin-Ardle's figure emerged. The knight's eyes widened. He's still standing. How? The professor's mouth curled into a subtle smile. The knight stepped up and placed a hand on Lewin-Ardle's shoulder. You gotta give me a heads up next time, he scolded. I thought you were dead. Lewin-Ardle gave a short nod. Sorry about that. The knight shook his head in disbelief. Would you have even listened if I told you not to? Lewin-Ardle glanced to the side. Probably not. This isn't the time for talking, Lewin-Ardle muttered. First, I finished the test. Smoke puffed from the ogre's nostrils as it growled, lifting its arm with a low, threatening rumble. Get back, one of the knights shouted. We get it, you're strong. But this is too dangerous. Golter Pirani grinned. Let us handle it from here, at least until we figure out what we're dealing with. But before anyone could move, Lewin Ardle stepped forward again. The knight's eyes widened. What are you doing? This is my test, Lewin Ardle said sharply. You're serious? He didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes and added, let me finish it. Lewin Ardle allowed a slight grin. A system message appeared. Task complete. Objective, strike down the enemy. Reward, player's eye skill plus 30 strength. Lewin Ardle blinked, stunned. Wait, the player's eye? The passive skill hit Terran level. With it, Lewin Ardle gained the ability to perceive the true nature of anything. He could now analyze, track, and even sense hidden observers or magical concealments. He turned toward the bear. Player's eye. So now I'm a true player, he realized. You know this skill? He asked. The bear grinned. Of course. That's something only real players can unlock. Perched on Lewin Ardle's shoulder, the bear added, from now on, even those using stealth or invisibility magic will show up to you. You'll see a faint outline. They can't hide anymore. Lewin Ardle nodded. That'll come in handy. Then something else hit him. Another surprise was waiting. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. Minimap unlocked. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. A map? He asked. A glowing map appeared in front of him. The bear nodded. With this, you can now see everything within a 500-meter radius. Lewin Ardle blinked. Seriously? Another message followed. Target status window available. He can now view detailed stats of any target, depending on its level. Bear crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his face. There's still more. Try looking at that defeated ogre using the player's eye. Lewin Ardle turned to the monster. Look at what exactly? Focusing, the skill activated. Species, shoulder blade ogre. Habitat, Thunder Mountains. Notable traits, shorter and weaker than typical ogres. Temperament, less aggressive. Distinguishing feature, protruding shoulder blades. Lewin Ardle grinned. So, I can even see this kind of data now. He shifted his gaze to the professor. 6th class magician. Access denied. Some data's locked. Lewin Ardle muttered. That's normal, Bear said. If someone's way stronger than you, their info stays hidden. The bear raised his paw. But as your strength grows, so does the amount of detail you can access. Lewin Ardle nodded, hand resting thoughtfully under his chin. Got it. News of his victory in the real combat trial spread like wildfire across the academy. Later, Lewin Ardle sat on a bench when Jason walked over. Feels weird, huh? Jason asked. Everyone talking about you. I guess, Lewin Ardle replied. Still kind of new to me. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Excuse me. I wanted to apologize. Lewin Ardle turned to see a girl walking up. She looked him in the eyes and asked, Are you Lewin Ardle? Standing before him, she said, You were incredible in the 3rd trial. Take this. Another girl chimed in, handing him a package. Eat it if you're hungry. Without waiting for a response, they walked away. Lewin Ardle looked at the package, lifted it, and asked, What's this supposed to be? The guy beside him froze. Wait, you're asking what you want. Clenching his fists, the guy snapped. How could you treat her like that? She was so embarrassed and still made you that snack. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. Why are you so worked up? Tears welled up in the guy's eyes. Lewin Ardle watched him curiously. Jason, he thought, activating player's eye. Class, 2nd class mage. Potential, high. Lewin Ardle leaned back, thinking, I've scanned nearly everyone in the academy. And out of all of them, only this guy's shown real potential besides me. He looked over and said, Try a bit harder. I think you'll crush the next test. Jason blinked in surprise. From across the courtyard, someone muttered, Is he getting sentimental? Lewin Ardle shook his head. Not really. I'm just saying he's got talent. What he needs now is to believe in himself and keep pushing. Jason stared at him, stunned. You mean? Sitting beside Jason, the protagonist nodded. Yeah, and maybe don't spend all your time gaming. Jason chuckled. Fine. For the next stage, I'm aiming for the top 10. It won't be easy, though. He glanced at Lewin Ardle. Seriously, though, can I ask you something? Lewin Ardle tilted his head. What is it? Jason scratched his chin. Are you really the same Lewin Ardle I've known for the past 6 years? The same guy I used to hang out with? Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Inside, he thought, honestly, even I find it hard to believe sometimes. A sudden flame flickered in front of him, catching his attention. Someone nearby muttered, There've been rumors lately. Rumors? Lewin Ardle asked. The student went on, that you'll dethrone Miguel, not just as top graduate, but as the Academy's representative too. That caught Lewin Ardle off guard. He blinked. I'm not really interested in that. As they started heading back inside, the student hurried to catch up. Wait, seriously? How can you not be interested? This year's the Great Festival. The Great Festival? Lewin Ardle repeated. Yeah, the student nodded. It happens every 5th month. The top academies gather to crown the best of the best in magic. And every 8 years, it aligns with the Olympiad, the ultimate showdown. This year, both events collide. Lou and Artel listened silently as the student continued. It's a national competition. Only the elite make it. Winning means not just a huge cash prize, but prestige and privileges for the entire academy. That's why the number of participants is limited. 1 for individual matches, 30 for the group. Only 31 students can compete for our academy. Lou and Artel thought to himself. So, the one selected for the solo competition becomes the academy's official representative. In the cafeteria, whispers fill the air. I wonder who's going to be our rep this year, someone said. Who else? It's got to be Lou and Artel. Another chimed in. He's the only magician who scored a perfect 100. At a nearby table, Jason tapped his fork against his plate. You guys remember Michael's performances in the past magic festivals? The group fell silent. Across from him, Lou and Artel finally spoke. Honestly, there's not much worth remembering. Group competitions were a mess, and in the individual rounds, he placed last in 4 out of 5. Jason nodded grimly. Because of that, we got labeled the last academy. We couldn't hold our own in either category. Students walked by, still murmuring. The only way to turn that around is to send Lou and Artel, someone said. No, you're right, another agreed. We need him. But what does Lou and Artel think? One asked. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist muttered. The exam's not over yet. He stared forward, thoughts racing. It's too soon to expect anything. The academy chooses their great festival participants based on 2 things. First semester exam scores and faculty recommendations. And there's still one more test left. The final stage loomed. Lou and Artel was set to face Mikkel one-on-one. He frowned. That's why I need to stay focused, he told himself. Right now, all I can think about is beating him. For days after the 3rd trial ended, Lou and Artel suddenly sprang up. He unleashed a powerful kick. Achievement unlocked. Strength reaches 1,000. Preparation complete. Bear raised both arms with excitement. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. We're leveling up now, right? Lou and Artel asked. The bear nodded. A notification appeared. Repeating quest. Advance to level 2. Suddenly, Bear leapt into the air. Lou and Artel stared in disbelief. Flames exploded around the bear. Difficulty doubled. Rewards tripled. Bear swallowed something mid-air, arms spread wide, and shot upward. Lightning bursting from him in every direction. Lou and Artel squinted at the blazing figure above. What is this flame? Eyes wide, he muttered. What the hell is happening? Elsewhere, a student stared out the window. A professor furrowed his brow. Damn it. This gave him extra points again. In the midst of a battlefield, the professor muttered, could Mikkel even beat Lou and Artel now? He looked at the 2 students. No, that's unlikely. He lowered his head, a storm of thoughts brewing. If Lou and Artel keeps rising like this, it won't just be his seat at the great festival on the line. Mikkel might lose his position as top graduate, and his family's reputation rides on it. Grimacing, he muttered, I won't let that happen. Back in the training area, Bear stood at the center of the fire. His strength now ranked up to tier 2. In Lou and Artel's palm, flames burst forth again. Plus 200 strength gained. Lou and Artel turned to the bear. You've really powered up. Stretching his arm forward, he said, thanks to you, I hit 1,200 strength faster than expected. Bear grinned. This is just the beginning. I'd bet the difficulty and the rewards will keep rising. He opened the quest menu. More data scrolled in. Repeating quest, body training, basic strength achieved. But the training never ends. Keep pushing forward. Punches, 0/5,000. Kicks, 0 out of 5,000. Roundhouse kicks, 0 out of 5,000. Run, 15 kilometers/1. Real combat training, 0 out of 1. Reward, plus 30 strength. Lou and Artel put a hand on his face. Ugh, again with the endless reps. At least I've done this kind of grind before. He paused, then looked at Bear. What's this real combat training about? Bear raised his paw. Remember when we first met? I said I could become anything. Lou and Artel nodded. Yeah, I remember. Well, Bear grinned. I can transform now. Still limited, but we're getting there. A new training camp unfolded around them. Wait, does that mean you can turn into a human? Someone asked. Bear nodded. Yep, once I reach rank 5. Full transformation won't be perfect yet, but it'll be close. Lou and Artel smirked. So, who can you turn to right now? Bear's grin widened. Want me to show you? Suddenly, he began to spin. Faster and faster. Out of nowhere, energy surged, and then something bizarre took shape. The main character stared at the odd creature and asked, what even is this scarecrow thing? Before he got an answer, the scarecrow turned to him and snapped. What kind of reaction is that? The protagonist shook his head. Forget it. I just imagined something different. Their training session was underway. Bear nearby chimed in, don't underestimate him. The scarecrow, clearly irritated, stepped forward. Do you even realize how useful I was when you first started actual training? Standing in front of it, the hero asked, so you're a practice dummy? More like a training assistant, the Scarecrow replied with a smirk. Hearing that, the protagonist raised a brow. So, you're saying I need to spar with you daily? Exactly, the Scarecrow confirmed, as smoke swirled around him. You're still weak. Just a third-class mage. Bear gave a small grin. But once I regain my original strength, anything's possible. As monsters began to appear around them, Bear added, if I wanted, I could even turn into a demon or a dragon. The protagonist placed a hand on his face. Then let's start. Right now. Bear grinned. Start what? Training, the protagonist said confidently. As a mage. Surprised, Bear laughed. Now we're talking. Suddenly, energy surged in Bear's hands. The bear now held a staff and stood firmly in front of the hero. Even if your spells hit me, you'll only knock me back. They won't leave a scratch. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. What about you? Bear smirked. I can hit you as much as I want. The protagonist grinned. Sounds like a solid training partner. Flames burst around them as Bear nodded. Let's begin. The hero took off running. Then, Lou and Artel leapt into view. The protagonist glanced ahead. Michael's probably training hard too, itching for our battle. Elsewhere, a boy scowled at a piece of paper, then turned to his uncle. This brat's starting to get on my nerves. What should I do? From a distance, the man muttered. Damn, kid. Maybe he's not so weak after all. The boy spun around. You don't get to complain. Rumor has it you're the reason Lou and Artel scored so high. The man blinked. What? Mikhail glared. I heard you were the one who suggested tossing an ogre at him. His fists clenched. That's why he aced it. If our family finds out, you're dead meat. The man gritted his teeth. Why is that brat blackmailing me now? Mikhail sat beside him. If you don't like it, stop talking nonsense. We should focus on fixing this. Mikhail turned to his uncle. If I became the Academy's rep at the great festival. No, the man cut in, but don't stress. I got a plan. He handed Mikhail a flask. Mikhail stared at it, surprised. The awakening herb, the flaming flower? The awakening herb, also known as the flaming flower, only grows deep in the illusion-ridden northern territories. It's rare, powerful, and often used to brew specialized elixirs. Professor Elric extended his hand and said, drink this, and you'll trigger awakening. It'll drastically cut down the time needed to cast spells. Mikhail raised an eyebrow. But it causes pain and makes it impossible to tell friend from foe, right? The man smirked. Exactly. You'll basically lose all sense of awareness. Sounds like you haven't been paying attention in class. Mikhail held the flask, staring at it. Why should I even drink this? Yes, the man replied simply. Whispers echoed from the garden. Rumors that Mikhail had lost it. Professor Elric shrugged. He's just making excuses after losing. Maybe he's hoping to get kicked out of the family in disgrace. Michael's eyes stayed locked forward. Still, this is dangerous. The professor knows what I'm capable of. If he picks up on something, he won't stay quiet. The man grinned. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm the one in charge of all drug testing. He pushed the flask toward Mikhail. This potion will mask the herb. No one will know you took it. Mikhail hesitated. The man added firmly, drink it after the first one. Don't worry, we're family. This is how we survive. Michael's thoughts spun. What now? Do I go through with this or not? Eventually, the day of the one-on-one battles arrived. The exam was set inside the mana barrier room. A wave of excitement buzzed through the crowd. Every year, these duels packed the stands, and this time was no different. The final match was about to begin. The protagonist loosened up his hands, readying himself. Lou and Artel versus Mikhail, the announcer called. Taking his position, the hero glanced sideways. So this is it, the final stage of the exam, and my opponent is Mikhail. Bear, watching closely, muttered, he knows you'll try to close the gap. If he's prepared for that, you're in for a tough fight. The protagonist thought, even so, if I can just reach him, then answered his own thought. One hit. That's all I need. They locked eyes. Since this test was designed to mimic a real battlefield, the arena was filled with terrain, hills, rocks, obstacles. Everything you'd expect in a live combat zone. Down below, the referee asked, are you both ready? Both combatants nodded. As the match was about to begin, the protagonist noticed something strange. He's not acting like himself. Lou and Artel narrowed his eyes. What's with this guy? Mikhail stood tense, fists clenched, radiating fury. The hero observed something's definitely off. He's way too quiet. Wanting answers, the protagonist activated player's eye. The data flashed across his vision. Name, Mikhail. Class, third-class mage. Traits, high potential, dual summoner. Special status, hidden berserk mode. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Berserk mode? Never seen that label before. It's hidden too. Mikhail had clearly taken something designed to mask the effects of a drug. No one would suspect a thing. The man stood with arms crossed as the protagonist pieced it together. Drug screenings were done before the exam, and Professor Elric was in charge. If he's Michael's uncle, Could he have helped him hide the evidence? Arms outstretched, the man addressed the room. Let me make this clear. The only type of magic banned during these duels is black magic. Anything using the 4 elements is fair game. Your scores will depend on the quality and strength of the magic that lands. He glanced away before continuing. No need to stress about the power levels either. You're inside the mana barrier hall. Magic output here is cut down by 99%. Then he looked around. Any questions? The protagonist raised his hand. What is it? The man asked. Looking him in the eye, the protagonist said, what happens if someone is caught using a forbidden potion? Without hesitation, the man replied, immediate disqualification. And, depending on how serious it is, it could lead to suspension or even expulsion. The examiner decides the punishment. Then he narrowed his eyes. Why are you asking? The protagonist quickly looked away. No reason. Just wondering. The man clapped his hands. All right then, everyone in position. Lewin Artle stood with his head lowered. I've got no proof, he thought bitterly. Only I can see his status screen. No one else would believe me. Scowling, the protagonist told himself, I need solid proof. Something undeniable. He stood face to face with Mikkel as the referee shouted, begin. Both launched forward. As soon as they moved, a green glow enveloped Mikkel. Die, Lewin Artle. Mikkel roared. Vines whipped out and wrapped around the protagonist's leg, but in an instant he snapped free. Gasps filled the hall. How did he break out so fast? Michael's spell had barely held him. It hadn't worked right. Charging in, the protagonist grinned. This barrier weakens mana, but my physical strength isn't affected at all. Just then, a skull appeared above Michael's head. He shouted, I'll stop you right here. The summoned skeleton blasted fire at him. Fire breath. The flames shot out, but the protagonist leapt through them, boosted by acceleration magic. He closed the gap. Lewin Artle dashed behind a large rock. Peeking out, the protagonist analyzed what he'd seen so far. Faster casting. Stronger mana absorption. That's the awakening herb, no doubt. Michael's voice echoed through the hall. You hiding again? Come out already. The protagonist stayed low. He's too amped up. No doubt about it now. He took it. Another plant grew, slithering toward him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The flaming flower. That's what it was. Mikkel laughed wildly. Come on, Lewin Artle. Let's go. The protagonist studied him. Hand tremors, exaggerated excitement, pain resistance, and he can't tell friend from foe. Every symptom lines up. His expression darkened. The last thing I need to confirm is whether he feels pain at all. Standing tall, the protagonist said aloud. So that's why you were so confident. He took a step forward. It's all thanks to that herb, isn't it? Mikkel looked at him and grinned. What was that? The protagonist replied. It's because of the flaming flower. Michael's eyes widened for a moment, but then he scoffed. So what? It won't stop me from crushing you. The hero raised his hand. Then you'd better be ready. In a blink, he charged forward, activating time refraction. Michael's face twisted in panic. Damn, he's way too fast. The protagonist closed in, shouting, It's pointless to resist. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice surged up between them. Professors in the audience gasped. What was that? Was it even magic? Before they could react, a monster burst into view. Mikkel roared, Go! Bite him to pieces. Third class summoning magic, a fire lizard. But the protagonist didn't flinch. He clenched his fist and roared back. Earthquake. A deafening boom tore across the battlefield. The ground split. The fire lizard was hurled into the air by the blast. Gasps rang out through the crowd. He countered a fire element with an earth spell. Mikkel stumbled back, screaming no. Then, raising his head with glowing red eyes, he locked onto the hero. Don't come near me. The protagonist smirked. Come on, don't act so fragile. Take this. Michael's eyes flicked to the hero's hand just before it struck him. Outside the barrier, the students watched with wide-eyed wonder as a storm of fire exploded in the arena. Thick smoke curled into the air. When it cleared, the protagonist stood firm. Straight ahead, Michael's eyes gleamed red. Don't look down on me, he growled. That was just a flick. Before he could move again, the hero struck him. Mikkel let out a scream and stumbled backward. But the hero didn't let up. He charged forward. Mikkel suddenly collapsed onto the cracked battlefield. Still on the ground, he started laughing. You thought that weak hit could stop me? That didn't even hurt. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He's still awake after that. At this rate, he'll die from the buildup of injuries. He grabbed Mikkel by the shoulder. This match can't go on. It's too dangerous. He raised his hand and summoned the shackling tree, binding Mikkel in place. Then, the protagonist turned to the examiners. Mikkel used a banned potion. A murmur spread. One of the men stepped forward. What do you mean? Are you sure? Yes, the protagonist said firmly. I'm certain. Someone helped him cover it up. The man's expression shifted. If you're wrong, you'll be disqualified. I know, but the truth is anyone could help hide the effects. Even the drug tester. Confused, the man asked, Are you saying the protagonist interrupted. Who in this academy can get their hands on rare ingredients and also oversees the drug testing before these matches? Realization hit. There's only one person like that in the entire academy. Suddenly, Professor Elric vanished from his seat. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Think about it. Professor Elric. He's Michael's uncle, isn't he? The man held up a hand. Hold on. Are you saying? Before he could finish, Professor Elric appeared, storming toward them. His voice thundered. Do you even understand what you're accusing me of? His glare locked onto the hero. You're saying Mikkel took the drug, and I looked the other way? Grinning, the protagonist said, Yeah, I did, and I can prove it. The examiner narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Professor Elric stepped forward. Then let's run another drug test. But the hero quickly cut him off. No point. You already gave him a special elixir, didn't you? One that masks the effects. Professor Elric looked away. Then what are you suggesting? I'll show you, the protagonist said. He placed his hand on the shackling tree binding Mikkel. A brilliant light flared. The entire tree was burned away in an instant. That was the same flick I used on Mikkel, he said calmly. Looking straight ahead, Lewin Ardle continued. Even if Michael's magic had improved with training, there's no way someone should still be laughing after a hit like that. His voice was steady. Right now, he's got a concussion, at least 4 fractured ribs. And yet, Mikkel, still tied up, was laughing uncontrollably. He doesn't feel pain, the protagonist said. And that's not normal. The professor stood frozen, speechless. Then Tyrion Ignat turned, his face red with fury. How dare you pull something like this during an official exam? On sacred testing grounds. He pointed at Professor Elric. Get to your office. Now, the professor's face went pale as he stumbled back in fear. Meanwhile, Mikkel, still restrained, kept laughing like a madman. The aftermath of the 4th exam stage spread like wildfire throughout the academy. It was confirmed. Professor Elric was dismissed, and Mikkel, expelled. The truth of their family's deception had come to light. As the news settled, the academy buzzed with one name, Lewin Ardle, the student who dared expose everything, the one who stood up to magicians. He had a new title now. Walking forward, the protagonist approached a towering gate. A radiant glow wrapped around him. He'd been summoned by the head of the academy. Rays of light surrounded him as he stepped through. Lewin Ardle's jaw tightened slightly. Then his eyes widened. Beyond the gate stretched a magnificent garden, larger than anything he'd seen. This is the head's domain, he thought, but something felt off. No, it's different somehow. Then, something flickered in front of him. He paused. This too. Ahead of him sat a grand chair. Is that Tyrion Ignat's throne? He wondered, with a king of magicians rules. Before he could think further, a voice spoke behind him. What do you see? Lewin Ardle turned. A man stood there, walking calmly along a forest path. The scenery, the man said, was crafted using Malaroc's eye. He glanced at Lewin Ardle. Do you know what that is? I've heard of it, Lewin Ardle replied. Malaroc. That name belonged to the demon king who once invaded the continent of Frelia. They say he had the power to show people whatever they desired most. The man continued. After Malaroc's defeat, pieces of his body were transformed into powerful artifacts. He turned his gaze to the garden. Malaroc's eye. It shows you the world you wish to see. Lewin Ardle looked around. Everything surrounding him reflected his inner hopes. Lowering his head, he thought, what I want is to see the Ardle territory flourish and to become the strongest magician. Tyrion Ignat turned back to him. So, tell me, what do you find interesting about what you see? Lewin Ardle replied. You mean in this vision? The leader nodded. Yes, a world where students act like students and magicians behave like magicians. Standing before the grand gate, the man nodded. Of course I understand. The kind of world won't be easy to create. The protagonist gave a slight nod of agreement. Then, with a quiet groan, the massive gate creaked open. Lewin Ardle turned his head, just in time to hear the cheers. Students swarmed around him, lifting him into the air. You did it, Lewin Ardle. You're the top graduate. He glanced forward, letting their voices wash over him. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The scene shifted. A quiet room, a polished table, a warm cup placed gently in front of him. Help yourself, the man said calmly. Thank you, Lewin Ardle replied. Tyrion Ignat, the head of the academy, watched him in silence for a moment. Then he spoke. I called you here because I wanted to ask you something. Lewin Ardle nodded. I'll answer whatever I can. Arms folded, the man leaned forward. How did you know Mikkel had used the flaming flower? Looking down at the cup, Lewin Ardle replied. He wasn't acting like himself. He was aggressive, but anxious too. The way his mana flowed, its rhythm and force, it wasn't normal. It was amplified. Tyrion Ignat leaned against the desk. But still, with all that, you didn't just suspect he used the herb. You were sure. What? Lou and Artel looked up. Because I didn't rely on magic, I relied on my own strength. And in the mana barrier room, only magic is suppressed. Physical abilities stay untouched. And there's no need to mention the player's eye, he thought to himself. Even if Mikkel was in shock, his reaction didn't match his injuries. Laughing through pain like that. It only made sense if he'd taken the flaming flower. Tyrion Ignat went quiet for a moment, studying him. At 16, he thought this kid noticed all that in an instant, stayed calm under pressure. And his magical aptitude is already exceptional. Finally, he placed a firm hand on the desk. As head of the academy, I deeply regret what happened. I'll make sure their family won't lay a finger on you again. He raised his hand. And I also have a proposal. Lou and Artel blinked. A proposal? The head of the academy smiled. I'd like you to represent our academy at the Grand Festival this coming 7th month. Lou and Artel's eyes widened. The Grand Festival, the highest honor. A dream for every student. He had already suspected something when he was summoned here, but still. He closed his eyes for a moment, silent. Then, looking at the headmaster, he said quietly, I appreciate your offer, but I'm not sure I deserve it. Tyrion Ignat looked puzzled. Why? I haven't participated in a real battle in 5 years, Lou and Artel said, his voice low. I've struggled with controlling my mana. Everything's fell out of reach. I don't know if I'm ready to face the best from other academies. To his surprise, the headmaster chuckled. That's not an issue at all. He raised a finger. As a judge of the Grand Festival myself, I say you're more than worthy of being chosen. A real candidate for victory. Lou and Artel blinked. Wait, what? Sitting across from him, the headmaster leaned in slightly. You heard me. I'm confident. You have a real shot at winning. But what's even more significant? Lou and Artel's eyes widened at what came next. You'll be our secret weapon. The surprise no one saw coming. The man sighed and continued. From your opponent's perspective, you're a total mystery, a dark horse. No one knows your abilities, your style, or your limits. They won't be able to prepare countermeasures. A smirk tugged at Lou and Artel's lips. So that's the angle. Because I was always at the bottom, no one paid attention. Not like Mikkel. They got no data on me at all. Which means, catching them off guard will be easy. He clenched his fists. The headmaster asked calmly, so will you accept? Lou and Artel looked straight ahead. I'll give it everything I've got. I won't let you down. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Perfect timing, the headmaster said. Come in. The door opened, and a tall man stepped into the room in full armor. The headmaster gestured toward him. Since you'll benefit more from physical training than magic right now, I brought in a special instructor, a master of body arts. Lou and Artel turned and froze. That's Golter Pirani? The knight looked him up and down. What's with the face? Not happy to see me. Lou and Artel could hardly believe it. Golter Pirani, leader of the Foldren Territories Knight Order, one of the 5 knights of the 6th rank, the only one in all of Radiant. And I fought him during the 3rd phase of the practical exam. Sitting across from him now, Lou and Artel was stunned. To think I'd get the chance to learn directly from him. Golter Pirani crossed his arms. Before we start, I need to confirm something. He looked Lou and Artel in the eyes. Professor Heidel told me you're a special kind of magician. One who has no choice but to fight at close range. Is that true? Lou and Artel nodded. Yeah, it is. A replay of Lou and Artel's last battle flickered on the screen nearby. Golter Pirani watched intently. From what I saw, your strikes were solid, clean, efficient, no wasted motion. Lou and Artel was a little taken aback by the compliment. But Golter Pirani continued, I'll be honest, your lack of formal training is obvious. He leaned forward. What worked against an ogre won't fly against a real warrior. A skilled knight could read you like a book, no matter how strong you are. Just by watching your shoulders, your hips, they'll know your next move. Lou and Artel looked down, hands resting on his knees. He's right. All my movements were just repeated patterns from practice drills. They don't hold up in a real fight. Golter Pirani stood up. But don't worry. With my training, you'll go beyond the basics. He looked down at Lou and Artel and smirked. So, what do you say? Ready to get started? Suddenly, the image of a castle wall formed behind them. Golter Pirani's voice echoed. A knight's greatest weapon is his legs. They give your sword power and let you read your enemy's moves. He planted his feet. So we'll start there. You need to learn how to walk properly first. Lou and Artel stepped forward, focused. Only after that, Golter Pirani continued. Can you begin mastering body arts? Lou and Artel swung his arm, striking through the air. Golter Pirani nodded. At the academy, we usually start with celestial martial arts. Lou and Artel kept slashing, sweat flying from his movements. Excluding sword techniques, Golter Pirani added from behind. Celestial martial arts consists of 36 core combat techniques. Lou and Artel gritted his teeth, swinging again, then again. He repeated the motion, fists cutting through air. Golter Pirani watched in silence. Why? He wondered, eyes narrowed. A memory surfaced. Lou and Artel's voice echoed. This training won't benefit me. I'll have to come here every day, so why? The answer had been simple. If you need a reason, someone had told him, think of it as an investment. Lewin Ardle had blinked. Investment. Let's say you met someone who might become a great magician. Wouldn't helping them, just a little, be worth it? Lewin Ardle had bowed his head. If that's how it is, then I'm at your service. Golter Pirani groaned, covering his face. Enough. I can't listen to this. It's way too awkward. He waved a hand. Just call me Hyung. I'm not even 30 yet. Lewin Ardle blinked. Wait, seriously? He threw a punch with a surprised grin. From that moment on, the training began in earnest. Hyung watched him carefully. Not bad. The kid's got stamina. Nearby, an ogre lay slumped against a tree, its jaw shattered. This kid's a melee mage, and he's physically stronger than an ogre. What a find. 3 weeks passed, and the results were staggering. Body art skill increased to level 10. New achievement, body as a weapon. Madness mage effect, enhanced. Now allows magic to circulate through every part of the body. Lewin Ardle looked down at his hands, stunned. This is insane. Looking at Bear, he said, mastering celestial martial arts. This power is something else. Bear grinned. Yeah, thanks to that, you've jumped to rank 3. Current strength, 2,130. Lewin Ardle clenched his fist. This power, it's overwhelming. Bear let out a low sigh. You're growing insanely fast. Took me over a year just to hit 2,000. Then another 6 months after I met you. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's a time perception thing between humans and dragons? Just then, a voice called out. Lewin Ardle turned around to see someone rushing toward him. It was Jason, panting heavily. What's going on? Lewin Ardle asked. Jason caught his breath. You haven't seen it yet? Lewin Ardle tilted his head. Seen what? The participant list for the Great Festival, Jason said. It's posted at the Academy gate. Lewin Ardle's eyes sharpened. The Great Festival. His mind drifted to the entrance ceremony. Standing on that stage as a new student, the stares full of envy, suspicion. They all looked at me with doubt. For years, their silent expectations and judgment followed him. Back then, all Lewin Ardle could do was watch, powerless, as Mikkel basked in the spotlight. He'd only ever shown his weakest side, but now he was running full speed. Lewin Ardle and Jason sprinted up the academy steps. Lewin Ardle clenched his fist, excitement rising in his chest. He shouted, I made it! Eyes scanning the posted list, his heart pounded. There was his name. I'm the representative. I really became the representative. Students nearby turned in surprise. Then, suddenly, cheers erupted. Lewin Ardle, congratulations! You're the Academy's representative. You'll be speaking for us at the Great Festival. A crowd gathered around him, voices filled with admiration and awe. Lewin Ardle smiled. It took a long time, but I'm finally standing where I was meant to be. Later, a professor looked at him thoughtfully. I heard from Sir Hyung that you've already mastered celestial martial arts. It was Professor Heidel. Facing Lewin Ardle, he added with a smirk, and to reach 5th class mage at just 16, sometimes your talent scares even me. He laughed lightly. Still, I'm confident you can handle what's ahead. Preparation for the grand festival moved smoothly. Soon, it was time to depart for Altain, the city that would host the event. Among the buzzing crowd, someone mentioned they'd be taking the mono train. It's his first time riding it, someone said. They say it's insanely fast. Lewin Ardle closed his eyes, listening to the chatter around him. In the entire kingdom of Radian, there are only 2 transit points for the mono train. But in the Imperial Federation of Reen, more than 100. Well, it is an empire. Radian's a much smaller kingdom, after all. A few boys nearby chuckled at the sight of Lewin Ardle's curious gaze. What's with the look? Never seen a train before. Redneck? Jason blinked. Huh? What did you just say? The other guy crossed his arms. I said shut it. You're embarrassing yourselves. Lewin Ardle glanced sideways at the loudmouth. Hankies, one of Michael's old lapdogs. They both competed in last year's Magic Festival. Hankies looked at Jason and sneered. If you really think Lewin Ardle's gonna pull off a miracle at the festival, you're dreaming. So what if he got good grades for 1 semester? He leaned in, smug. Other academies aren't full of amateurs. They're monsters. Mikkel already fought against them. You think Lewin Ardle has a better chance? His tone darkened. Whatever. He's not our representative. So let him fend for himself. Lewin Ardle looked away. People like him, always trying to climb by kissing up to Michael's family. Still, it doesn't matter. Even if not everyone accepts me, I'll make sure our team performs. Hanky suddenly chuckled. Mikkel will be flattered, you know. His little mutt's still loyal to him, even after he got kicked out. Lewin Ardle grinned. Well, at least his dogs know how to stay loyal. Hanky's face twisted. What did you just call us? I'm glad it clicked, Lewin Ardle said coolly. I chose my words carefully, so even someone with your brain power could understand them. Hankies stepped in close, growling. You might be our academy's representative, but... Lewin Ardle cut him off. Then listen closely. He lowered his head, voice calm and razor-sharp. This festival is way beyond anything we've seen before. He raised his gaze and continued. If I do well here, I'll gain opportunities that even Michael's family connections can't offer. Yeah, sure, the boy shouted furiously. But only if you actually accomplish something. He scowled. You think the people chosen for the festival are just students? They're monsters. Be real. Our destiny is to stay trapped in the Radiant Kingdom, working under some noble family. So how about you come down from the clouds? Lou and Ardle turned slowly. Actually, that is possible. Hinky stared at him, caught off guard. Lou and Ardle kept walking. The Grand Festival is built on teamwork. Cooperation matters. So, if anyone's going to drag the team down, they probably shouldn't be on it. Hinky's jaw tightened. Are you saying we should compete without you? Lou and Ardle looked over his shoulder. I'm saying, maybe it's time you reconsider who your representative really is. Hinky's fist clenched, his face red with anger. Lou and Ardle added, Oh, and there's no one from Michael's family here to grade your loyalty anymore. That stung. Hinky shouted back, Fine, just make sure you don't lose your first solo match, or I'm done listening to anything you say at the festival. The train rocketed forward. Students glanced out the windows in amazement. It's so fast. Bear, perched on Lou and Ardle's shoulder, looked around. The world's changed. In my time, nothing like this even existed. Suddenly, the door to their train car slammed open. Lou and Ardle turned. A sneering voice rang out. TCH, smells like losers in here. A boy stood at the far end of the cabin, arms crossed. Well, he grinned. Who do we have here? A bunch of countryside nobodies from the academy. Lou and Ardle's eyes dropped to the symbol on the boy's uniform. That crest. Iota, National Magic Institute. The only academy in the desert kingdom of Iota, famed for its ancient traditions, fierce sword schools, and extreme physical training. What are they doing here? Lou and Ardle wondered. The boy smirked. Where's your golden boy? Mikkel, was it? What? He didn't run away crying or something. He laughed, stepping further into the car. I was hoping he'd be here again this year. You know, to serve us. Like last time. He cackled. So, aiming for last place again? He gave a mocking grin. Let's get along, yeah? Bear smiled faintly. You're surprisingly calm, he said to Lou and Ardle. Didn't even blink at that. I didn't know these festivals were this openly hostile, Lou and Ardle thought. They treat us like punching bags. He glanced at the professor nearby, still reading quietly, ignoring everything. He's not going to interfere. This is a student competition. Right now, he's just here as an escort. Lou and Ardle looked down. That means the weight of the team, the responsibility, it's all mine now. The boy from Iota leaned on the seat. Yo, Hinkies, where's your real representative? Where's Mikkel? At least he was entertaining. Hinkies replied coldly, Mikkel. But the boy turned with a smug grin. Oh, right. He's probably in bed right now, praying his shattered ribs heal right. Lou and Ardle stood up sharply. Hinkies gestured toward him. This is our representative now. The boy from Iota turned, blinking in surprise. The man stared at him and said this was the first time they'd met. Taking a few steps forward, he walked right up to the hero. He introduced himself as a representative from Iota. Sita Malkiri raised an eyebrow. And your name? Lou and Ardle, the guy replied coolly. Then he added, That's enough for a first meeting. If you're done poking around for trouble, get out of our car. Sita Malkiri smirked. Oh yeah. Lou and Ardle held his ground. But before you go, you owe us an apology for every insult you threw our way. Politely. Sita Malkiri's grin faded. What did you just say? Lou and Ardle repeated it calmly. You'll apologize for everything, and you'll do it with manners. That's what I said, am I wrong? Sita Malkiri turned to the brunette nearby, confused and fuming. Did I ever tell him to apologize? Did you say anything about me? The brunette had no answer. Sita Malkiri snapped. Can you do anything right? I swear, I'll knock some sense into you, so hard you'll remember it for life. Lou and Ardle started to see what was going on. He glanced around. The students who had taken part in the Magic Festival were clearly on edge, shaken just by being near him. Then it clicked. They were hit hard by the Mali's set. And now, this was their tactic, crush morale before the fight even starts. Lou and Ardle looked away, muttering, So, the great festival's already begun. He turned back to Sita Malkiri. In that case, want to settle this right here? Sita Malkiri clenched his fists. Are you insane? You think I'll back off just because you throw some words at me? Fine. Don't regret this later. A man in a cloak stepped in. That's enough. Sita Malkiri froze. He recognized the man, his professor. Sit down and cool it, the professor said sharply. What's the point of causing a scene and making enemies already? He turned to the man in glasses. I apologize for my student's behavior. Let me handle it. The man in glasses nodded. Without hesitation, the professor grabbed Sita Malkiri by the hair and dragged him toward the car. Sita Malkiri struggled. I'm not done with him. Lou and Artel watched as Sita Malkiri was hauled away. The brunette next to him frowned, already expecting trouble from start. He turned to the professor. Why did you stop us? Sita Malkiri growled. This was your idea, wasn't it? What changed? The professor let out a breath. Didn't you notice? Notice what? He was smiling. Sita Malkiri blinked. Huh? The cloaked professor glanced at Heidel. The academy professor. He was smirking while watching you. Like he was waiting for a fight to break out. You think that was confidence? Heidel asked. I don't know, the man replied. But that guy, Lou and Artel, he's hiding something. And I'm sure of one thing, whatever it is, we don't have it. Unlike his last opponent, the bald guy didn't charge in. He just stared at Lou and Artel, clearly sizing him up. The narrator cuts in. After that brief clash, the vibe in the car completely shifted. Everyone now huddled around Lou and Artel, curious and buzzing with energy. So, what's the plan for the first battle? Someone asked. It's a group match, right? No reps allowed. Yeah. Is Lou and Artel joining us? Another added. A voice in the crowd asked. Can we even handle it? The brunette didn't hesitate. Of course we can. We have to win. That's right, someone agreed. There's no way we're losing to those freaks. Lou and Artel watched them, something lighting up in his eyes. Somewhere along the way, all these ego-driven rivals had started standing together. Everything okay? Someone asked. The brunette scratched his head. I was too impulsive. Those guys were up against warriors raised on the battlefield. Another chimed in. He's right. If we'd actually started a brawl back there. Lou and Artel interrupted. So you're angry? Of course we're angry, the brunette said, voice rising. They look down on us. They don't respect us, or you, our rep, and they're not even trying to hide it. He gestured toward the window. If we'd stayed quiet, they'd be loving it. They'd mock us even more. He looked around at the group. If we just let them walk all over us, if we don't speak up, then we deserve that stupid nickname they gave us. His eyes narrowed. You want to keep putting up with that? Keep letting them treat us like trash. The car went quiet. He went on, louder now. We let them beat us once. That's why they've been dragging our names through the dirt for 5 years straight. Lou and Artel looked around. Then what are you going to do? You think now's the time to fight, just to feed your pride? One of them replied. I'm thinking of leaving my friend at the gate. Lou and Artel blinked. You mean me? The brunette crossed his arms. Watching the group, he realized something. The MLS guys had decided they were backing Lou and Artel. From here on out, they had to see it through to the end. Suddenly, a voice announced over the intercom. Next stop, Douai of Altian. Heads turned. We're here. Grab your stuff. Let's go. As the scene shifts to a wide map, a narrator explains. Altian, part of the Imperial Federation. It's the only region officially recognized as neutral ground within the Empire. Here, past grudges mean nothing. Even the fiercest rivals are expected to keep the peace. But don't mistake silence for weakness. The knights stationed here, they're always ready for war. If blood is spilled on this land, the Empire itself will step in. A trial will be held, led by the ruler of the continent. The guilty will answer for their crimes. This is why major international events, like the Magic Festival for Mages and the Sword Grand Prix for Sword Masters, are hosted right here. A hush falls over the group. Wait, this is part of that empire. Someone scoffed. Idiot. It's not an empire. It's the neutral zone. An Imperial Federation. Under the Empire's control? Someone asked, clearly confused. So what's the difference? The blonde shook his head. Everything here's on a whole different level. He turned to Lou and Artel. What do you think? Before Lou and Artel could answer, he added, I'm from a wealthy region myself, but even that doesn't come close to this. The brunette stared ahead, taking in the sights. The grandeur of the Imperial Federation, it really did feel like the heart of the kingdom. People strolled through the streets with ease, laughter in the air. Everywhere he looked, history seemed to echo through the buildings. Noble elegance, it's everywhere, he thought. We really did come from a tiny corner of the world. A chariot pulled up. One of the guides motioned to them. Time to head to your temporary residence. Load up. As they climbed into the carriages, the man added, not trying to sound threatening, but the man in glasses stepped forward serious. Avoid the other schools, even accidentally. No good will come from stirring trouble here. Lou and Artel gave him a curious look. Why the warning? Just then, Bear called out. Lou and Artel. Look. Lou and Artel turned. What is it? Just look, Bear repeated. Lou and Artel looked again, puzzled. The bear beside Bear sniffed the air. Something's interesting over there. Bear jumped out and squinted into the distance. Try to place it. The bear nodded, thoughtful. There's a relic here. Something from a Draka. Cut to the next day, at Ignat Academy. The blonde rubbed his eyes and saw Lou and Artel rushing out the door. Where are you going? Off on a date. Lou and Artel didn't answer. He was already gone. Outside, he found Bear. Are you sure about what you sensed yesterday? Bear nodded, holding up a mini-map. You'll see it for yourself soon. Even for someone like you, this is rare. He pointed toward their destination. It's called Touching Memories. A workshop. Lewin Ardle pushed open the door. He glanced around. This is it. I thought something used by the Black Dragon would be in a vault, or at least a secret auction. He imagined shady dealers or a collector's treasure trove. But this place? It looked too normal. Bear explained. That relic is useless to mages who don't rely on power-based magic. For them, it's just junk. Lewin Ardle activated the player's eyes. Light flooded his vision, and then he saw it. A spark. A pop-up appeared. Ring of Invul. Vulnerability. Unique artifact of the player. It was the first artifact forged through battle, and also his first failure. The ring held the power of invulnerability. There was a chance, small but real, to resist any physical force. Sometimes it could nullify all damage completely. But Bear added a warning. There's a catch. He looked at Lewin Ardle. It's not just enemy attacks. This thing might block a friend's touch, or even a hug of someone you love. Lewin Ardle stayed quiet, focused. The effect doesn't always trigger when you need it, Bear added. And when it does, Lewin Ardle calmly examined the artifact. An item forged in failure, maybe, but still valuable. And more importantly, he needed it. He nodded to himself. A system message flashed. Strength increased by 200 points. Just that alone made the ring worth wearing. He slid it onto his finger. It fit perfectly, like it had been made just for him. Lewin Ardle approached the shopkeeper. I'd like to buy this ring. How much? The old man shook his head. No need. It's been gathering dust for years. I didn't even know what to do with it. You can have it. Lewin Ardle glanced around. In that case, I'll take something else too. Consider it fair. The old man just smiled. Fine by me. Lewin Ardle activated the player's eye again. The skill really was incredible. Not only could he scan an object's quality, he could even estimate its true worth. His eyes landed on something ahead. A book. It shimmered faintly with a high rarity rating. Title: Quantum Mechanisms of Magic and Swords. He moved fast, reaching for it, but a hand snatched it first. Lewin Ardle looked up, annoyed. A blonde girl stood in front of him, holding the book. Immediately, he identified her. A 5th-class mage. High potential. Her name was Irene Prius, from the Women's University. He recalled her reputation. The king of magicians, known as the Terran Artemis and the king of the border, had personally selected 11 elite magicians to represent the next generation. Irene Prius was one of them. Lewin Ardle had heard she was close to 5th class, but seeing her now, he realized the rumors had actually fallen short. She was already there. She glanced at him. Mind giving me that book? Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. I saw it first. She pointed to the insignia on his uniform. You're from the academy, right? I'm Irene Prius, Women's University. That book, you only noticed it now. I came here just for it. He didn't respond, just stared at her quietly. She softened her tone. If it doesn't really matter to you, could I have it? Lewin Ardle quickly understood. She had overheard everything. Of course, they were both participants in a great festival. He decided to test her. Then tell me, why do you need it? A book like that, you don't just stumble across it. Her expression faltered. She looked away, trying to come up with something. It's part of a personal assignment, she said, a bit flustered. I can't share the details. Please don't ask. Lewin Ardle narrowed his eyes. That didn't sound like a typical university task. Could it be a request from the king? He wondered. Without saying more, he handed her the book. Irene Prius blinked, stunned. You're giving it to me? You said it's important, Lewin Ardle replied. So take it. She hesitated, then accepted it with a nod of thanks. As Lewin Ardle wandered off, browsing for something else to buy, the blonde next to him was left speechless. Not far away, someone asked, was that Irene Prius? What were you two talking about? They leaned in. Is she really as gorgeous as they say? Someone asked, leaning in with a smirk. The blonde chimed in. So, where did you meet her? What was the situation? Lewin Ardle sighed. Can you at least ask one at a time? I'm just jealous, man, the blonde admitted. I dream about touching her hand just once. Lewin Ardle blinked. That's seriously your dream? The guy burst into laughter. You all sound so pathetic. Grinning, he added, I saw her at the great festival too. Even sat next to her. But someone cut in curious. Wait, did you talk to her? The guy scratched his head. No, we didn't really cross paths again. Another voice jumped in. Anyway, that girl's strong, but she's always second place. I heard she's super hung up on always losing to the same person. The blonde snapped. What kind of nonsense is that? How dare you talk like that about my Irene Prius? Lewin Ardle crossed his arms. Didn't realize she belonged to someone now. Then he added, and it's not nonsense. The person she keeps losing to is #1 at the Special School of Combat Magicians. He's basically the most recognized student in the whole continent. The brunette nodded. Yeah, and he's got the shining sword too. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. The what? The guy explained. It's a top-tier artifact. That's why she wanted that book so badly. She's trying to beat him. Lewin Ardle thought about it. But being a magic swordsman isn't all it's cracked up to be. Unlike other weapons, a magic sword doesn't really boost your magic that much. And mastering swordsmanship? That's a whole other mountain to climb. The brunette agreed. Still, that guy's been different from everyone else since day one. His sword's a rare artifact, and his sword skills? At least on par with an average knight. Maybe better. The blonde groaned. Artifact, swordsmanship, insane magical talent. And he's from a rich family too. Handsome, popular, ugh, it's just unfair. Guys like that shouldn't exist. Lewin Ardle stayed silent, deep in thought. A girl who reached 5th class by 16, and a rival who beat her every year. A magical swordsman. And here he was wondering, could I ever beat someone like that? He remembered the train ride. Back then, no one saw him as a real threat. But Grandpa's words echoed in his mind. You're more than worthy of being called a contender. Lewin Ardle frowned. Then I'll make sure those words come true. Suddenly, someone burst into the room. First team, assemble. It's time for the opening ceremony of the great festival. Lewin Ardle took a breath, rose to his feet, and headed for the door. His thoughts spun as fast as his heart. It's starting. The opening matches of the great festival had begun. Lewin Ardle glanced out ahead, thinking about the battles to come, and the opponents waiting on the other side. No one could figure out why their first match after the academy had ended so easily. But Lewin Ardle just smiled. Guess I got lucky, he said. They knew right away. These were the worst opponents they could have faced. Known for their underhanded tactics, these guys had a reputation, and it wasn't a good one. Lewin Ardle couldn't figure out why they were picked. He pointed out how many students at the academy were still shaken from past encounters with them. But the so-called heroes just laughed it off. To them, this fight was nothing but a snooze fest. Then Lewin Ardle heard them mocking his team, saying they were too scared to do anything. That's when he saw his chance to step up and prove himself. With a confident grin, Lewin Ardle looked ahead. Someone glanced at him, confused by his sudden boldness. Lewin Ardle smiled back and said he'd noticed a crowd forming. Other great festival participants were gathering. He stepped forward and called out loud and clear. My name's Lewin Ardle. I represent the After Academy, the one everyone's been whispering about. That line didn't sit well with one of the guys. Don't call us that, he said, annoyed. Lewin Ardle met the glare, but didn't flinch. He laughed and said, I've been stuck at the bottom long enough. I'm done with that. Now, he was aiming for the top. The other students scoffed. And who are you to say that? That's when the name Tyrion Ignat came to mind. Lewin Ardle replied calmly, I'm the hidden ace, and I'm not backing down. Whispers spread fast. One student spoke up, saying he'd looked into Lewin Ardle's past and found failure after failure. Another chimed in, but something changed this semester. He's a whole different beast now. His results are off the charts. Now it made sense. His confidence wasn't just talk. The hero snapped out of his thoughts and stood tall. He was ready to make a move. We'll show them the traditional way, he said. At tomorrow's event, the Mana Grenade Throw. This was a group contest where everyone except the team's representative participated. The goal? Take down a mithril golem using mana-charged grenades. The faster the golem goes down, the better. Someone asked Lewin Ardle if he could really pull this off. He nodded. We may lack top-tier talent, but we've got a strategy. Lewin Ardle realized teamwork was key. With the right coordination, they could win. The others were surprised when he proposed forming specialized groups. One to charge the mana grenades, another to transport them, a third to launch the attack, and a fourth to sabotage the enemy's golem. Lewin Ardle's ideas got everyone thinking. What do you say, he asked. The guy answered, we're done being last. This time, we're taking first. Lewin Ardle was determined. Whatever it took, they were going to win. He explained that while the others threw one grenade at a time, their team would throw 2 or 3. More attacks meant more pressure. The team rallied around the plan. Everyone started shouting in agreement, full of energy and trust. With Walken leading the charge and grenades moving into position, they got organized fast. Each person was placed where they'd be strongest. The pieces were falling into place. The real reason Lewin Ardle was able to make all these decisions? His ability, Player's Eye. It allowed him to see the true essence of each goal. With it, he could spot the flaws in the team and sharpen their strengths. As Lewin Ardle guided everyone into roles that suited them perfectly, even the ones who doubted him started to believe. Smiles spread. Confidence grew. The team could feel it now. Victory was actually within reach. Just then, the door burst open. A battered classmate stumbled in and collapsed on the floor, calling Lewin Ardle's name. Lewin Ardle rushed over. Who did this to you? He asked, shocked. It didn't take long to figure it out. The culprits were exactly who he suspected. Inside their building, the so-called heroes lounged on couches like they owned the place. As Lewin Ardle entered, the leader smirked. Knew you'd come crawling eventually, he sneered. But Lewin Ardle didn't flinch. Calm and composed, he locked eyes with one of them and called him out. Voices echoed from their side. Sita Malkiri laughed mockingly. This guy's out his mind. Someone turned to Lewin Ardle, baffled. Why are you being so bold? Lewin Ardle simply placed a hand on the guy's shoulder but the grip tightened, painfully so. Sita Malkiri dropped to a crouch, gritting his teeth. He couldn't believe what Lewin Ardle had just done. Furious, Sita Malkiri jumped up and raised a fist, but Lewin Ardle caught it mid-air, holding in a firm lock. Still smiling, Lewin Ardle leaned in and warned him. Touch me outside the arena again, and next time, you won't get back up. Sita Malkiri hit the ground, groaning in pain. The others looked on, stunned. Lewin Ardle turned to them with a grin. Want to make a bet? He said. Cheers erupted behind him. Lewin Ardle shouted to the crowd that if they won, Sita Malkiri would take a flick to the face and owe them an apology. Now everyone had a reason to fight. The team roared with renewed fire. The destination? Altane Stadium, home of the great festival of magic. Held across the continent, this legendary event brought together only the best. Magicians who shone here went on to make history. Every name etched into the festival's legacy had become someone powerful. Cries of Ignite Academy echoed in the air. Lewin Ardle realized the weight of where he stood, right in the middle of a battlefield where legends were born. Suddenly, a voice shouted for the ceremony to conclude. Students were told to return to their seats. Lewin Ardle walked forward, slow and steady. As he turned his gaze away, Sita Malkiri shouted after him. This time, I won't go easy on you. Be ready. Lewin Ardle didn't respond. He knew Sita Malkiri was already trying to figure him out, analyzing, preparing. But Lewin Ardle had other things on his mind. The spotlight was shifting to the Doom Prime. He started thinking about the top contender, the one who always won, the unmatched leader from the Special Combat Magician School. That's who they'd face if they kept winning. Someone called his name. Lewin Ardle turned. Irene Prius stood there, smiling. You really stirred things up, she said with a laugh. Lewin Ardle raised a brow. He hadn't expected that reaction. She grinned. You even marched right into their den and made it out. Lewin Ardle had practically sparked a war just by stepping into the Institute's territory. Wait, how do you know all this? He asked Irene Prius, surprised. She just laughed. You didn't just go talk. That was an open challenge. But Lewin Ardle shrugged it off, insisting he wasn't trying to start anything. Just a little chat, that's all. Irene Prius gave him a calm warning. You'd be better off not drawing too much attention. She glanced at him again, curious. You're hiding something, aren't you? Your real ability. Lewin Ardle didn't answer. He just grinned and bolted. I'm up in the first match. Gotta run. She kept watching him, eyebrows raised. He was full of surprises. The first event, Throw Mana Grenades, was about to begin. Ignite Academy was facing off against the National Institute. Everyone ready? One of the teammates asked. This time, they weren't just participating. They were out to prove something. Moments later, the team took off. Confusion rippled through the crowd. People didn't know what to make of what they were seeing. Team matches usually leaned on standout individuals. But this team had done the unexpected, split themselves into specialized groups. Heaters, movers, throwers. This kind of structure was unheard of in magical competitions. Spectators shouted at them, sure they'd end up dead last. Even one of the girls looked away, unable to make sense of what was happening. But then, it happened. The golem from Ignite Academy lost its right arm. The crowd roared. Lewin Ardle barked out orders, loud and clear. Another hit landed. The golem's other arm was gone. Sita Malkiri, fuming, turned his team. What are you idiots doing? But no one had answers. The After Academy team was acting totally out of the ordinary. Some were even healing the enemy golem, keeping it from collapsing, stalling it. Irene Prius was stunned. Now, it was clear, this wasn't just magic. It was strategy. Every part of the plan was built on knowing the team's strengths and using them perfectly. She remembered how quickly Lewin Ardle had found the book she needed, how smoothly he'd sorted everyone into roles based on what they were good at. She stared at the field, wondering, who is this guy? And how have I never seen him compete before? Then happened. The mana ball in Lewin Ardle's hand glowed like a rising star. This is it, he shouted. With a blast of light, the golem shattered. Sita Malkiri froze, his face a mix of rage and disbelief. The giant figure crashed to the ground, defeated. Cheers erupted. They'd done it. After Academy had taken the win. What was supposed to be a guaranteed victory for the Institute had flipped on its head. The first contest of the great festival, Throw Mana Grenades, belonged to them. Now it was time for the next stage, grab the flag. No one could believe it. After Academy wasn't at the bottom anymore. The Institute had taken their place. The first match would be between two representatives, Lewin Ardle of Ignite Academy and Sita Malkiri of the National Magic Institute. They stood face to face, tension rising. Feeling nervous? Bear asked with a sly grin. Lewin Ardle simply looked away calm. We're ranked 20th now, out of 32. For him, that was perfect. After what they just pulled off, people were starting to pay attention. Even with their recent win, it wasn't enough to erase the label that had followed Lewin Ardle for years, the failure from After Academy. But to Lewin Ardle, this was a huge breakthrough. Beating the Institute so decisively meant something. It meant the tide could turn. If we pull off another overwhelming win, he thought, they'll have no choice but to see us differently. Bear kept smiling beside him, but Lou and Artel's eyes were set on something beyond, the one they had to prove themselves to, the king of wizards. Elsewhere, a group sat around a glowing orb, watching the unfolding match through a magical projection. In the image, Sita Malkiri and Lou and Artel faced off. Terran stared silently. Tyrion Ignat, seated nearby, finally spoke. I used to think that guy had potential, thought he could be one of the next generation. Terran smirked. He was born gifted, could use magic instinctively when he was still a child. But the man beside him cut in, voice turning grim. That all changed when we found out he had mono-release disorder. Tyrion Ignat looked surprised. Wasn't he considered a lost cause after that? Terran stayed calm. And yet, here he is, representing the Academy. Which means, maybe he's still got something hidden. The hero let out a slow sigh. Tyrion Ignat kept his eyes on Lou and Artel. Watch this, he said. Bear leaned in. If he needs to close the distance, what's the plan? Lou and Artel's answer was simple, confident. I'll charge and head first. The match was about to begin. A voice rang out, announcing the start. Sita Malkiri exploded forward, unleashing a massive burst of power. You're paying for what happened last time, he shouted. He summoned his combat protector, a fully armored knight that landed with a heavy crash. But Lou and Artel was already moving. Time reversal activated. He sprinted to the side, fast and unpredictable. Sita Malkiri's eyes darted around, confused. Suddenly, Lou and Artel appeared right next to him, fist clenched. Sita Malkiri laughed nervously. You're really going through with this? Lou and Artel stayed calm. You think I came here just to chat? The knight raised its weapon, aimed right at them. Wait, stop. Sita Malkiri cried out. Frozen in place, panic set in. He tried to move, but couldn't. Lou and Artel smiled. Go on, try getting out of it. That's when Sita Malkiri realized this wasn't a bluff. This power wasn't about catching him off guard. It was real. The knight's blade pointed straight at him. And in that moment, Sita Malkiri knew he'd lost. His eyes narrowed, barely open, stunned by the truth. Then came the follow-up. Lou and Artel unleashed a burst of firepower straight at the armored knight. Sita Malkiri gasped. That's not possible. Lou and Artel had hit the steel-clad warrior with his bare hands, and it was cracking. Piece by piece, the knight began to fall apart. Lou and Artel stepped forward. Sita Malkiri, dazed, asked, Did you just save me? Lou and Artel looked at him. Save you? After what you did to my teammate? He smirked. Nah, I just wanted to finish you off myself. Then he leaned in. Don't tell me you forgot our little bet. Sita Malkiri didn't even get a chance to answer. Lou and Artel flicked him in the forehead, hard. Sita Malkiri went flying across the field like a rag doll. Eyes wide, he stared at the sky and shouted, Wow, it's kind of beautiful up here. The crowd went silent. Then they all turned toward the arena in stunned disbelief. The stadium erupted into cheers. The crowd's roar shook the stands. Lou and Artel stood quietly, watching the celebration with a faint smile, soaking it all in. Tyrion Ignat leaned in closer to the glowing magic orb, eyes fixed. Nearby, a man remained still, gaze low but focused. Magician, the king of the border, a mage of the rare 8th class, standing at the demigod level, stared at the image in disbelief. Despite all his experience, even he had never witnessed magic like this. His expression darkened. The orb showed Lou and Artel's face. Terran narrowed his eyes, trying to make sense of the mysterious figure. Who is this kid? He muttered. Tyrion Ignat looked over as Terran's irritation grew. Tell me everything you know about him, Terran demanded. Tyrion Ignat paused, thinking, he's a model student. Everyone thought he'd give up, but he didn't. Turn his flaws into strengths. If anyone embodies what it means to be a magician, it's him. Terran's gaze dropped to the floor, dissatisfied. He considered summoning Lou and Artel, questioning him directly. Tyrion Ignat glanced away, sensing what Terran was about to do. The man knew someone had to stop this. Terran forced a smile. Don't forget, he said slowly, magicians have the right to keep their techniques secret. Lou and Artel looked over calmly. Then maybe we should talk, just the two of us. Terran clenched his fist behind his back. If he wanted to stand at the top of the magical world, he had to uncover what kind of spell he'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, back at the dorm, laughter and shouts filled the air. Lou and Artel sighed. It was just one win, and we haven't even prepped for what's coming. But the others wouldn't hear it. Tonight's for celebrating, someone called. The table was already stacked with drinks, local coconut vanilla juice, and the infamous dragon's kiss. Lou and Artel stared at the crimson drink in surprise. The others burst into laughter. That one's from your homeland, Lou and Artel, someone said. One sip, and it'll feel like you kissed a dragon. Best stuff around. With a chuckle, the guy poured the drink for him. Lou and Artel looked away, unsure. Then, unexpectedly, Sita Malkiri appeared beside him, eyes heavy. Lou and Artel blinked, surprised to see him. Sita Malkiri clenched his jaw. Can you leave me alone? Lewin Ardle asked, not hiding his frustration. But Sita Malkiri lowered his head. I came to apologize. Everyone went quiet. Sita Malkiri turned to the group. I'm sorry for always looking down on you. He hesitated. After losing, I realized something. Just because someone's weaker now doesn't mean they'll always be. Lewin Ardle remained calm. There are people far stronger than me out there too. Sita Malkiri seemed shaken. That truth hit deep. Change isn't easy, Lewin Ardle added quietly. Sita Malkiri nodded. Still, I'm sorry. The silence was thick. Everyone felt the weight of the moment. Sita Malkiri stepped back. Sorry for killing the mood. Lewin Ardle turned to him. Was that real? Or just guilt? Sita Malkiri met his gaze. It's real. Lewin Ardle smiled slightly. Then thanks for having the guts to say it. Their hands met in a quiet handshake. The others around them watched, moved but silent. Lewin Ardle accepted Sita Malkiri's apology. And just like that, the tension melted. Arms slung over each other's shoulders. Laughter echoed as they raised their glasses, sharing Dragon's Kiss and soaking in the night's joy. Lewin Ardle glanced away, his expression uneasy. One of the guys nudged him with a grin. Hey, you alive over there? Lewin Ardle groaned, rubbing his head. Barely. Another chimed in. Do you even remember last night? Everyone laughed. You were crying your eyes out, thanking us for believing in you. Lewin Ardle blinked. Wait, what? He was mortified. He had no idea he'd acted like that. From now on, he'd steer clear of anything that made him too emotional, especially that drink. Someone teased. You sure you're Lewin Ardle? 'Cause last night, you were acting like Sita Malkiri. Sita Malkiri stepped in with a half smile. Hope you got some sleep. Lewin Ardle's mind flashed back to the night before. How they'd shared that moment of real respect. Sita Malkiri called out, We'll meet again. Lewin Ardle gave a quick wave and left. Soon after, he ran into his professor, who gave him the usual look of disapproval. You're always getting into something, the man muttered. Before Lewin Ardle could respond, he heard his name being called. The professor's tone shifted. It's the head of the academy. Sounds like he's worried about something. Lewin Ardle paused. Wait, Taryn. The professor nodded. He wants to see you. His expression turned serious. Be careful. A man like Taryn, he hides everything. And people like that, they're dangerous. Lewin Ardle lowered his gaze, thinking it over. Then, with quiet determination, he said, I understand. From across the courtyard, the rest of the team shouted and laughed. Lewin Ardle. He turned and smiled. Looks like we got another reason to win. They blinked at him, confused. What do you mean by that? But Lewin Ardle didn't answer. He took off running, straight toward the next event. Arrow ball. It was no ordinary game. In arrow ball, the ball was a sentient flying arrow. Each team had 9 players, attackers, defenders, and 1 goalkeeper. The objective? Score more goals by guiding the arrow into the opponent's net. Simple rules. Brutal execution. It took more than brute force. Strategies had to be sharp. Timing had to be perfect. Some players cast defensive barriers. Others unleashed crowd control magic. Just catching the arrow took serious skill. Lewin Ardle shouted, Let's do this. The match kicked off. He bolted across the field. Spells flew in every direction. An ice tree burst from the ground. A spear of ice shot through the air. A wall of fire rose between teams. Chaos erupted. Lewin Ardle go. Sita Malkiri shouted from behind. Everyone turned, stunned. Wasn't Sita Malkiri losing his mind just yesterday over the defeat? And now, he was backing Lewin Ardle? Real men become friends after a fight. Sita Malkiri yelled. Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. The others looked at Sita Malkiri, puzzled. But Lewin Ardle kept his eyes on the field. From the sidelines, a man watched silently. And after witnessing the match, he was certain Lewin Ardle was the next generation. Every player was strong. Sita Malkiri knew that firsthand after facing them during the Magic Festival. But Lewin Ardle? Lewin Ardle was something else entirely. He wasn't just strong. He could lead. He could unite. From the Institute side, someone called out, We're next. Time to talk strategy. Someone stop Lewin Ardle. Another shouted in panic. But Lewin Ardle was already weaving through defenders, dodging attacks like they were nothing. With a wide grin, he shouted, All right, our turn. Lewin Ardle surged forward, channeling all his strength. His fists drove through the air like cannonballs. Shards of ice exploded in every direction, sending players scrambling. Get out of the way, someone screamed. You'll get hit. But it wasn't just Lewin Ardle they had to worry about. He's not the only threat, another voice yelled. Still, Lewin Ardle had already grabbed the arrow ball, and there was no stopping him. He launched a wave of magic, knocking opponents off balance. The scoreboard lit up, 1-0. Seconds later, another point, 2-0. Now, the opposing team was locked in on Lewin Ardle, pouring everything they had into stopping him. But their tunnel vision was a mistake. His teammates saw the opening and struck hard. With the defense scattered, the formation crumbled. The other team couldn't recover. Is this even real? Someone whispered. In a game where teams usually scored 4 points in 3 minutes, After Academy racked up 11. The opposing team surrendered. They had no choice. Another stunning victory for After Academy. Lewin Artel smiled wide. This was more than just a win. It was domination. The others laughed, finally starting to believe it. We could actually become number one. Back on the sidelines, someone called out to Lewin Artel. The professor approached him. Don't forget, he said. Meeting's set for 7 p.m. during dinner. Lewin Artel nodded. He already knew. A server brought him a glass of wine, but Terran's voice echoed in his mind. Don't eat anything. Wait for the meeting. With a focused look, Lewin Artel turned away and walked forward. Someone called out again. Tyrion Ignat appeared, smiling. Shall we go in together? The two entered the grand room. Lewin Artel looked up stunned. Terran was already seated on a throne. Bear stared in disbelief. He's a monster. Lewin Artel didn't argue. Terran wasn't just a magician. He was on the line between man and something far more powerful. The king of magicians. The long table before them was piled high with food. Terran's voice was calm. I've known about you for quite some time. He spoke casually. I had the chance to observe you. Then his tone shifted. It's been 5 years since I selected 11 children. You were one of them. Lewin Artel didn't waste time. Let's get to the point. Terran studied him. Tell me what's happening to you? Lewin Artel paused, realizing their thoughts aligned. Terran wanted to understand him. He wanted confirmation that he hadn't made a mistake. Lewin Artel met his gaze and answered. All I can say is this. Calling a talent might be a stretch, but no effort should ever be ignored. Terran stayed silent. He didn't fully get it. But Tyrion Ignat smiled. That's what I like about him. Terran nodded slowly. Recently, I've taken an interest in body magic. Lewin Artel knew why. It was his way of overcoming his condition, manhwa release disorder. Terran tilted his head. I've never heard of an object that could create that kind of effect. Before Lewin Artel could say more, Tyrion Ignat interrupted. Terran leaned back, thoughtful. There are still many matches ahead. Let's see if your effort can stand against the ones I've chosen. Lewin Artel grinned. Then keep watching. Terran was curious now, and so was Lewin Artel. You want to know just how far apart he was from the king's hand-picked prodigies. As Terran stepped out of the arena, the entire stadium erupted in applause. Someone shouted. Terran raised a brow, mildly surprised. They spoke more politely than I expected. A maid passed by slowly, balancing a tray with grace. Terran turned to Tyrion Ignat with a quiet smile. I always welcome talent, but curiosity's been getting the better of me. Tyrion Ignat tilted his head. Did that curiosity get satisfied today? Terran leaned back. Something else took its place. Tyrion Ignat chuckled. Lewin Artel's still young. Don't be too hard on him. The demigod gave him a sideways glance. Strange, he didn't seem afraid. Most would be trembling on their knees. Terran's eyes narrowed with interest. He's different. I like that. I hope the one I'm raising turns out half as intriguing. Meanwhile, the crowd was still roaring outside the arena. The next team marched out to battle. One of the heroes scoffed. Why bother? This is just empty noise. Another whispered to him. You really think that? Lewin Artel visited the magic tower, you know. That made him freeze. His fist clenched tightly. His voice lowered, tense. So he met him before me? Someone nodded. Yeah, the guy's magic had the entire place on edge. Unstoppable. But you didn't see Lewin Artel as a rival? Someone asked. No, the man said flatly. No matter how many struggles he overcame, I didn't feel it. But now there was something else. Something in Lewin Artel's unorthodox approach to magic that sparked a strange curiosity, even in him. Terran found himself recalling every moment he'd observed Lewin Artel. In another corner, one of the other heroes punched the wall with everything he had. His fury burned, not just because Lewin Artel had met Terran, but because deep down he believed he was the only one worthy of the King of Magicians' recognition. Then the door creaked open. Everyone turned. A shadow stepped inside. It was Doom Prime. He glared across the room. Grinding his teeth, he snapped. So what did you and that filthy king talk about? Lewin Artel blinked. You waited just to ask that? Doom Prime stayed silent, eyes demanding an answer. Lewin Artel crossed his arms. Do I owe you one? In a flash, Doom Prime drew his sword. I need to hear it from you, he growled. Lewin Artel dropped into a stance, sensing the pressure radiating from Doom Prime. It wasn't just anger. It was deadly. We're not in a tournament right now, Lewin Artel warned. Doom Prime's eyes narrowed. Doesn't matter. Their magic clashed. Power surged between them. Doom Prime pushed forward, furious, but Lewin Artel didn't back down for a second. He's not holding back, someone whispered. The energy flared, raw, powerful. No sign of weakness on either side. Doom Prime's hand tightened around his blade. Just as things were about to spiral, someone's voice cut through. Stop. A girl stepped between them. Another bystander smiled. Look at this. Everyone gathered in one place. Lewin Artel relaxed slightly. I was just wondering how to introduce myself properly. Doom Prime turned sharply and stormed off. Lou and Artel turned to the girl, puzzled. Does he always act like that? She laughed. Normally, you can't get him to say a single word. Then she added with a grin, but when it comes to Terran, Doom Prime completely loses it. He wants to be the one Terran sees, the one he picks above everyone else. Irene Prius spoke calmly, her tone unreadable. We should note, private meetings like that, completely out of character for the so-called Dirty King. Lou and Artel blinked. What are you saying? She tilted her head. Are you seriously thinking of picking a fight with him? Lou and Artel chuckled. Come on, they probably just wanted to scare me. Irene Prius raised a brow. Did it work? Lou and Artel's expression shifted. Doom Prime's like a wall. Thick, unmoving. You can't crack it with just a normal strike. But even the thickest walls, he said, smirking, will crumble if you hit him enough times. Irene Prius let out a short laugh. You really are strange. As Lou and Artel walked off, she watched him go. He's a spirit prime, she muttered. One who doesn't believe in mercy. Everyone around her understood. Doom Prime wasn't going to take his eyes off Lou and Artel from now on. Back at the academy dorms, excitement buzzed through the air. Man, this is a total letdown, someone muttered. Lou and Artel laughed. Are you kidding? You all did great. Everyone gave it their all. One of the students nodded. We still placed fourth in the team competition. Still, the sting of having their winning streak broke and lingered. Soon, attention shifted. So, what's the plan for the individual matches? Someone asked. Lou and Artel gave a small smile. Win, obviously. Laughter followed. You better stay on top, then, one of the heroes joked. Lou and Artel was aiming high. First place in the individual rankings. And right now, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with the competition's strongest. Next up, the battle for survival. A massive free-for-all between reps from 32 different schools. It would start from the peak of a massive man-made island. First place earned 32 points. Last place, just 1. Points would also be awarded based on skill and performance, so rankings could shift fast. Lou and Artel was deep in thought when someone commented, you still need to form alliances like the others. He looked up, surprised. The Amore students are already building teams. If you go solo, you won't last. Strategizing was key. Alliances, shared plans, identifying threats early. Moving as a unit was the smartest move. Lou and Artel's eyes flicked away. He figured Irene Prius wouldn't team up with him. But then, let's do this. Sita Malkiri shouted from behind, grinning. You and me. Lou and Artel grinned back. With Sita Malkiri by his side, he had someone he could count on. Come on, Lou and Artel called. We've got one more person to bring in. Sita Malkiri followed him, confused. Wait, you're serious? You want Irene Prius? Eyes narrowed, Sita Malkiri glanced at the group ahead. Intense, focused, intimidating. You mean Irene Prius? As in, one of the strongest contenders here. Lou and Artel nodded. And what if she says no? Sita Malkiri asked. Lou and Artel didn't respond. He paused. His name had just been called. Irene Prius stood there, smiling. Shall we start by going over the plan? She said coolly. Around the table, they gathered. Lou and Artel glanced at the layout. So the biggest alliance, 14 people. Irene Prius nodded confidently. They're all rallying under the magic school. Irene Prius explained calmly. He mostly relies on holy and light magic. Sita Malkiri nodded. Then they won't overwhelm us with numbers. His squad? They'll just be the most annoying to deal with. But Lou and Artel wasn't only thinking about that. There was one guy, and Lou and Artel knew the entire course of the competition could change depending on him. Someone called out, Everyone ready? Gear checked. One of the guys grinned. If it breaks, you're done. Auto-teleport off the island. No second chances. Far offshore, a ship glided across the sea. One by one, the competitors began to disembark. Sita Malkiri muttered nervously. Everyone's on edge. They all knew the rules. Survive for 72 hours. That's it. But the tension was already thick in the air. Eyes scanned the island ahead. Lou and Artel could feel it. Someone out there was already on the move. We gotta hurry, he said. Head for the island now. The boat crept forward. Sita Malkiri walked close beside Lou and Artel, holding his arm. Irene Prius raised her hand, releasing a pulse of magic. This zone's safe. For now. The team exchanged glances. First come, first serve. The good positions wouldn't wait. The moment they hit the shore, they sprinted into the dense forest. Sita Malkiri groaned, holding his stomach. Can we even get food? Lou and Artel turned and shouted. We're a team. Stick together. Sita Malkiri grumbled, but followed. Then, an explosion shook the trees. What was that? Sita Malkiri whispered. Lou and Artel's eyes narrowed. It's already started. Let's go. They pushed through the brush, moving in silence. Their target was close. Behind a tree, they waited, watching, listening. Voices in the distance shouted in panic. No food, no cover. Then, a surge of magic tore across the clearing. An ambush. Sita Malkiri grinned. Finally, I've been waiting for this. An iron sphere zipped past. Irene Prius stepped forward, unleashing her spell. Lewin Ardle caught it immediately. 5th grade, ice magic. A blizzard roared to life. Sita Malkiri blinked. She didn't even flinch. A new wave of magic surged toward them. Lewin Ardle tensed, eyes scanning the field. Their opponents shouted, "There are 3 of them. That's Irene Prius." Realizing they were up against serious firepower, the enemy dug in. Lewin Ardle stayed calm. These were skilled magicians, but it was his turn now. Suddenly, a strange crack echoed across the clearing. "What was that?" one of the attackers shouted. Lewin Ardle turned. Did he just? Magic flew at him, fast and precise, right into his face. Lewin Ardle reeled. Time distortion. Everything around them twisted and fractured. "Where are we?" someone screamed. The battlefield was chaos. Sita Malkiri dove aside, calling out, "Lewin Ardle, hurry, end this." Flames erupted in Lewin Ardle's hand, a massive fireball, glowing with explosive mana. "Move," someone shouted. "It's gonna blow." Lewin Ardle dashed forward, targeting one of the mages directly. Boom! The forest shook with the explosion. Flames spread across the trees. Lewin Ardle lay in the wreckage, unmoving for a moment, staring into the inferno around him. The forest burned. Light danced across the battlefield. And through it all, Lewin Ardle watched in silence, still calm. Then, his teammates came running. Just as the hero tried to speak, Lewin Ardle cut in confidently, pointing out that the numbers were now 3 against 4. The opposing team clenched their jaws, clearly frustrated. With a grin, Lewin Ardle turned to his group and asked, "So, did we bring enough food?" A bundle tumbled from a backpack. Food spilled everywhere. "There's even meat," the girl shouted in surprise. Everyone began unloading their supplies. Sita Malkiri did a quick estimate and figured the food could last them 3 full days. They'd really stocked up. Lewin Ardle nodded in agreement, and one of the players gave a quick thanks. Finally, they could eat properly. But just as things started to settle, a sudden, violent explosion rocked the area. Everyone's heads snapped around. Sita Malkiri asked if David's group had gone that way. Whoever launched that attack clearly had guts. Going after a squad of more than 10 people wasn't something just anyone would dare. Irene Prius crossed her arms and muttered, "It's Doom Prime." Not many mages have mana at that level. The guy beside her lit up, clearly impressed. "In just 1 year, he's gotten that strong? Gives me goosebumps." Lewin Ardle's expression turned serious. "Yeah, Doom Prime's no joke." Sunlight streamed through the open doorway of the room. Inside, there were a few beds and some storage closets. Irene Prius stepped in first. No sign the others made it here before us. Lewin Ardle suggested they rest up and maybe grab a quick bite. Sita Malkiri lit up. "Just give me 1 minute and you'll all taste real iota steak." But the hero stepped in, warning him that smell could get us caught. "Hold off on the meat for now." Sita Malkiri paused, then looked back. The girl asked how he could be so sure. He stared ahead, silent for a moment. "Everything you've predicted so far, it's all happening," she said quietly. Lewin Ardle explained, "The central settlement's the only place big enough to shelter a large group. David will head there for sure. Doom Prime will too." Irene Prius raised an eyebrow. "He'd go alone? Against the biggest team? That's insane." "He'll go," the guy replied, "because it's the best way to win solo." She frowned. "Ow!" She flinched when she heard the answer, kill points. The hero explained, "Doom Prime earns points for every enemy he takes down." That kind of thinking, that's very him. He paused, looking a bit awkward. "I mean, I was just thinking what I'd do in his shoes." He really has no choice. It's the only way to get the king's attention. Irene Prius leaned in, hand on her chin. "You're acting suspicious." All right, he said, brushing it off. "Let's just set up a duty schedule." "I'll take first shift," she volunteered. The moon rose high in the night sky. The guy opened his eyes and turned. Irene Prius nudged him awake. "We've got company." He sat up as she pulled back the curtain. Lewin Ardle looked out and saw a lone figure in a hooded robe. He turned to Irene Prius. "Did you count them?" "Just 1," she replied. "And I've disabled the light magic. No way they'll detect us." The hero narrowed his eyes. The figure was heading straight toward them. "He's coming," he said. The hero was jolted awake. His shift to guard the entrance had come, just in case the stranger made a move toward the house. Sure enough, someone approached the door. The hero pressed his back to the wall, crouched low. Just one could be him? He wondered. The stranger reached for the door handle. Before he could step inside, Lewin Ardle lunged, grabbed the hood of the robe, and yanked the man forward with force. Clamping a hand over his mouth, Lewin Ardle pinned him. The girl raised her hands instantly, shouting "Light!" As the glow filled the room, Sita Malkiri came running. He froze. "It's Calm Khalees. From the academy," he shouted. Lewin Ardle pulled his hand away. The man coughed and quickly apologized. "I swear I wasn't trying to break in. I just needed somewhere to rest. If I'd known anyone was here, I wouldn't have come near the place." Lewin Ardle narrowed his eyes. "You alone?" "Yes," Calm Khalees nodded. Sita Malkiri glanced out the window, scanning for others. The hero continued the questioning. And your team? Where are they? Calm Khalees hesitated. Doom Prime, he muttered. He got them. He explained that early in the trial, their alliance was feeling confident. They had the numbers. The plan was to ambush David's team and rack up some kill points. Then Doom Prime showed up. They had split up the search for food. Big mistake. Irene Prius's eyes narrowed. You're telling me Doom Prime took down a team of 6 by himself? Calm Khalees shook his head. Not exactly. He only managed to kill one, at first. We switched to defense right away. He went on. After the explosion, David's team came charging in. Overwhelmed, they fought desperately. Only 2 of them escaped, Calm Khalees included. But it wasn't over. Just as they were catching their breath, Doom Prime showed up again. Calm Khalees clenched his teeth. He fought us head-on. Then, when the fight got chaotic, he slipped away, waited for the survivors, and picked us off one by one. Lewin Artel listened carefully. Doom Prime didn't just attack, he planned. Waited. Moved when it made the most sense. He respected that. Calm Khalees glanced at them sheepishly. I know it's asking a lot, but would you let me join your team? Sita Malkiri blinked. He rubbed his chin. Even after all that, he's still thinking strategy. The others weren't so sure. Lewin Artel didn't hesitate. No. Irene Prius turned to him. Why not? Lewin Artel locked eyes with Calm Khalees. Tell me, how did you escape? Calm Khalees opened his mouth to answer, but Lewin Artel didn't let him. If we're talking about Doom Prime, then no way he let someone walk away. Not even wounded. Sita Malkiri snapped his fingers. Right. The hero spoke firmly. 3 options. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Prime spared you, and he's still out there watching. Or 3, his eyes suddenly glowed a piercing blue. We got a system notification. Identity unknown. He clenched his fist. You're not Calm Khalees. An owl burst from a nearby tree, then vanished in midair, leaving behind only a trail of burning ash. A puppet, the girl breathed. Lewin Artel stood tall. We're out of time. Move. The team rushed toward the door. The sun dipped low behind the mountain, casting long shadows as they vanished into the fading light. The group moved swiftly through the dense forest, weaving between trees and branches. Lewin Artel figured that if Callus had really been taken out, then whoever created that puppet was likely the one behind it, which meant the rest of Callus's team was probably gone too. Irene Prius, deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. But what the puppet said, it might have been true. Everyone turned to her. A memory clicked in her mind, and she frowned. Cherky, she explained. Cherky was one of the 11 chosen children, the top student at Dalline College of Magic, a genius with potions and puppets. And he was in Machen's team. Lewin Artel raised a finger to his lips. So we're boxed in, enemies on every side. If Cherky had already tracked them with a puppet, then it wouldn't be long before others caught wind too. The hunt was on. Irene Prius added that the western part of the island wouldn't stay open for long. The barrier was closing in fast. Any ideas? Lewin Artel swung his backpack onto his shoulder, smirking. There's an old saying from the Maze Rat Ocean. Use pirates to fight pirates. He glanced around confidently. We'll let our enemies take care of each other. Elsewhere, inside a dim house, Cherky was being questioned. Did you find them? Someone asked. Cherky chuckled, covering his face with one hand. They're hiding in the western part of the island, like rats. I nearly had them, but I got exposed at the last second. The leader raised an eyebrow. Your puppet got found out. Cherky shrugged with a grin. No idea how. One moment, bam. It was over. Malkin raised a finger to his lips, thinking hard. Irene Prius, Sita Malkiri, Lewin Artel. All 3 of them were a problem. We're not wasting time, he said coldly. All power. Focus on taking them out. Back in the forest, Team Malkin moved quietly down a narrow path. The trees rustled softly in the wind. We're almost to the western base, the commander called back. Up ahead, a sudden flash of light exploded through the trees. Thunder followed. Cherky narrowed his eyes. Looks like a fight. Malkin immediately assumed. Lewin Artel must be there. The team took to the air, rising fast. Move in. It's time to earn some points. Malkin shouted. They weren't far when they spotted a group of 3 fighters. Ambush, one of them shouted, turning to run. Malkin readied his bow. Holy arrow. He fired, then froze mid-attack. That's not Lewin Artel. A huge pillar of light rose up. In a tree nearby, Lewin Artel's team watched the chaos unfold. That's holy magic, Irene Prius said calmly. Machen's using it. Everything's going just right, Sita Malkiri laughed. We lit up the sky, and now every creature on the island's running toward them. And we're not even down there. Irene Prius turned to Lewin Artel. What now? Lewin Artel stood. We go in and claim our kill points. Back on the ground, Malkin suddenly spun around. Bright light flashed behind him. A fiery blast roared toward the team. Smoke swallowed the battlefield. One of his men hit the dirt hard. From the side, a blonde fighter yelled, Malkin, it's Lewin Artel. Up in the trees, Irene Prius watched with focus. Looks like their team's numbers are dropping fast. Turns out the story about Doom Prime might have been true after all. Sita Malkiri glanced around. Still outnumbered, he muttered. 3 enemies emerged behind them. With a crooked grin, Sita Malkiri added, looks like a temporary alliance is forming. But hey, why not ride it out? Malkin suddenly charged in. Even if they team up, they're only 6. Hit them hard. One of Lewin Ardle's allies barely dodged a blast of flame. The explosion trapped another in a ring of fire, while a powerful strike sent a player flying, leaving a deep scar in the ground. The team was stunned. Sita Malkiri's voice dropped. That power, it's Doom Prime. From above, a figure descended like lightning. Doom Prime flew between both groups and slammed into Makin's team, striking with a sword. Sita Malkiri watched carefully. He's saying it without saying it. He's with us. For now. Irene Prius nodded. Looks like our little alliance just got an upgrade. The hero's eyes narrowed. So that's his plan. Take out Makin's crew first. With everyone gathered here, the match could end soon. Cries erupted from Makin's side. Why is he only going after us? Everyone fall back to base. Don't retreat. Malkin roared. We fight together. Lewin Ardle clenched his fists. It's our turn. Energy flared around his eyes. Time refraction activated. A beam of light sliced through the chaos, warping through the crowd. Lewin Ardle slammed his fist into the ground. How dare you? Earthquake. The ground cracked open under his feet. Across the battlefield, Doom Prime landed smoothly. He walked straight toward Lewin Ardle. Their eyes locked. Lewin Ardle, Doom Prime said, sword in hand. His voice was cold. I'll finish this myself. He launched forward. Lewin Ardle let out a deep breath and braced for the clash. Later, in the organizer's chamber, a group of officials sat around a glowing table. Tyrion Ignat looked up. That's it. The top 10 finalists are set. Tyrion, head resting in his hand, added, yeah, all the right names made it in. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't Lewin Ardle say he'd prove he's better than the 11 chosen? A grin tugged at his lips. I'm curious now. Can he actually beat that monster? Morning broke. A small house nestled in the trees. Lewin Ardle jogged around the clearing, stretching his arms, shaking off the weight of the last battle. They were now stationed at Base B, right near the center of the island. After everything, only Malkin and Cherky remained from their once massive alliance. The survivors who had joined them temporarily had vanished. And so had Doom Prime. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Lewin Ardle. Quest complete. Repeat task. He grinned. Finally, it's been so long since I cleared one. Just then, the front door creaked open. Irene Prius stepped out with a soft smile. You're up already? He asked. Have you been training this whole time? Lewin Ardle stretched his arms. Yeah, my whole body's itching. She raised an eyebrow. Even after what happened. Oh, and Sita Malkiri left your share breakfast, she added. Eat up. I'll be back soon. Thanks, Lewin Ardle replied. Irene Prius tore into a huge piece of steak. Her eyes lit up. He's a better cook than I thought. Lewin Ardle stepped back into the house and chuckled. That good, huh? She nodded with a grin. Yeah, Sita Malkiri really knows his stuff. Irene Prius nodded. I went to bed without saying anything. Sorry about that. Lewin Ardle waved it off. No need. You were probably wiped out after your shift. She poured tea into a cup as Lewin Ardle sat down at the table. Irene Prius turned to him. Their eyes met. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, she said seriously. What is it, he asked. She clenched her fists. What are you planning to do after graduation? Lewin Ardle blinked. Why do you want to know? Just curious, she replied. Your whole approach to things, it's different. I figured you wouldn't take the usual path. She explained that most mages who passed through this competition followed certain expected routes, joining the Night Order back home, serving in the Empire's army, entering the Mage Tower, or taking jobs with special guilds to earn a living. All of them with the traditional choices. Lewin Ardle stared into his tea. Then what about me? He crossed his arms. Honestly, I've got no clue. I haven't thought that far ahead. He admitted that until this year, he was always at the bottom of the class, just trying to survive, let alone dream of the future. His biggest concern was whether he'd become a mage at all. He let out a breath and smiled faintly. But after all this, going back to the academy, I think I'll come up with something. What about you? He asked. Irene Prius looked down at her tea. I don't know either, she said quietly. I've never really known what kind of mage I wanted to be. I just did what people told me. Irene Prius, you should be great. You should be the best. That kind of thing. She took a sip, then set her cup down with a quiet clink. Her tone shifted. But that's why I want to fight Doom Prime first. Her gaze sharpened. I think once I face him, I'll finally understand the kind of mage I want to become. Lewin Ardle thought about that. For someone like Irene Prius, always second best, fighting Doom Prime wasn't just a challenge. It was her mountain to climb, her final assignment. He smiled gently. All right, go for it. He respected that fire in her. Everyone had their own battles to face. Thanks, she said. Outside, the moon glowed in the night sky. The team stood by the window. Irene Prius's voice broke the silence. The barrier's closing in faster now. We need to move within the hour. Lou and Artel studied a map. Sita Malkiri pointed at a location. Only one spot's safe for tonight, Base A, right in the central settlement. Irene Prius added. Assuming Malkin and Cherky are hiding there, taking the village could work to our advantage. Lou and Artel nodded slowly. But remember, Doom Prime might be waiting for us too. Sita Malkiri pulled the heavy curtains shut. Then maybe we wait until the others join the fight. Irene Prius agreed. If we go in too early, we're just walking into danger. Got any other ideas? She asked. Sita Malkiri stretched, folding his arms behind his head. We could always attack first. Lou and Artel frowned but stayed quiet. Irene Prius answered calmly. We need to keep a low profile. Right now, everyone's watching. I'll take first watch. One of them offered, and the others agreed. As they looked around, the hero raised a hand to stop them. Wait, I've got an idea. He stepped forward and explained. There aren't many players left at this stage. Climbing even one rank now could earn us a serious chunk of points. Sita Malkiri and Irene Prius listened closely. And like Irene Prius said, Lou and Artel continued. Everyone's being careful. Playing it safe. But since we already made a ruckus earlier, most of the others probably won't respond to every sound. Irene Prius tilted her head. So then what's the plan? Lou and Artel's eyes lit up. This is our shot to catch Doom Prime. He explained that Malkin and Cherky had already lost teammates. The weaker survivors would go into hiding, but Doom Prime? He wouldn't. He was too confident. If we ignore him, he'll become a serious threat later. Irene Prius hesitated. But where do we even find him? Lou and Artel placed a hand over his heart. Leave that to me. I'll draw him out. A pulse of light spun around a glowing star. Bear, perched on Lou and Artel's shoulder, looked up and asked, How are you going to find Doom Prime? Lou and Artel studied the mini-map. We could scan the base layout. If there are 3 signals, some survivors are hiding there. But if it's just 2, that's Malkin and Cherky. And if Doom Prime's nearby, he'll show. A red dot blinked on the screen. There! Lou and Artel shouted. He sprinted toward the signal. A glowing blue screen shimmered in the distance. He skidded to a stop in front of a house and marched up to the door. Doom Prime, he shouted. Get out here. Now! An explosion ripped through the entrance. Smoke billowed out, and a shadow stepped through the haze. Doom Prime emerged, eyes glowing red. Lou and Artel, he growled. Lou and Artel stared him down. Hope you got some sleep. We got somewhere to be. The others are waiting. Out on the street, Sita Malkiri saw them approaching and screamed. Whoa. What? You brought Doom Prime. They grabbed him before he could bolt. Hold on. I didn't grab him, Lou and Artel said, flustered. I tracked him. He's here because I brought him. Sita Malkiri blinked. Wait, you wanted to bring him? Lou and Artel scratched his head, embarrassed. It's not like I planned some elaborate trap or anything. He turned to Doom Prime. Look, I'm not your enemy. Then he looked at Irene Prius. But Miss Irene Prius. Sita Malkiri stood frozen, still trying to make sense of the situation. Doom Prime folded his arms and turned to Irene Prius. So, are you my opponent? She met his gaze. Maybe I am. Doom Prime narrowed his eyes. If you go down now, the king won't be pleased. Better hold on a bit longer, boost your rank. He didn't expect her answer. That's not why I'm here. Irene Prius snapped. A glowing sphere of magic formed in her palm. I'm here to defeat you. Lou and Artel, standing between them, explained quietly. She's strong. But she's always been second place. He had heard the stories. How much it ate at her. How much losing to first place again and again had worn her down. This is part of her own path, something she needs to face. I can't go into the details. Please don't ask. Irene Prius's gaze didn't waver. She said, softly, I think, after this fight, I'll finally know who I really am. Irene Prius raised her hands, magic swirling at her fingertips. A glowing circle of energy formed in front of her. She pointed it directly at her opponent. Blizzard. The air cracked as icy winds surged forward. Doom Prime didn't flinch. He lifted his sword in front of him, shielding himself from the incoming magic. An explosion lit up the battlefield. Irene Prius's eyes went wide. A red energy sphere had formed around Doom Prime, absorbing the attack. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, then it shattered. From within, waves of flame burst outward. His eyes burned with red light. Irene Prius gritted her teeth, sweat sliding down her face. Nearby, Sita Malkiri watched anxiously. Lou and Artel, are we really just going to stand here and let this happen? Lou and Artel frowned, eyes shut tight. Doom Prime struck again, swinging his blade. Irene Prius raised her arms, panic setting in. I won't dodge in time. Just before the flaming pillar reached her, Lou and Artel stepped in front, shielding her from the full force of the attack. The blast cleared. Irene Prius dropped to the ground. Lou and Artel turned his head slightly. I said I'd let you fight him, but I never agreed to let him finish you off. He smirked. Besides, I can't lose one of my own. Not even for a win. The flames died out. Lou and Ardell shouted toward Doom Prime. Let me join this fight. Doom Prime sneered. Just you? Or do you want to bring that little fish along too? Sita Malkiri clenched his fists. Say what? The two sides faced off. The tension hung thick in the air. Lou and Ardell replied, casually. Well, going solo doesn't sound too cool. Guess it's 2-on-1. He turned to check on his friends. You good, Irene Prius? Sita Malkiri hovered near her. Hey, you okay? Lou and Ardell took a breath, thinking back. Hyung once told me, the most important thing for a knight isn't just the sword, it's the legs. That's where the strength comes from. That's how you read an opponent. Lou and Ardell dropped into a ready stance. Watch his legs. Doom Prime moved. He launched into the air, blade raised. As he came down, Lou and Ardell noticed it. His foot tapped the ground first. Now, Lou and Ardell ducked low, evading the strike just in time. A grin crossed his face until a flash of red energy surged at him. His eyes widened. The blast hit hard. Blood hit the ground. Lou and Ardell staggered, gripping his shoulder. Doom Prime stared him down. You're not a knight. You're a mage. Lou and Ardell growled, leaning forward against the pain. Doom Prime continued, people think sword mages are weak because they're not quite magicians, not quite warriors. He lifted his blade. They only believe that because they've never met a real sword mage. A cyclone of shattered stone and earth shot toward Lou and Ardell. Doom Prime advanced with strike after strike. Let's see if you can keep up. Lou and Ardell dodged, barely. Each move tighter than the last. I've never fought someone like this, he realized. Every mage before had a vulnerable moment, right as they cast their spell. That's when I struck. But Doom Prime was different. He eliminated that weakness completely with his sword. Lou and Ardell tried to shift his weight, but pain stabbed through his leg. He looked down. His pants were torn, the skin beneath cut. Doom Prime's voice came again. That's the trace of radiance. He walked forward, slow and steady. That wound will burn every time you move. And soon, like Irene Prius. He narrowed his eyes. You won't even be able to lift a finger. He raised his sword high. Time to end this. A blinding column of purple light erupted in the sky. Black wings burst from the ground, rising behind Doom Prime like a shadow taking form. In his hands, a glowing sphere of raw magic pulsed with power. Irene Prius and Sita Malkiri froze, jaws dropping. Lou and Ardell was stunned. 5th grade, natural magic. A surge of blue light erupted beneath Doom Prime's feet. Katana wings, he declared. The attack landed before anyone could react, violent and overwhelming. The blast hurled the team aside like ragdolls. Doom Prime didn't pause. He pressed forward, launching another barrage. Lou and Ardell scrambled behind a nearby rock, breath ragged. Of course, what else should I expect from the guy who wins the Magic Festival every single year? He bit into his sleeve, tore off a strip of cloth, and quickly tied off his wounded leg. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the ring on his finger. In the scorched circle of ground, Doom Prime stood alone, frustration etched on his face. He let out a sigh. I expected more from you, but all I've gotten is disappointment. From behind a rock, Lou and Ardell stepped out. You're not wrong, he admitted, facing Doom Prime directly. You're strong. So strong. It felt like I was standing in front of an unscalable wall. Doom Prime raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you're giving up? Lou and Ardell's lips curled into a crooked grin. Nope, not even close. He pointed to the ring on his finger. A lot of people believe in me, and maybe that's why I want to tear you down. Doom Prime scoffed. You're out of your mind. With his sword raised, he snarled. Then I'll teach you to keep your mouth shut. Lou and Ardell opened his arms wide. Ogre fury. Flames ignited around him in a roaring surge. Better protect your chin, he shouted. They charged at each other, blades and fists, magic and fury. The collision cracked the air. Doom Prime swung hard. Keep talking, and you might not live long enough to regret it. Lou and Ardell gritted his teeth and countered with a lighter strike, his timing perfect. Doom Prime's expression tensed. He resisted, but the blow hit clean. The blade struck Lou and Ardell's ring directly, but couldn't leave a mark. A flash of blue text appeared. Effect: invulnerability, small chance to nullify any physical force impacting the body. The sword shattered, splintering from the impact. Lou and Ardell's counterattack landed. A hit to the shoulder, then one to the leg. Doom Prime buckled and dropped to one knee, eyes wide in disbelief. Lou and Ardell stood over him. There's one thing I want you to hear. His gaze sharpened. I don't have enemies. Doom Prime looked up, confused. That arrogance, that belief you're untouchable, is exactly why you're losing now. Lou and Ardell raised his fist. Doom Prime opened his mouth to speak. Too late. Crack. Lightning exploded from Lou and Ardell's strike. Doom Prime hit the ground, flames curling around his body. From a distance, Sita Malkiri clutched his chest. I thought my heart was going to stop. If you lost, that'd have been it. Lewin Artel exhaled. I just got lucky. Barely held on. He turned to Irene Prius. She looked down, saying nothing. Lewin Artel extended a hand toward her. Sorry for stepping into your fight. Irene Prius smirked faintly. No, I should be the one apologizing. She lowered her head in a short bow. For chasing my own selfish goal. Irene Prius lowered her head. I put the whole team at risk. I'm sorry. Lewin Artel clenched his jaw. You couldn't reach your goal in this match because of me. She turned away. Forget it. That goal doesn't matter anymore. Then she paused and looked back. I'm not interested in Doom Prime anymore, she said, pointing at him. Now, I'm interested in you. Lewin Artel let out a small, crooked smile. That's not going to make things any easier. Irene Prius smiled back. I'm ready. Just wait. I'll surpass you. No matter what it takes. Lewin Artel took a breath, then turned his attention to the others. Two more mages stood before him, Dalian and Shirky. They had given it everything they had, but it still wasn't enough to stop his team. He nodded, including them. There were 5 contestants left. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed through the forest. Dust clouds shot into the air. Bodies were scattered across the ground, unconscious. Even the blonde was out cold. Lewin Artel looked at what remained. Down to 3. Sita Malkiri, beside him, threw up his arms. Can you believe we made it this far? Lewin Artel smirked. And just so we're clear, I'm not giving either of you a free pass. Irene Prius placed her hand on her hip. I'm stepping out here. I'm not exactly in top shape, but we'll fight again. When we're both ready. Lewin Artel gave a small nod. I'll hold you to that. It made sense. She was spent. Sita Malkiri cracked his knuckles. Then it's my turn. Lewin Artel grinned. Leader or not, I'm not backing down. Last time, I went easy on you. He raised his fists. This time, no holding back. Sita Malkiri shot up into the air. Wait. Let's not rush this. Lewin Artel blinked in confusion as Sita Malkiri suddenly threw his arms up and shouted. Long live the champions, representing our academy. Around them, the warriors raised their circles in triumph. Raise your circles for the winner, Lewin Artel. Lewin Artel turned, surprised. Someone called out. He wasn't in the dorm. We figured he'd be here. Irene Prius and Sita Malkiri stood beside him. Irene Prius smiled, eyes closed. We couldn't miss the party. After all the joy and pain we went through, it's only right to end it together. Lewin Artel blinked, startled. He started to say something, but stopped. She leaned in. Don't start distancing yourself again. The competition's over. Only she would decide how to speak to him now. Lewin Artel's eyes lit up with a spark. Just like before, even after the brutal survival rounds, here they were, together. He was the last one standing. Doom Prime had racked up impressive kill points, but his survival score had dragged his rank down hard. Lewin Artel recalled him clearly, that final image of Doom Prime, kneeling, sword broken. Irene Prius and the other contenders like Dalian had also ended up below him in the final rankings. If I keep this up, he thought, winning won't just be a dream anymore. He imagined the crowd cheering, lifting him up in celebration. At the table nearby, Dalian blinked in disbelief. Never thought I'd be sitting at the same table as Irene Prius. I could die happy. He suddenly leapt to his feet, and that's when the noise really kicked off. Some in the crowd whispered that one should tremble in awe for the goddess who had once descended among them. But Irene Prius simply turned and walked away. The protagonist watched her go with a quiet smile. The sun dipped behind the horizon. Inside the gathering hall, voices echoed. Seriously, how did Lewin Artel manage to win? Doom Prime stood off to the side, head bowed. He stared at the floor. I lost. His gaze shifted to his broken sword. I let that happen, didn't expect him to strike my weapon instead of me. The moment played back in his mind when Lewin Artel targeted the sword just as he raised it for defense. He'd noticed the move in that split second, but couldn't stop it. Lost, right in front of the Dirty King. Doom Prime gritted his teeth. Then a voice called out to him. Hey, the Dirty King wasn't even looking for you. Doom Prime turned his head. The guy added with a light chuckle. Don't beat yourself up. He probably didn't call for you because he knew you were burned out. Figured you needed rest. Doom Prime let out a slow breath. I need to be alone for now. The guy nodded. Got it. I'll head out. If you need me, call. He left. Doom Prime stayed still, eyes fixed on his locker. Outside, confetti filled the air. The square pulsed with cheers. Lewin Artel beat Doom Prime. The next generation of magicians has arrived. From a balcony above, Tyrion Ignat watched the celebration. He opened his eyes deep in thought. I expected him to do well, but this? I didn't see this coming. A voice beside him spoke up. Honestly, I never thought he'd beat Doom Prime. I've been smiling ever since. And it stings, hurts my pride as an organizer. I don't think I can look that brat in the eye again without tearing up. Tyrion Ignat turned. The competition hall, he said. So, we're really there? The man nodded. Yeah, the grand festival's almost over. The stand were packed. The crowd roared. Lewin Artel stood among them. It's been several days since the survival match ended, he thought. In the group tournament, his team secured 4th place, 5 wins, 2 losses. They'd fallen short in the battle for 3rd, but for a squad named after their academy, this was nothing short of a miracle. Now, only one event remained, the final individual match. Lewin Artel took a step forward. His squad stopped behind him. He looked ahead. The arena had shifted. It was an obstacle course on the edge of the city, split into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Of course, this wasn't a normal course. This was a competition between mages. They could ride summon beasts, warp through space using teleportation. Anything went. Sita Malkiri walked up with a grin. So what's it feel like? Everyone chanting your name. All around, mouths opened. The crowd screamed. Sita Malkiri repeated with a laugh. What's it like being the center of attention at this competition? Lewin Artel smiled faintly. Hard to say. I don't really know yet. He narrowed his eyes, gazed distant. To be honest, I want to enjoy this. I want to soak in this incredible moment. But I can't. Not yet. He looked toward the distance. Doom Prime. Because until a winner is truly decided, it's too early to celebrate. The sun hung low, casting long shadows over the arena. The sun blazed brightly overhead. Sita Malkiri crossed his arms. Today's the individual round, he declared. And I'm not holding back. Better be ready to dodge. Lewin Artel cracked a smile. Of course. Like I have a choice. The judge raised his hand, pistol in the air. Ready up. 3 competitors stepped forward, muscles tensed. Bang. The gun fired. They surged forward. The crowd leaned in, eyes fixed on the backs of the warriors as they launched into the course. Lewin Artel stood by the wall, warming up calmly. Then he grinned. Dust exploded from under his feet as the others sprinted ahead. Irene Prius, keeping pace, looked ahead. They've got to be getting tired by now, right? Malkin shrugged. Well then, why not form a temporary alliance? The 3 of us. Irene Prius rolled her eyes. You do love teaming up, huh? Didn't matter. On the battlefield, it never lasted. Ahead, a horse slammed its hooves into the ground. Doom Prime raised a sword and unleashed fire. Goblins scattered in all directions. Irene Prius blinked. Looks like they're doing things their own way. Malkin sighed. I've known him 6 years. Being friends with Doom Prime? Never easy. Guess it's every man for himself. One goblin lunged. Doom Prime cut it down in a flash. Why isn't he here yet? Doom Prime thought, scanning the area. He crushed another goblin and looked up. I've been ahead of the pack from the beginning. Only these 2 are nearby. He straightened, narrowing his eyes. So Lewin Artel. He must still be behind us. Irene Prius glanced around. Where is Lewin Artel? Doom Prime lowered his blade. Yeah, why isn't he here yet? The girl frowned. No clue. But it's weird. More goblins closed in. She cast a quick spell to hold them off. We've been in front this whole time, she added. No one's caught up. Not even Lewin Artel. Mockin's eyes widened. Wait, enough time's passed. You should have caught up. Then all 3 stopped, eyes widening as a thunderous rumble approached from behind. A massive cloud of dust surged toward them. From a haze, Lewin Artel. He landed hard, boots skidding on the ground, kicking up dirt. I finally caught up, he said coolly, staring them down. Doom Prime's gaze sharpened. Irene Prius's mouth dropped. What about the rest of the participants? Lewin Artel smirked. They're not coming. The stands buzzed. Spectators were shouting. Why is he just standing there? Did he give up? What's happening? We have to keep watching. It's him. The one who beat Doom Prime. Lewin Artel rubbed the back of his head. This is the moment I've been waiting for, ever since I first signed up for the Grand Festival. I've been training for months, pushing my endurance. I'm not just ready. I'm confident. But he sensed the magic flaring nearby. I'm a close-range mage. I can't afford to let my back stay exposed. Not with opponents behind me. He needed a plan. Lewin Artel lifted his hand, fire flashing in his eyes. He bolted forward. I'll take them all out one by one. The students ahead turned, startled. Too late. Lewin Artel plowed through, knocking them aside as he ran straight into the chaos. The rest of the group stood in the clearing, and honestly, by that point, Lewin Artel had stopped keeping track. His eyes drifted to the students floating in the air. Sita Malkiri looked over too, then turned toward Lewin Artel and asked, When did you even find the time? Lewin Artel just smiled. You get it now, don't you? Sita Malkiri shut his eyes for a beat. So, the endless fight begins again, huh? Without another word, the protagonist stepped forward. Sorry, he said, then struck. A moment later, Sita Malkiri was launched high into the sky. Irene Prius raised her hand. Wait, what do you mean you've taken out everyone? Lewin Artel glanced her way. It's not like anyone else will be able to jump back in. He paused, then added, At this moment, there are no other contenders. Doom Prime clenched his teeth, then turned aside. This time, things will be different. The 3 warriors locked eyes with the protagonist. Doom Prime stared at the clearing, gripping his weapon. I challenge you right now, but too many others are still chasing us. Suddenly, a blue light flared around him. A horse appeared beneath him in a flash. Through gritted teeth, he said, "We'll settle this up ahead." And just like that, he charged forward. Neen shouted after him, "I'm breaking through too." His eyes fixed on the castle in the distance. "But there's a trap zone there." Lewin Artel stood still, staring straight ahead. He began explaining. The spike traps scattered through the castle grounds were once defenses for hidden treasure. But now that the valuables were gone, the traps were just deadly hazards for competitors. Push ahead without thinking, and it could be fatal. Lewin Artel motioned toward two nearby magicians. "That's why the safe way through is to disarm the traps first." This area, he explained, was now the perfect place to test one's magical knowledge and quick thinking in a crisis. He tapped the wall beside him. "The problem is, disarming takes too long." He looked up. "That's why I'd rather just destroy the wall." Bear nodded. "Makes sense, but still, it's way too thick. You can't just punch through it." The protagonist turned to his companion. "These are ruins. Abandoned. Which means there are weak spots." Bear narrowed his eyes, then focused. "So you're going for the worn-down sections." Looking down, Lewin Artel spotted a crumbling section. He clenched his fists, then slammed the wall with full force. Malkin turned, eyes wide. Is he seriously trying to smash through it? Irene Prius didn't look surprised. "Well, it is Lewin Artel." Malkin frowned. "Sure, we're close to the finish, but this feels excessive." Irene Prius shouted, "Hey, look!" A massive crack split the wall. Moments later, it collapsed entirely. Malkin raised his hand to shield his face. "What? How is that even possible?" He scratched his head. "Wait, can we use that path too?" Lewin Artel turned around and smiled. Lewin Artel shook his head. "Can't let you do that," he muttered. Malkin reached out, shouting, "Wait, hold on." But the boulder came crashing down. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Greedy," as Lewin Artel dashed ahead. It really was impressive. He'd shattered that wall with just 2,000 strength. He gathered himself and realized only he and Doom Prime were left now. Turning the corner, Tam caught sight of him. "He's already left the castle," he said in disbelief. Then he noticed the arrow lodged in Lewin Artel's shoulder. Yep, definitely in a rush. Lewin Artel charged forward, wondering why he wanted to defeat Doom Prime so badly. Up ahead, Doom Prime leapt onto his spirit horse, but Lewin Artel knew the timer was almost up. He sprinted past. "No way you're beating me in a foot race," he yelled. Doom Prime slashed at him, but missed. Lewin Artel grabbed him mid-swing, pulled him down, and said, "Let's finish this together." The two of them tumbled over the edge and plunged into the river. Lewin Artel surfaced first, gasping, then started swimming hard. If he'd used magic to descend, he'd be at a disadvantage now. He picked up speed, then stopped. "An eye?" Doom Prime summoned a glowing sphere, just as the river turned icy cold. "What the? Why is the water freezing?" Lewin Artel shouted. Ice locked around him. Doom Prime watched from the bank. "Is that really your concern in a competition?" He smirked, then turned to go. Lewin Artel cursed under his breath. He clenched his teeth and fought to break free. The ice cracked, then shattered. Doom Prime leapt ahead, but when he glanced back, his eyes widened. What? How did he catch up? Up ahead, the stadium loomed. The final destination, Altane Arena. With no obstacles left, it all came down to one thing, running. Lewin Artel broke into a full sprint, launching himself from the water. He raised his arms. "What do you say, one last showdown?" Doom Prime gritted his teeth. "Not like this," he muttered. He wasn't in shape for another clash. Their collision sparked an explosion on screen. "Someone's coming!" A voice shouted as the arena gates flung open. A horse burst through the entrance. A spectator gasped. "Look, it's him!" The screen lit up, showing Lewin Artel facing Doom Prime. Lewin Artel stepped forward. "Guess I overdid it getting through those traps," he said with a crooked smile. His movement was stiff, awkward from the ordeal. "But hey, weren't you the one who said there's no time to hesitate in a competition?" Doom Prime clenched his fists in frustration. Lewin Artel turned, walking ahead with purpose. 3 flags flapped high in the arena. He stared forward. This was it. He'd earned 2 titles. Victory in the survival battle and the triathlon. First place in the individual competition. That was how the great festival ended for him. The crowd erupted, cheering loud. The next generation magician, Lewin Artel, is amazing. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Dozens of voices called out his name, no longer labeling him a failure, but praising him as the next generation magician. Lewin Artel stood there, remembering everything. 6 long years. Alone. Locked away in a dark cave of isolation. He remembered crying, struggling, wondering if anyone would ever see him. And now, here he was, walking forward, those same voices now lifting him up. To the boy who had once stood alone, those shouts were everything. "You did great," he thought to himself. Lewin Artel pressed a hand to his chest and smiled. These cheers, this overwhelming support, it was the reward for all his pain and effort. He raised his arms to the sky, shouting his thanks. And in that moment, he realized something. He never wanted to lose this feeling. Ever again. Carriages rolled through the streets. Mikkel peered out the window. There's so many of them, he muttered. But they're all nobles, and hand-picked ones at that. He turned to the others. I heard not just anyone was invited. They're all here to see Lou and Ardle. Inside, Lou and Ardle sat quietly at a banquet table. He glanced around, then closed his eyes. This is boring, he thought. I just want to go back to the academy. He opened his eyes at the sound of a voice. Strange, isn't it? Irene Priya smiled as she took a seat beside him. In what way? He asked. I mean the people, she said. No one's trying to talk to you. Lou and Ardle closed his eyes again. Probably because I look like some arrogant show-off who doesn't want to be here. Irene Prius rested her chin on her hand. Well, sure, that's part of it, but not the whole reason. He opened his eyes again. Then what? She looked around the banquet hall. Most of these nobles came here just to meet you, and yet no one's dared to approach. She leaned in slightly. Rumor has it someone already claimed your place. Someone so powerful, no noble would even dare to speak to you. Lou and Ardle stared at her. Ooh, before she could answer, a loud voice echoed through the hall. Let the evening banquet begin. A hush fell over the crowd. Representatives from 32 institutions, follow me, the announcer declared. Lavish dishes and the finest wines covered the tables. Lou and Ardle eyed the extravagant spread. This feels more like a royal feast than a banquet. But he knew what it really was, a debriefing of the recent competition. They called it the guillotine banquet for a reason. The ones who had failed were quietly pushed out. Lou and Ardle scanned the seats. He'd assumed only the Dirty King would be here, but 2 seats of honor had been prepared. He tensed. Then someone said, they're coming. Everyone at the table rose to their feet. Lou and Ardle stood, bowing as the Dirty King entered. But something felt off. Who is that? Lou and Ardle thought. His fingers twitched nervously. The king stepped aside, then addressed someone else, his voice respectful. Lou and Ardle's eyes widened. The Dirty King, showing respect? The king extended a hand and said politely, I hope we haven't interrupted your meal. A man stepped forward. Crown Prince. Lou and Ardle's mouth opened slightly in shock. Lou and Ardle narrowed his eyes, unsure of who the man was. Then in an instant, the entire room dropped to one knee. The Crown Prince, someone announced. Lou and Ardle's jaw clenched. Fear gripped him. Everyone slowly returned to their seats. He glanced around nervously. Someone at a nearby table nudged their companion with an elbow. Lou and Ardle leaned a hand on the table, steadying himself. Taryn broke the silence. None of the chosen 11 managed to beat Lou and Ardle even once, he said coldly. Is the gap in skill really that wide? He shook his head, clearly disappointed. It's embarrassing to even call them my students. Doom Prime trembled, his fists clenched beneath the table. He shut his eyes and silently swore not to disgrace himself again. Taryn continued, eyes still closed. Second place is nothing more than a lie, crafted by those who refuse to face reality. He looked around. This festival only proved one thing. A dragon can rise from the smallest stream. Lou and Ardle glanced at the table, uneasy. This whole banquet felt like a staged humiliation, set up to shame the chosen 11, and he was being used as the weapon. But it wasn't just the Dirty King making him uncomfortable. He could feel Crown Prince's gaze burning into him. Sharp, constant, unrelenting. Lou and Ardle's thoughts drifted to the Emperor. Despite being the third son, that man had outmaneuvered his brothers with sheer intellect and ruthless strategy, securing the title of Crown Prince. Lou and Ardle studied Crown Prince more closely. A man with near-perfect skill in both words and combat. No wonder people feared him. Then Irene Prius's words echoed in his head. Someone staked a claim on you. Could it be him? Was Crown Prince the one she meant? Taryn suddenly turned to Lou and Ardle. So, how does it feel to win the great festival? Lou and Ardle lowered his head for a moment, then lifted it again. It's uncomfortable, he said. He continued, I'm proud of what I accomplished, but it doesn't sit right with me that my victory is being used to discredit others or stir resentment. A murmur rippled across the table. Taryn looked at him, intrigued. You say that, he replied, but feelings of inferiority? That's the best fuel for growth. You should know that. Lou and Ardle met his eyes. I see this more as provoking hostility than inspiring improvement. He sat back. There's a big difference between pointing out someone's flaws to help them grow and fueling resentment by rubbing in their losses. Then he added firmly, and I'm not from some forgotten stream. Ardle may be small, but it's a proud, beautiful country. Lou and Ardle's glare sharpened. An Ignite Academy, the place where I've trained, is not to be looked down on. Taryn froze, eyes locked on Lou and Ardle, stunned into silence. Then, Crown Prince chuckled. He raised his head and burst into loud laughter. Lou and Ardle watched him carefully. The Crown Prince turned, amused. This one's real, he said. A real pain in the ass, Crown Prince said with a laugh. He even snapped at his own godfather. Taryn raised a brow. What are you talking about? Crown Prince wiped away a tear, still chuckling. He's just too entertaining. I laughed so hard it nearly split my sides. Where did he come from? Around the hall, murmurs spread. Did you hear? Someone whispered. He said he came from small stream, but then corrected himself. It was a small but beautiful country. Artle, I think. Small but beautiful, another repeated. I'd like to visit someday. Irene Prius clutched her chest, clearly moved. She leaned toward Lewin Artle. You're not planning on causing a scene like that again, are you? Terran crossed his arms. A fine victory speech, he said flatly. But I've heard those kinds of idealistic words before, especially from your academy's head. They don't change my opinion. He glanced at Lewin Artle again. Still, yours at a sharper edge. I'm curious what your future holds. He turned toward the rest of the room. With that, the banquet is officially over. Just as things began to settle, Crown Prince spoke again. Actually, give me a moment. He stood up casually. We'll be having tea with the victor. Then he grinned. And no, refusing isn't an option. Lewin Artle found himself seated across from the Crown Prince. He braced his feet on the floor, mind racing. What did Crown Prince really want? This wasn't a friendly gesture. He wasn't here to say congrats. Then his name. Lewin Artle flinched slightly. Crown Prince smiled. I want you to work for me, he said, calm but firm. And just like before, I won't accept the no. He reached out a hand. You've got a month to wrap up your current obligations. I'll arrange your transfer to a special training school for combat mages and set up housing for you. Then, as if it were a casual afterthought, Crown Prince added, naturally, we'll need to talk about naturalization. Can't have the Crown Prince's closest ally being a foreigner, after all. Lewin Artle stared at him. Why? He asked. This empire already has so many brilliant mages. Doom Prime alone. Crown Prince closed his eyes, cutting him off. So that's how it is. He let out a quiet sigh. Try play clever. Lewin Artle dropped his gaze. Crown Prince opened his eyes again. Here's something to remember when dealing with me. I prefer a simple yes over clever comebacks. Lewin Artle glared at him silently, then lit a cigarette. We'll see, he muttered. Terran stepped in then, formally introducing himself. The first reason for this invitation, he said, was my godfather's personal recommendation. He paused. Years ago, he told me, if a truly gifted mage ever appeared, I was to let him know. Until now, he never mentioned anyone. Terran closed his eyes for a second. The second reason? Your courage. He raised a hand. You had the guts to stand before me without pandering. While others begged for favor, you stared us down. You even had the nerve to challenge your godfather, openly stating your beliefs. Crown Prince, still amused, recalled the moment with a smirk. Everyone at the table had gone silent. Lewin Artle looked down, lost in thought. Then came Crown Prince's voice again. And finally, the kind of courage that borders on recklessness. The way you kept questioning me, even after I warned you not to. He spread his hands. In politics, sometimes you need someone who isn't afraid to speak up. Someone bold. Lewin Artle looked at him and asked, So, you just want me to be your advisor? Crown Prince shook his head. No, I want you to protect me. From them. My damn brothers who still can't stand that I'm the one wearing the crown. Lewin Artle closed his eyes. Crown Prince studied him. You're not interested? Lewin Artle exhaled. No, I'm not. Crown Prince simply nodded. That's why I said, I won't take no for an answer. Lewin Artle raised his head again, thinking, this was the Crown Prince, the man with the most power in the empire. Becoming his closest ally, it was a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Hall spoke up, introducing Terran. Most mages eventually partner with the powerful. Even in the Magic Tower, where mages dedicate their lives to study, connections matter. If you pass this up, you might regret it forever. Lewin Artle gave a slight smile. There are still too many things I want to do. And in his heart, he already knew he didn't want to belong to anyone. Crown Prince smiled faintly. I thought you were a reasonable guy, but you're more idealistic than I expected. He leaned back. Offers like this don't come around often. You really won't regret it. Lewin Artle looked up. I might. It's possible. Crown Prince stretched his arms. Then let's pretend this conversation never happened. He crossed his arms again. They're calling you the brightest gem of the festival. He smirked. And collecting gems? That's my favorite hobby. His gaze sharpened. There's never been a gem I couldn't make mine. Lewin Artle narrowed his eyes. Why? Crown Prince stepped forward. Because if I can't have it, I destroy it. With that, he turned and opened the doors. Lewin Artle leaned against the column, eyes shut. That was a threat, he thought. No doubt about it. Did I make the right choice? Outside, a voice called out. A blonde figure raised his hand. Hey, Mikkel opened his mouth. What's this? Sneaking off on a date behind our backs. Inside, Crown Prince stood under the chandelier, staring up. I was curious, he admitted. You gave him such a glowing recommendation. Terran nodded. Turns out, he is remarkable. But I take it things didn't go smoothly? Terran asked. Crown Prince shrugged. I even threatened him. Didn't budge. Terran closed his eyes. So you're giving up? Crown Prince's grip tightened around his glass. Of course not. I know him now, and I know myself even better. There's nothing stronger than my obsession with collecting. His eyes burned. And Lewin Ardle will be mine. Because I've decided so. Lewin Ardle stretched his arms as sunlight crested the mountaintops. He planted his feet on the grass and let out a long breath. Another day finished, he said. Then he dropped down and lay on the grass. Feels like my body's getting stronger every day. He turned to the bear nearby. I don't want to hear that from another guy, Lewin Ardle muttered. Bear blinked. What are you even talking about? She's a woman. Lewin Ardle flew up from the ground. Wait, what? She's a woman. She was born that way, Bear replied casually. Suddenly, the bear let out a frustrated roar. Why now? Why can't I be? No one even asked me. Lewin Ardle's mind raced. He remembered them sitting together in the bath. Wait, we sat in the bathroom together. Bear nodded. Yeah, and there was something to see. Lewin Ardle's eyes went wide. Then that means you saw everything. He stared for a moment, then broke into a grin, got to his feet, and brushed himself off. I'm out of here. Bear chased after him. Wait for me. Lewin Ardle pointed a finger back. And from now on, jokes like that are off limits. Got it. The train pulled into the station. Mikkel threw his arms around Lewin Ardle. Time for me to head off. Take care of yourself, all right? Lewin Ardle smirked. I'm not dying, you know. The train began to roll away. Lewin Ardle stood there, watching it disappear. Then another guy approached him. We should get moving too. Later, Lewin Ardle sat alone on a bench. His friends had all returned home. But as the winner of the great festival, he had one more stop. Riven. He had a packed schedule to complete. He thought back to the man who once called himself a street cat. That same man was now his escort. Lewin Ardle glanced at him. A street cat, huh? Except this one was no ordinary wanderer. He was a high-level mage. So powerful, Lewin Ardle couldn't read a single stat from him, not even with player's eye. That meant he was at least on par with the Academy's professors. He looked young too, maybe just shy of 30. The man turned and spoke. Let me walk you through what comes next. Lewin Ardle nodded. First, you'll head to the Imperial Palace to receive your official congratulations. Lewin Ardle looked over. You don't have to be so formal with me. I insist, the man replied. Even if you're only 16. Lewin Ardle gave a soft smile. Incredibly precise and businesslike, he thought. The man continued. Next, we'll head to the Magic Tower. You'll select an artifact. He paused. Although you might not leave with one. The artifact has to choose you. Lewin Ardle imagined that strange ogre again. So the artifacts of the tower have a will of their own, too? Then the man reached into his bag. Finally, he said, you'll receive your first official mission. Lewin Ardle pictured a silhouette standing atop a hill. The man added, normally, as a student, you'd be disqualified for missions. But since you won the great festival, an exception was made. This is basically the Empire's way of announcing to the world, a new generation mage has arrived. Lewin Ardle looked down at the paper in his hand. So, it's kind of like a declaration, he said. The man nodded. And now, we choose your mission. Lewin Ardle scanned the mission list, eyes trailing over the categories. Exploration, subjugation, elimination, research, investigation. He turned toward the bear, then looked back at the sheet. Outside the window, the train sped ahead. A particular mission caught his eye. I think I'll go with this one, he murmured. Sunlight bathed the hilltop palace in gold as they approached. The man beside Lewin Ardle stopped at the grand doors. This is the Pei Palace, the Crown Prince's personal residence. Everyone's waiting inside. He bowed respectfully. I'll wait out here. Lewin Ardle looked at him. You're not coming in? But before he got a reply, the massive doors swung open. Crown Prince stood inside, waiting. His smile widened. Welcome, he said, to my empire. Lewin Ardle said nothing. Then he bowed. The Crown Prince gave me 10,000 gold just as a prize, he thought. That's more than Ardle's entire annual budget. Crown Prince settled onto his throne. If that's not enough, he said smoothly, you can always come back. The doors of Pei Palace will always be open to you. Lewin Ardle understood immediately. Crown Prince hadn't given up on recruiting him. But he had other things to do. No time to linger. As he walked the long, red-carpeted corridor, Lewin Ardle glanced around. People here must have incredible stamina if they walk through this palace all day. His escort gave him a sidelong glance. Please hold back on the jokes. The Tower Master is waiting. Lewin Ardle shrugged. I wasn't joking. I have no sense of humor. The man raised a brow. So you've officially decided on that mission? Lewin Ardle nodded. Yeah. The man turned toward a door. You picked the hardest one. He smirked. Let's see what the Tower Master says about that. The door creaked open. Lewin Ardle stepped into a dark room. Terrence sat inside, smiling. Welcome to the tower, he said, raising his teacup. He glanced at the file. So, the retrieval mission, huh? Taking a sip, he added, subjugation would have been easier. Tag along with Imperial Guard, wipe out a few bandit camps near Sasano, and boom, instant hero. Lewin Ardle sank into the couch, listening quietly. But instead, Terran continued. You chose to head into a lifeless wasteland. He leaned back. Not exactly the popular choice. Lou and Artel looked down at the mission sheet. Terran's voice followed. That's why it had to be your first. Lou and Artel blinked. This place, it's King Graham's homeland? Bear chimed in. That's where the dragon lived. For 100 years. Lou and Artel pictured a massive dragon resting in a clearing. A mountain loomed in his mind's eye. A remote territory north of the kingdom of Radian. They say ancient ogre once lived there. His thoughts shifted. Images of towering ogre, brutal and proud. But now it's empty. No ogre remain. The only one left is King Ram, the living artifact at the academy. Then he imagined something darker, a demon. The rest of the ogre race gone, wiped out in the Great War. A skull flashed in his mind. Now it's nothing but a graveyard, a lifeless desert marking the extinction of an entire species. There was a reason the retrieval mission in that wasteland was ranked the highest difficulty. The barrier. Lou and Artel's thoughts drifted to a jagged, unforgiving mountain range. He pictured 3 mages standing before it, helpless, a barrier no spell had ever dispelled. To this day, no scientist, no mage, no scholar had been able to crack the mystery behind the Heavenly Mountain's barrier. And now, his mission was to uncover its true nature. Lou and Artel stared ahead in silence. Terran folded his arms. Funny, what draws a young mage like you to a barren wasteland where nothing lives? Could it be, he continued, that you believe the rumors? That the wrath of the Orcish god turned that place into a holy sanctuary? Lou and Artel remained focused. Others had no reason to go there. But for him, there was something else. Dragonia, the world destroyer, lived in that land for 100 years. A dragon's image appeared in his mind, vast and terrifying. That reason alone was enough. Lou and Artel turned to Terran. This mission's marked with the highest difficulty. What? Terran gave a short nod. If that's your concern, I'd suggest picking something easier. He held up a chain-lock box. The risk isn't because of active threats or monsters. It's the unknown. The mystery. No one's been able to solve it. Lou and Artel smirked. Then if a 16-year-old mage did manage to solve it, wouldn't that make it all the more impressive? Terran leaned on one hand. Or, he said bluntly, you'd be the first ever great festival winner to fail his very first mission. Lou and Artel raised an eyebrow. Too soon to count me out. Terran said nothing, just watched him. Then finally asked, do you know why I recommended you to the Crown Prince? Lou and Artel didn't answer. Terran continued, I wanted to keep you here, in Riven, so I could watch you myself. Lou and Artel stared at him, surprised. Terran folded his hands under the table. Your unique ability is not just why the Crown Prince took an interest in this mission. His voice dropped slightly. It's why I'm watching too. Lou and Artel's hands tensed. Later that night, lying in bed, Lou and Artel stared at the ceiling. I say I'm handling it, but will this really work out? Bear's voice came from nearby. You're worried you won't find anything? Lou and Artel exhaled. That place hasn't been touched in centuries. What are the chances I'll discover anything now? Bear looked over. Up till now, no one's been able to uncover anything with normal methods. But you're different. Doom Prime chimed in, he's still human. Bear kept his eyes on the ceiling. Maybe, but his abilities go beyond what humans can usually do. A knock at the door. It's me, Debor. Lou and Artel got up. Come in. The door opened. 2 men entered. Lou and Artel greeted them casually. Bear squinted. What's with this look? Lou and Artel shrugged. They said this is the Dirty King's preference. All mages from a magic tower wear something like this. One of the guys smiled and stretched out a hand. Shall we? Lou and Artel nodded. Time to move. The corridor stretched before them, quiet, grand, and pulsing with energy. Lou and Artel walked with the others toward the artifact room, the final stop before his departure. This is it, one of the escorts said. The artifact vault of the magic tower. He continued as they approached a large, ornate door. It's divided into 4 zones. Lou and Artel looked at them curiously. Zone C holds the most common artifacts, another explained, while Zone X contains the rarest of the rare. The cat turned to Lou and Artel. We're taking you to Zone A. Lou and Artel raised an eyebrow. Wait, but you just said there's a Zone X? The man nodded. Yes, but access to Zone X is granted only during special circumstances. Even the Emperor can't walk in freely. Lou and Artel's eyes widened. Even the Emperor? They entered the first chamber, Zone C. Lou and Artel followed his escorts, gaze shifting to every shelf and weapon-lined wall. He picked up a gleaming sword. This is a magic sword. Correct, someone confirmed. All the items here are in perfect condition, mostly recovered during the Great War against the demons. Lou and Artel examined the blade. This sword isn't any weaker than Doom Prime's shining sword. That alone said everything. Even artifacts in Zone C outclass the collections of most noble families. He turned to a bookshelf and spotted a familiar spine. Specializations in transformation. Tina Brown. I thought this was lost. No, one of them replied. This edition is over 100 years old. Lewin Artle smiled. There was a time when books were the only form of entertainment. His gaze drifted to another shelf. Behind the Walls of the 7th Grade, by MCKM Cruz. He moved down the row, exploring unknown lands in search of ancient creatures. He glanced over. Are these open to read? The cat answered, the Tower Master sometimes gives permission. But taking them out? Absolutely forbidden. Lewin Artle looked up at a wall of bottles. Zone B, a treasury of knowledge. From ancient, forgotten grimoires to rare historical texts and legendary tomes. This section practically vibrated with magic. But he left its wonder behind as they entered Zone A. This time it was different. The artifacts didn't react. Lewin Artle stood in silence, surrounded by relics. None of them moved. None of them shimmered. Nothing responded to his presence. He turned. Has this ever happened before? The man answered, rarely. But yes, it's happened. He gestured to another mage nearby, his aura crackling with electricity. Usually, anyone deemed worthy of entering Zone A can attract at least a few artifacts. That's why they're brought here in the first place. Lewin Artle frowned. But nothing chose me. It came out quieter than he intended. Almost disappointed, Bear stepped forward with a grin. Come on, don't get depressed over a pile of junk. She glanced around at the shelves. Sure, to most people these would be treasures, but the real treasures? She pointed to a door across the room. They're beyond that. Lewin Artle followed her gaze. A thick, reinforced gate pulsed with a heavy, ominous aura. Zone X. The bear looked at it, eyes narrowing. I'm telling you, she said, there has to be at least one artifact in there created by a dragon. A sharp, unwashed stench, undeniably draconic, filled the air. The man crouched down and muttered that, even if that were true, it didn't matter. Reaching that place wasn't an option yet. For now, he had to concentrate on the artifacts within his grasp. Then a flash of green caught them off guard. Both men froze. From the doorway, a stream of vibrant green energy surged out. The man raised his arms and shouted. It was happening. For the first time in 56 years, a special event had been triggered. The door had opened on its own. Taran leaned on one hand, glancing at the artifact. Did Sin's tooth react? He asked. The man bowed and confirmed it. Taran looked down, lost in thought. Could it be? Was this proof he had the talent to inherit the throne? Then the focus shifted. 3 high-level artifacts, each on a completely different scale of power, each capable of placing their wielder above all others. Lewin Artle pointed to a towering magician holding a staff. He explained that the staff, known as Alo's staff, once belonged to the first human magician, Alo himself. It had the power to amplify its owner's destructive magic endlessly. And it wasn't just a weapon. It was the emblem of the king of magicians. And 56 years ago, that staff had chosen Taran. Every wielder before him had held the highest seat in the tower. Next came a suit of shimmering blue armor, Morshi armor. The protagonist described it as offering complete immunity to both physical and magical attacks. It chose a new master only once every 100 years, and each one became a knight of legend. Lastly, there was the most enigmatic of them all, Kunkin's tooth. Once wielded by the first ogre leader, Molar of Kunkin. This artifact hadn't acknowledged anyone for centuries. Taran folded his arms. Could be. Today, the tooth had chosen Lewin Artle. Had he truly awakened the power of the throne? Turning to his attendant, Taran asked what exactly had happened. The man replied simply. Lewin Artle had lifted Chieftain's tooth, effortlessly. Taran's eyes narrowed. That artifact was known to be so heavy it took 5 grown men just to budge it. Lifting it alone was unheard of. He muttered, that's the strength of an ogre. As his thoughts turned, Taran stared at the table, envisioning Lewin Artle gripping the tooth. The kind of power, it rivaled the might of the Ogre King himself. Then, with resolve, he issued a command. A new mission was to be assigned. Investigate the Heavenly Mountain, where Kunkin's tooth originated. He turned to the man beside him and ordered him to gather everyone. Then, raising his voice, he barked, summon all the Scream Mages. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked toward the west. The Heavenly Mountain was his next destination. Just then, a cat-like figure handed over a set of tickets. You have 1 month to complete the mission, the cat said. Don't be late. This is your permit ID and your train ticket. The protagonist thanked him, but the cat simply stared back. Lewin Artle glanced at him. You got something to say? The Debor replied, yes and no. Then he added, I'm a mage from the Magic Tower. I'm not allowed to have opinions of my own. But the Debor wasn't finished. Though bound by the tower's rules, he still had something to say as an elder. Lewin Artle's eyes widened as the Debor locked eyes with him. The Magic Tower is generous, but only to mages who kneel. For those who don't submit, it's merciless. His voice lowered. I think you already know which side you're on. Be cautious. Then he added quietly, question everything. Everyone around them fell silent, shadows darkening their faces. The scene shifted. The protagonist introduced the city of Tezsurin, the closest settlement to the Heavenly Mountain. It was built as a bulwark against the ogre threat, a fortress city meant to guard the entire continent. Its nickname, the Shield of the Continent. He pictured flames and battles, warriors defending the walls with iron resolve. Tezsurin was fortified with massive walls that rivaled those of the capital and backed by a military known for unshakable discipline. But standing in the middle of the city now, Lewin Artel muttered, "At least that's what the book said." He paused, then added, "In reality, it's almost a ghost town." Bear nodded. "It's because the city's lost its purpose." The protagonist glanced at the bar nearby. It had been built to shelter citizens from ogre invasions, yet that threat had faded long ago. Now, the only action came from inside the taverns, where drunken laughter filled the air. "They say this city once stood fearless in the face of war," Lewin Artel muttered, watching a well-dressed man slump at a table. The man clenched his jaw. "Let him give everything he has." Lewin Artel gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "The real world isn't like the stories," he said calmly. The man beside him groaned in his sleep. Lewin Artel silently watched, then stepped forward and nudged him awake. The man shot up, startled. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to fall asleep, especially not in front of a magician." Lewin Artel smiled faintly. "It's fine. Just tell me, where can I get a horse?" The man glanced around, then toward the nearby stalls. "Truthfully, there aren't any horses right now." Lewin Artel raised an eyebrow. "Any other stables?" The man shook his head. "This is the only one in Tezsurin." Bear's temper snapped. "What kind of place is this? No horses in a stable." Lewin Artel crossed his arms. "Maintaining an empty stable seems a bit pointless." The man quickly raised his hands. "Please don't misunderstand. There were 3 horses this morning, but they've all been taken. Until today, only flies showed up here. Suddenly, visitors arrive, and all the horses vanish. If you can wait a day, I'll do my best." He trailed off. Lewin Artel stared at him. "So, no one's needed horses for who knows how long. And now, today of all days, someone does?" The man nodded slowly. "Exactly." Lewin Artel's eyes narrowed. "Tezsurin, a city where no one ever comes. And suddenly, others show up, asking for horses." His thoughts drifted back, question everything. He turned to Bear. "Do you feel it too?" Bear hesitated, then said, "Only now. Ever since we got off that train." Bear turned her head. Lewin Artel had caught something. Around the corner, a figure lingered. They were being followed. Without hesitation, Lewin Artel kicked off the ground. Now that he was sure someone was tailing him, it was time to act. Earlier, he'd handed a coin to the inn staff, asking them to report anyone asking about him. Then, he left the hotel on foot, using the city streets as bait. "They should have figured out I left the inn by now," he muttered. "That's when they'll start asking questions." A small grin tugged at his lips. "And it's pretty obvious who sent them. The Reet Empire. Whether it was the Crown Prince, angry over Lewin Artel refusing to be naturalized, or the King of Magicians with his obsessive interest. Either way, the reason didn't matter. Both were bad news." His thoughts drifted toward the Heavenly Mountain. Before he could head there, he had to tie up loose ends. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes. He couldn't afford to have anyone on his tail. And now, the trail was clear. Back at the inn, the hotel staff confirmed no one had asked about him. Lewin Artel swore under his breath. "I was sure they'd show up." Bear leaned in. "Doesn't seem like he's lying." The man rubbed his temple. "Something's off. I have a gap in my memory. Around 3 minutes. No matter how hard I try, it's just gone." Lewin Artel fell silent, eyeing the man carefully. He imagined the scene. A tormented mind, bent against its will. Mind control. A 6th-class high-grade spell that bends a person's consciousness. Victims don't remember being controlled, and the caster gains access to their memories. Lewin Artel ascended the stairs. "Looks like we're dealing with someone precise and powerful," Bear added. "And if they dug into his memories, then they know we're aware of the surveillance." Lewin Artel entered his room. His eyes locked onto the bed. A note. He unfolded it. "We don't intend to hurt you. Don't waste time searching for us. Focus on your mission." His jaw clenched. They were here, and they dare leave a message like this? He looked up, voice rising. "So, they think they can threaten me into submission? Fine." He played their way for now. Without hesitation, Lewin Artel vaulted out the window. He leapt from rooftop to rooftop, then hit the ground running. "We're finding them," he said, opening the mini-map. He turned his head. "Try not to fall behind." Lewin Artel picked up speed. "First place in the triathlon, remember?" A man's voice echoed behind him. "Should we go after him?" Another replied. "Their youngest, the winner of the great festival, really wants to play. Hard to say no to that." The 2 servants sprang into motion. Lewin Artel darted ahead. Figures in black cloaks began to appear. One of the cloaked figures turned. "We've lost Lewin Artel's trail." But the man next to him shook his head. "No, he hasn't disappeared, he's waiting." Just as he said it, a stack of crates nearby shifted, and without warning, Lewin Artel burst out from behind them. "What the?" one of them shouted. Lewin Artel launched forward, striking the nearest man square in the face. The attacker staggered back, blood spraying from his mouth as he collapsed. Lewin Artel stretched out a hand, grabbing the next one. His scream echoed through the alley as Lewin Artel drove another brutal blow into his gut. The man in the black cloak crumpled to the ground. Standing over him, Lewin Artel remained silent. The cloak man coughed, then let out a bitter laugh. "So that's what you're really like. I was wondering what kind of guy you were. Turns out you're a monster." Lewin Artel lowered his head. "Who are you?" The man grinned. "You really don't know? The head of the magic tower sent us. We were ordered to observe your little journey." Lewin Artel's eyes narrowed. "Observers?" The man chuckled. "Yeah, surveillance. That's what they call it." He met Lewin Artel's glare. "Doesn't matter. Either way, it was entertaining to see what you could do." A burst of light flared, and the man vanished, his voice trailing off. "We'll meet again." Lewin Artel's gaze shifted to where the man had stood. On his neck had been a tattoo. A skull. Bear stepped closer. "A vicious magician." Lewin Artel nodded. "Yeah, a hidden group inside the magic tower. No one knows what they really do. All we have is the name and the tattoos." He continued. "They only handle the tower's dirtiest tasks. Secret ops, assassinations, espionage. No info on how strong they are or who leads them." Bear looked up. "So, what's your take after fighting one of them?" Lewin Artel paused. "Mixed feelings. Honestly, they didn't seem stronger than the great festival participants." Bear raised an eyebrow. "But we haven't seen what they're truly capable of." Lewin Artel agreed. "True. That guy cast a high-level 6 class spell. No ordinary magician could manage that." Bear crossed her arms. "And he'll be coming after you again from the shadows." From nearby, the bear looked up. "So, what's the plan now?" Lewin Artel stared forward. "Make him come to me." The next day, Lewin Artel headed straight for the Heavenly Mountain. The path was long, lifeless, barren. Nothing but wind and dust. Still, with every step, he knew he was getting closer. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, teeth clenched. "My power's circle. It won't settle down." But then he grinned. He knew what that meant. Before him shimmered a vast blue barrier. "The Heavenly Mountain," he said. Bear corrected him. "More precisely, its core." Lewin Artel stepped closer. The barrier wall rippled with energy. "So Dracare once lived here," he said. Bear nodded. Sitting down on the rocky ground, Lewin Artel glanced around. Not even a building in sight. "How do we get in?" He turned to the bear. "This mindset, it's not human." The bear responded calmly. "That's because passing the barrier requires more than force." Bear chimed in, perched on Lewin Artel's head. "And that's why I'm sitting here. If I were human," the bear said, "I'd probably try to destroy the barrier." Lewin Artel looked up. "Yeah, that was my first thought too." Bear hopped down, replying, "But you can't. This isn't a barrier any human can break." Lewin Artel was caught off guard. "Wait, what about the ogres?" Rubbing his forehead, he muttered, "I figured maybe I could call them, like calling on old friends to open a gate." Bear crossed her arms. "Now we're getting somewhere." Lewin Artel's eyes lit up. "But didn't the ogres of Sky Mountain all die out?" The bear chuckled. "That's what humans believe." Lewin Artel turned his head sharply, surprised. "Remember," the bear said, fixing its gaze on the barrier, "your ability isn't about confirming truth or illusion." Lewin Artel stepped closer, his hand resting on the wall. "It's about breaking through." He stared straight ahead. "I know you can hear me. You're pretending you're not there, but I know the truth." Raising his voice, he said, "I came to return your leader's tooth." He stood firm in front of the barrier. "If you can hear me, open the door." Silence. Then a sudden light flared around his hand. A bright, blinding glow surged outward. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes from the glare. Then, he vanished. On the other side, a man watching gasped. He passed through. The man dashed forward, stunned. What did that brat do? No one's ever succeeded with this mission. He reached the barrier, but it had already sealed shut. What's going on? Suddenly, a fist exploded into view. Lewin Artel landed a punch squarely into the man's face. "You're not slipping away this time," he roared. He slammed his palm to the ground, cracks ripped outward, an earthquake erupting beneath them. The man wailed as the ground trembled. Lewin Artel thrust his hand forward. Binding tree. Thick vines burst from the earth, coiling tightly around the attacker. The man groaned, muttering something. Lewin Artel narrowed his eyes. "You thought you had me, but it was you who walked into the trap." He stepped closer. "Let's stop this game of tag." Suddenly, a shadow streaked overhead. An ogre. It came crashing down, swinging a club soaked in blood. Lewin Artel's eyes widened as the massive beast landed. The ogre stared at him, then at the man pinned to the ground. Then, Turning to Lou and Ardle, it spoke. Who are you? Bear smirked. They think like beasts. Their logic isn't human. Lou and Ardle remained quiet. He'd made it through the Heavenly Mountains barrier, and now, it felt like he'd stepped into another world entirely. The ogre sniffed the air. You don't smell like a man. You smell like us. Bear, perched on his shoulder again, whispered, stay sharp. Human values don't apply here. Lou and Ardle nodded. I know. He looked the ogre straight in the eye. So far, I've done nothing to. Lou and Ardle stayed quiet. So far, the ogres had shown restraint because he carried the leader's tooth, but who knew when that would change? He followed the ogre across the rocky terrain until a towering peak came into view. That's it, the ogre said. The heavenly peak. Lou and Ardle glanced up. The peak? But there's another, isn't there? But then he looked again and froze. That wasn't a mountain. It was the ogre. The massive creature stepped forward. Name's Chieftain. I've heard. You're holding the Kunkin's relic. Lou and Ardle tilted his head up. This one was enormous. Even among ogres, he stood apart. Chieftain's voice rumbled. You're welcome for now. I haven't decided whether to tear you apart and toss you to the eagles yet. So who are you? Lou and Ardle smirked. Didn't I say before I entered? The chieftain's tooth chose me. Chieftain eyed the artifact skeptically. Lies. No human can wield it. Lou and Ardle raised the tooth. Then I'll just show you. Chieftain stepped closer. So, it is true. His tone shifted. You're interesting. I've smelled your power since you arrived. Lou and Ardle grinned. Good nose. I'm strong. Chieftain crossed his arms. Then tell me, who are you? Lou and Ardle opened his mouth, then looked toward Bear. Chieftain blinked. Did you just say Dracagonia? The ogre stiffened. That name belonged to a dragon who once lived here on Sky Mountain. He raised a hand. How do you know it? Lou and Ardle answered calmly. I've heard of him. Chieftain's eyes narrowed. He's still alive? Lou and Ardle nodded. As an artifact. At my academy, he's one of the professors. The ogre's eyes widened again. Then who are you? Lou and Ardle's expression sharpened. Someone who's curious to know that himself. Chieftain stood still. You were chosen by the leader's tooth, and you've inherited the power of the World Breaker. Lou and Ardle met his gaze. My name is Lou and Ardle. Silence fell. Chieftain's jaw dropped. And knowing all that, I still thought about feeding you to the eagles. Then, with a grin, he added, kidding. We're happy to welcome you, really. Lou and Ardle's eyes widened. Down in the center of a pit, he looked up. Didn't you mention something about hospitality? Bear, still sitting on his shoulder, piped up. Yeah, it's tradition here. Ogres put newcomers through a rite of passage. He turned his head. If you want them to treat you as one of their own, you have to earn it. Lou and Ardle blinked. Let me guess, arm wrestling? A massive shadow loomed over him. The ogre stepped forward. Name's Amarush. So, you're the one they're welcoming. Lou and Ardle stared at him. Wait, he's my opponent. Something felt seriously off about this. Lou and Ardle gripped the ogre's massive hand. Skin like stone, strength like steel. Crush his hand, Amarush, someone shouted. Leaning against a rock, Lou and Ardle muttered, just checking. If I lose, I'm not getting fed to the birds, right? Bear casually replied. Not sure, actually. The match began. Lou and Ardle locked eyes with Amarush, sizing him up. That towering body was enough to shake anyone. But Lou and Ardle didn't rush in recklessly. An ogre versus a human. It sounded absurd. But Lou and Ardle wasn't just any human. Thanks to the chieftain's tooth, he possessed strength that far exceeded normal limits. The artifact flickered faintly, and Lou and Ardle thought, since I got this tooth, my strength's grown 1,000-fold. His stats had risen. 3,520, he noted. That's enough to win this. Amarush grinned. I knew you weren't an ordinary man. Your grip, it's different. But I'm Amarush, and I won't go easy on anyone. Lou and Ardle smirked. Then don't. Let's end this. Amarush stretched out both arms. Get ready. Then, with a sudden roar, begin. Their arms tensed. Lou and Ardle's clothes ripped at the seams from the sheer pressure. The crowd gasped. Lou and Ardle grit his teeth. Not yet, but then something flared within him. A sudden, fierce burst of energy. This is it, my last push. Amarush snarled and slammed Lou and Ardle's hand down against the stone. Lou and Ardle blinked, stunned. The crowd erupted. Amarush wins. Flat on his back, Lou and Ardle stared at the sky. I gave it everything I had and still lost. His arms trembled. So what now, he asked. I get thrown to the birds? A shadow loomed. Amarush stood above him. Get up. Lou and Ardle looked up in confusion. You held your ground against me. Sky Mountain's best warrior for that long. That's no small feat. A system prompt appeared. New task, Sky Mountain outsider. Amarush continued. We ogres respect strength. It took me 17 years to earn their respect. You've already started. Prove yourself. Defeat me one day, and win the pride of Sky Mountain's ogres. Lou and Ardle slowly stood. Thanks. Bear floated beside him. Congratulations. So far, you've earned their respect. Lou and Ardle narrowed his eyes. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Bear laughed. Maybe. It was fun watching. Lewin Artle grinned. 17 years, huh? I'll beat him in 1 month. Later, the small peak lit up with a massive banquet. Sitting at the long table, Lewin Artle picked at the food, surprised. This stuff actually tastes amazing. Ogres, he said with a mouthful, are surprisingly great cooks. Bear nodded. It's true. Even the smell, it's strong. Lewin Artle shook his head. Nah, I can't agree with that one. Then, more serious, he looked out at the ogres gathered around. But why? He asked. Why do they stay here, hidden in this place? He lowered his gaze, feeling it stir in him, a strange, heavy feeling. Around him, the ogres laughed, drank, and talked. Lewin Artle had a feeling. Something even bigger than this mission was ahead. Amarush sat beside him, turning toward Lewin Artle. What are you planning to do? He asked. With the tooth of our first leader. Lewin Artle blinked. What to do with it? Amarush gave a small grin. If you want, I can help you forge it into a weapon. 1 mint for a human. Lewin Artle's eyes widened. A massive gate appeared in his mind, adorned with a monstrous head. Holding the tooth, he stared at it in awe. What is this? Bear pointed at the artifact. It's pure, primordial power, a symbol of immense strength. That tooth holds the legacy of an ogre who had unmatched will. But Lewin Artle shook his head. No, I meant, how do I actually use it? Images flashed. Alvil's staff, Moore's armor, artifacts with form and purpose. He raised the tooth. Should I turn it into a mace or something? As they walked down a narrow corridor, Bear answered, just carry it for now. We'll figure out later. The fact that it boosts your strength is already a big deal. Got it, Lewin Artle said. Amarush looked down. If you really want, I can help. I can craft a weapon, a custom one, just for you. Lewin Artle's thoughts raced. I brought it with me, but didn't even know what to do with it. This offer, it's perfect. Amarush sat down, his voice low. The chieftain's tooth is extremely dense and heavy. Not everyone can work with it. But for someone like me, who forges metal every day, it's possible. Lewin Artle glanced over. Wait, so you're a blacksmith? Bear nodded. In human terms, yeah. Amarush turned to him. Do you have something specific in mind? Lewin Artle paused. Then he smiled. You mean I can actually design it? Half a month passed. Amarush pointed ahead. It's that way. Lewin Artle sprinted forward. Then I'm trusting you with it. During those 2 weeks, Lewin Artle threw himself into everything, helping the ogres hunt and training like never before. Glancing at his stat menu, he grinned. Not bad. Just then Amarush swatted his arm down. But it wasn't all progress. Bear raised a hand, tallying up the numbers. 15 matches, 15 losses. Lewin Artle groaned. Again, this is getting ridiculous. Still, he turned to the bear. Andette hummed in support. Cheer up. You're improving. Amarush chuckled. You finally started controlling your power. You're not wasting it like before. Lewin Artle looked away, quietly replying, thanks. Bit by bit, with Amarush's guidance, he was learning to use his strength more efficiently. Every match, he lasted longer. Looking out across the training ground, Lewin Artle whispered, I have to. Lewin Artle had made up his mind. He wouldn't leave this place until he defeated Amarush. Whispers echoed through the cave. He's scared, but Amarush simply shook his head. No, he just doesn't stand a chance. Days passed. Then it happened. Lewin Artle slammed Amarush's hand down with a thunderous thud. Someone called out, 17 matches, 16 losses. Bear looked straight ahead. But 1 victory. Lewin Artle raised his fist to the sky, shouting, I did it. New task completed. Foreigner of the Heavenly Mountain. You've defeated Amarush in arm wrestling. Reward, the pride of the ogres. You've earned the respect of the Heavenly Mountain's warriors. Amarush smiled. You surprised me more times than I can count. But this time, I lost. Lewin Artle looked off to the side. You call me by my name. Amarush turned to leave. I think you're ready now. Ready for what? Lewin Artle asked. Amarush stopped. You really want them? Lewin Artle blinked. Them. Amarush nodded. Truth is, I finished them a while ago. Just waited for the right time. Lewin Artle raised an eyebrow. Why not just give them to me when they were done? With his back still turned, Amarush replied, because the will of the chieftain isn't something you just hand over. I was waiting for the day you defeat me. Lewin Artle stood there, silent, then thought to himself, I was almost robbed in broad daylight. Amarush stretched out his arms. Take them. They're yours now. Lewin Artle stepped forward as a system prompt appeared. Artifact acquired. Chieftain's tooth gloves. Forged by Amarush from the tooth of the first ogre chieftain. 10 fragments of the tooth are embedded in these gloves. Indestructible from physical damage. Capable of destroying anything in their path. Strength plus 2,000. New skill unlocked. Will of the chieftain. Growth potential high. Lewin Artle stared at the gloves. 10 pieces from the chieftain's tooth turned into gloves. For a mage like me, this form is perfect. Bear looked over. Well, what do you think of them? Amarush added. Fit your hands perfectly, right? Lou and Artel looked away, hiding a grin. Unreal. With a 2,000 boost in strength, I feel completely different. Then he looked up. Can I call all the Heavenly Mountain warriors here? Moments later, a crowd of ogres gathered. Wait, one of them muttered. You want to arm wrestle, all of us? Lou and Artel nodded. I'll take down 100 ogres by myself. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some questioned his sanity. Others couldn't believe the challenge. He beat Amarush, one whispered. But now this? That's insane. Yet despite the boldness, the atmosphere stayed light. The ogres respected strength, and this kind of wild challenge? They actually liked it. Amarush clenched his fists. Of course we'll join. Bring it on. From the ogre's perspective, his proposal sounded downright arrogant, but that was exactly the kind of thing they admired. Then from the back, a little ogre raised his hands into the air and shouted, Dad's coming! The little ogre shouted with excitement. Bear closed his eyes. He used to do that all the time, brings back memories. The bear added with a sigh. After 30 years here, I only ever managed to beat 17 ogres in a row. But he brought something new. Lou and Artel replied with a smirk. Humans don't live as long as dragons. I don't have the luxury of time. He glanced toward the ogres, remembering how he'd felt just the day before. He would have said this challenge was impossible. But now, Lou and Artel tightened his grip. Wearing these gloves, it feels like losing isn't even an option. Across from him, an ogre stepped forward. Get ready. The matches began. One by one, the ogres lined up. And one by one, Lou and Artel slammed their hands down. Cheers rang out. The crowd roared. Lou and Artel stood in the center, victorious. The last ogre blinked in surprise. You're heading back? Lou and Artel nodded. Yeah, time to go to Riven. Amarush gave him a wide grin. You've given us real challenges. Thank you. Lou and Artel smiled and reached out his hand. Amarush raised an eyebrow. You want another match? Even after beating 100 of us. Lou and Artel chuckled. No, it's called a handshake. Amarush looked confused. A what? Lou and Artel clasped his hand. It's how humans greet each other. Or, when they say goodbye to a friend. He raised his hand and waved. It means see you again. Elsewhere, a towering building came into view. Inside, someone asked, any news? A figure stood at attention. Nothing yet. Arms folded, the man furrowed his brow. Still no updates. Not since the two mages returned, battered and bleeding. And a scream mage they'd sent after Lou and Artel? Still missing. Eyes narrowed. He muttered, we've been played. Another voice interrupted. There's something to report. A young man entered the room. Lou and Artel's just arrived in Riven. The tower leader lowered his head. A projection appeared. Lou and Artel's image flickering in the air. Bring him here. Now. The massive tower loomed. Someone murmured. He failed the mission. Hand to his face. The tower leader echoed. I warned them. No one ever completes this one. He looked up. Once you reach Sky Mountain, you understand. It's beyond normal capability. Lou and Artel stood before them now. Gaze low. That barrier was impossible to cross, he said flatly. But someone across the room raised an eyebrow. Not a great liar, are you? Seated at the table, the tower leader spoke clearly. Let's be honest. You're the mage chosen by the ogre chieftain's tooth. Then Terran leaned in. And the mission you chose? Finding the ogre homeland. He paused. Don't you think that's a little too convenient? Lou and Artel grinned. So what? You were watching me the whole time? The man stared at him. You're not stupid. You know why? We were afraid. Afraid you'd turn into a mage who defies the tower. Lou and Artel lowered his head. Anyone who goes against the will of the king of magicians becomes the tower's enemy, right? The tower leader replied coldly. Most do. He leaned back in his chair. Enough dancing around. Just tell me, what did you see at the Heavenly Mountain? Another man leaned forward, eyes sharp. Are the first ogres still alive? Lou and Artel flinched. Nervous. Silent. Then the scene cut. He stepped out of the tower, shut the door behind him, and let out a long breath. Got away with it. Inside, the tower leader scoffed. No need for such a blatant lie, especially when I could just read his memories. The other man stiffened. You wouldn't actually do that, right? Lou and Artel had asked him the same thing earlier. You're the great king of magicians. Surely, you wouldn't stoop to invading the mind of a mere student? Terran's eyes widened. You dare challenge me with words like that? Lou and Artel had stayed calm. The word ordinary might have been a bit too humble. The king of magicians exhaled. Fine, let's call it a failure. Your official first mission, considered over. Return to the academy. Lou and Artel left, eyebrows furrowed. I played on his pride, and it worked. Barely. He hadn't needed to resort to spells or illusions. Just bold words. If that dirty king had lost his temper for even a second, I'd be exposed. The thought alone was chilling. But this wasn't over. As the chieftain's tooth reappeared in his mind, Lou and Artel thought, the artifact of the X-Zone chose me. They both knew what that meant. Even if it hadn't been said out loud, The king of magicians will be watching him closely from now on. Walking through the city streets, Lewin Ardle muttered, I don't care. I just want to get out of here. The train roared down the tracks, picking up speed fast. Back at the academy, a huge banner unfurled across the main building. Lewin Ardle's image was front and center. Congrats, Lewin Ardle, champion of the great festival, someone shouted. Students ran up, cheering, tossing him into the air. Welcome back. All right, enough already. Lewin Ardle shouted, flustered. It had already been 2 months since the festival. Back in his room, a box slammed onto the table. Lewin Ardle raised an eyebrow. What's this? Jason grinned. Mail. Looks like you've got quite the fan base now. Winner of the biggest tournament of the year? Everyone wants to talk to you. Lewin Ardle opened the box and stared. There's so many. Jason pointed to a corner. Those are just the recent ones. The others? We had to start storing them. Lewin Ardle walked over and opened the cabinet. His eyes widened. Letters. Hundreds. Maybe more. He sat on his bed, picked one up, and blinked. There are letters from actual princes? Unfolding one, he read aloud. To the brilliant magician and true patriot of the kingdom, dear Lewin Ardle. He looked over at the closet, still packed to the brim. Word spread fast. He turned down an offer from the Empire's crown prince. People were amazed, calling him a true patriot. Even the hero, hearing this, chuckled and said, wow, dear. They hadn't even met yet. The guy sighed. Dear is too formal. It's what you say when you're trying to get closer to someone, not someone you're already close with. The hero raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you got this all figured out. Lying back on the bed, the guy asked, so any plans for the break? The protagonist gave a faint smile. Lewin Ardle closed his eyes and said, this time, I want to do something different. Soon, the hero was on horseback, eyes fixed on the horizon. It had been 5 years since he last returned home. Until last year, he'd always stayed in the dorms, even during holidays. He crouched down, uneasy. He hadn't been able to face his people. How could he smile and answer their questions about school? But now he could return with pride. Looking at his village in the distance, he murmured, I'll finally get to see my family. People stared as he rode in. Is that the young master? Someone asked. He smiled warmly. Is everyone doing okay? Gasps rippled through the crowd. It's him. It's really the young master, one person exclaimed. Lewin Ardle. He's finally back. How long has it been? Another cried. We waited so long to hear anything from him. Standing before them, the protagonist lowered his head. I'm sorry I've been away for so long. How's life at the academy? Someone called out. Is the rumor true? They said our young master rejected the crown prince. You've always been the best, another shouted. Then a girl ran up and hugged him tightly. Eyes closed, she whispered, not a single letter. All this time. Then suddenly, you're just here. She turned to their father and raised her hand, tears in her eyes. You've gotten so tall, the hero said softly. She looked up. Really? He grinned. Nah, still just a little one. The sky turned blue above them. The hero turned to his father. Call the rest of the family. We've got a lot to catch up on. Night fell. The hero gathered everyone and began to share everything he'd been through. His sister wiped her tears. You've been through so much, she said. A woman added. You overcame so many hardships. We're all so proud of you. Mr. Beggins, looking away, asked quietly. You won that big competition and met the crown prince yourself? The hero smiled. Yeah, I did. It had already been 2 months, but in this quiet village, the news felt brand new. A man held up a letter. That's why the ruling family sent this. Even the nobles are talking. The hero thought to himself. He wanted to be the one to share this news first. His uncle sat beside him. There's something you need to know, he said. But before he could continue, another man interrupted. Let's not open that topic again. The hero frowned. He heard it clearly, but what did it mean? You should know, his uncle said, because this involves you too. That made the hero pause. What was going on? He looked over at his father. If I hear it from someone else first, I'll be disappointed. His father rubbed his face and sighed. There's no easy way to say this. They glanced over the stack of letters. The father finally spoke. As I mentioned before, we've been getting flooded with letters lately, and they're all about you. Most of them offered generous donations to their land, all under the guise of honoring him. Some even promised him powerful positions. His sister and the woman nearby exchanged looks. The father continued. Of course, we turned all of them down. But there's one issue we couldn't ignore. The hero narrowed his eyes. What issue? His father hesitated, then said a name. He exhaled, eyes shut. They're using you to pressure our family. The name was Monzo, the only trade city near their territory. Almost everything from the region flowed through Monzo's trade routes. The hero's voice sharpened. They're offering our goods for a ridiculously low price. His father nodded. Exactly. In exchange, they want you, serving as a mage to defend Monzo. It was a threat. If the hero refused, Monzo could strangle the Ardle territory's trade. Head stepped in, hand to his forehead. At this rate, we'll be out of money soon. His father added, We still haven't found a way out of this mess. Later, standing before his people, the hero heard someone cheerfully say, "This year's harvest is our best yet. The young master's going to love it." And the goat milk, another said. "It's top quality this time." The hero closed his eyes, thinking. He overheard someone whisper, "What goes around comes around." Looking down at his gloves, the hero murmured, "Since Monzo is so eager to see me, maybe it's time I paid him a visit." He approached his horse. Someone handed him a bundle, some dried meat and water for the road. "Be careful." "Thanks," the hero said. His uncle approached, apologetic. "I hate to throw this on your shoulders, especially right after you got back." The hero shook his head. "Don't worry about it. I'm just doing my duty, as any young lord should." The man watched him silently. As the hero mounted the horse, his uncle spoke again. "Don't let the Lord's efforts be in vain." The hero looked back. "What do you mean?" Mr. Beggins spoke up. "The Lord, your father, he's done everything he could. He even paid for Monzo's losses out of his own pocket. Most people don't even know how close we came to collapse." The hero lowered his head. That peaceful life everyone enjoyed. It was all thanks to his father's silent sacrifices. Lewin Ardle closed his eyes. "I'm ashamed for the things I thought." "What do you mean?" his uncle asked gently. The hero pictured his father. "Honestly," he said, "I used to wonder why he just endured everything." Sitting down, the hero added, "I thought I could fix everything myself. But just thinking that, it's overwhelming." Staring off into the distance, the protagonist spoke quietly. "I've always known, since I was a kid, no one loves or protects this land more than father." The man beside him said nothing, eyes fixed ahead. The hero held out a small box. "Can you give this to him?" His uncle looked at the box, puzzled. "What's inside?" Opening it, the man's eyes widened. Stacks of gold gleamed inside. "It's 10,000 in gold," the hero said. "Prize money from the Grand Festival. I want it used for the territory, whatever is needed most." Mr. Beggins raised an eyebrow. "And what would that be?" The hero looked directly at him. "Buying land. We need to stop depending on Monzo. It's time we stand on our own." Mr. Beggins agreed. "That's true, but getting land won't be easy. No one's looking to sell right now." The hero's eyes narrowed. "Then maybe we take it." Mr. Beggins blinked. "Take it. There are monster-infested zones," the hero said. "The Wolf Hills. The Shining Plains, where the Mud people have settled. If we clear them out, we can claim that land." Not a bad plan, he thought. Back on his horse, the hero continued. "We can use the gold to hire mercenaries, clean out the land, and turn it into farmland. Later, we rent it out. It'll bring in even more revenue." Mr. Beggins rubbed his temples. "If we can get mercenaries at a good price, this could actually work." Turning his horse, the hero said, "I'll leave the details to you and father. For now, I've got business elsewhere." He shouted, spurred his horse, and rode off. The trade city of Monzo stood as the economic heart of the southern kingdom. All regional goods passed through its gates. Its landlord? Edgar, a man wrapped in mystery. Some claimed he bought his title. Others whispered he once led the Walp gang. The hero frowned. In other words, anything could happen here. He approached the city gate. Facing a knight, he announced, "I'm Lewin Ardle, young master of the Ardle family. Is the lord in?" The knight made a sound of annoyance. "Ugh, Ardle again." The hero scowled as another guard muttered, "Why do they always stir things up when they don't get what they want?" "That's what I'm saying," the first knight said. "Just drop it. He's just a brat. Hasn't even learned how to beg properly." The guards burst into laughter. Closing his eyes, the hero thought, same treatment every time. How many times had his father been through this? He dismounted. The knight scoffed. "Go find the lord yourself. Since you're from Ardle, they'll probably throw you out anyway." As the hero stepped forward, the knight added with a smirk, "But this time's different, huh? A bit more fire in you." The hero kept his head low. This wasn't like before. He wasn't here as a student anymore. He was here as a son of the Ardle family. How could he accept this kind of treatment as normal? What would that say about his people? The hero clenched his fists. The knight scoffed. "What now? Got something in mind?" Lewin Ardle's eyes hardened. "Yeah, time you learned some manners." Before anyone could react, he shoved the knight aside and walked straight past him. "Who the hell is that?" one of the guards shouted. A voice rang out behind them, calm but curious. "The champion of the Grand Festival." Grinning, Edgar stepped forward. "The next generation mage. So it really is you, Lewin Ardle, is it?" Lewin Ardle turned to face him. "And you must be Lord Edgar." Bilkos Monzo gave an exaggerated bow. "The one and only. I'm honored someone of your caliber came all the way to our humble little city." He chuckled, but Lewin Ardle didn't smile back. "You say you're embarrassed," Lewin Ardle muttered through gritted teeth. "Then keep your head down. Since I had to come here personally, you should at least show that much respect." Bilkos Monzo's smile froze. Then slowly, he straightened his back, adjusting his hat. "You're surprisingly direct." With a smirk, he added, "Well, if that's how you want to play it, I guess I'll face you properly. Awkwardness and all." Lewin Ardle shrugged. "Suit yourself." but you might want to retrain your guards. Bilkos Monzo raised an eyebrow. And what exactly did my men do? Lewin Ardle turned on his heel. They treated my family like criminals. That deserves a warning. Behind him, the guards groaned from the ground where Lewin Ardle had left them. Bilkos Monzo's jaw tightened as he looked over at them. Lewin Ardle met his gaze. You don't mind, do you? Bilkos Monzo chuckled, though his eyes darkened. If they're your subordinates now, feel free to handle them however you like. He muttered under his breath, how dare he lay a hand on my people? Lewin Ardle pulled on his gloves. So this is how it's going to be. He struck the nearest guard. The knight went sliding across the floor. That's enough, Lewin Ardle said coldly. But you could use a lesson in manners too. Staring him down, Lewin Ardle asked, you're not planning to keep me out here any longer, are you? Grinding his teeth, Bilkos Monzo growled, invite him in. Inside, a strange animal figurine caught Lewin Ardle's eye. Isn't it something? Someone nearby said. He collects these little beasts like art. Lewin Ardle kept his gaze steady. They're unsettling. Seated across from him, Bilkos Monzo smiled. Everyone has different tastes, I suppose. Lewin Ardle glanced around, then lowered his head in thought. To call these things beautiful, what kind of person thinks like that? Dozens of grotesque monster sculptures filled the space. Lewin Ardle frowned. They're clearly meant to intimidate. You wanted to scare me. Bilkos Monzo poured tea into a delicate cup. This is Paris, a rare tea from the southern provinces. Please have a sip. Lewin Ardle stayed seated, unmoving. I'll pass. You're not a tea person? Bilkos Monzo asked. Would you prefer something lighter? Still smiling, Bear chimed in. What are you trying to do, play dumb? Lewin Ardle finally took the cup. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I refused. He took a sip and set the cup down. So what is this drink, really? As the tea poured from the table, Bilkos Monzo smirked faintly. With his eyes closed, he said calmly, you think I'd poison the tea? Come now. I'm not looking to make you an enemy. Lewin Ardle kept his gaze down, listening. I only hoped we could become friends, Bilkos Monzo added. Lewin Ardle looked up. Do friends usually start by threatening each other? Bilkos Monzo laughed. Threats? No. That was just a proposal. A generous one at that. But the Lord's smile thinned as he grit his teeth. A proposal? Is that what you're calling your little scheme to drag Ardle into ruin? Lewin Ardle's eyes hardened. Well, I'm not interested in that kind of friendship. Bilkos Monzo sighed with mock sadness. A pity. But if you're going to refuse my hand, then I guess the prices for Ardle's goods will stay exactly where they are, dirt cheap. Lewin Ardle looked straight at him. You'd do better to return the prices to where they were. The room fell quiet. Bilkos Monzo's face twisted slightly. Listen, boy, you're just some backwater brat who doesn't know how the world works. He stood up, voice rising. You think you can just walk away from this? The one who should be kneeling here isn't me. It's you. Knight stepped forward, forming a line. Grinning, Bilkos Monzo mocked. They say students from the Magic Academy can't use magic during the holidays, right? The guards surrounded Lewin Ardle. Bilkos Monzo folded his arms. Let me give you a lesson in humility. Lewin Ardle looked away, thinking, so he never planned to let me walk out of here. Bilkos Monzo suddenly pointed forward and roared. Kill him. I'll turn his corpse into a lovely centerpiece for my gallery. Lewin Ardle stared straight ahead. You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even more insane than I thought. Bear whispered beside him. Yeah, he's a full-blown lunatic. Lewin Ardle watched Bilkos Monzo with cold eyes. This guy, he's just a spoiled pig wrapped in riches. Nothing more. With a sudden burst, Lewin Ardle shot forward. Let's see how you handle this. He flicked something, then smirked. Catch. The guard barely reacted before being launched backward. Chaos erupted as Lewin Ardle struck down knight after knight in quick succession. Raising his hand, Lewin Ardle called out, let me show you something. The room shook with energy. It's written in the records, the chieftain's will. As long as my strength holds, the first chieftain of the heavenly mountain stands with me. A glowing spirit appeared above him, mirroring his movements. Bilkos Monzo reeled back. What is this? What did you do? Lewin Ardle stood in a swirl of fire. The aura expanded, reaching as far as the ogre chieftain's arm. A massive fire beast emerged behind him. Gasps echoed around the hall. He's serious. He can really use magic even now. Lewin Ardle narrowed his eyes. Yes, even during vacation. The knights froze in terror. That aura, it's overwhelming. They say those struck by the leader's presence are swallowed by their worst fears. One knight panicked. We'll die if we stay here. Guards turned and bolted. Everyone out. Run. Watching them flee, Lewin Ardle grinned. You think running will save you? He stepped forward. A blast echoed through the building. Flames burst out as Lewin Ardle shouted. Explosive burn, mama! Panic erupted. People scattered in every direction, screams filling the air. Faster, someone yelled. Don't stop, just run. Amid the chaos, Bilkos Monzo raised his arm and cried out in horror. No, my collection. I spent my whole life building it. About 2 months earlier, Lou and Artle had leaned back, hand behind his head, sighing. Man, this is starting to wear me out. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. Irene Prius had raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? That quiet, little region, Artle? Lou and Artle turned to her, but before he could answer, she placed her hands on her hips. I'm just glad the banquet ended without a disaster, Irene Prius said. I was really scared someone was going to ruin it. Lou and Artle gave a sheepish grin. Yeah, sorry about that. He looked down. I couldn't help it. They weren't just mocking the students. They dragged my name into it, too. Irene Prius laughed. Is Artle really that beautiful? Lou and Artle raised a hand with pride. Of course it is. Peaceful and serene. You should visit sometime. Really? Irene Prius smiled. You better not deny it later. Lou and Artle chuckled. I won't. But in his head, he thought I didn't actually think she'd take me up on it. Back home, his sister glared at him across the table. So, she said coldly, you want to explain? Lou and Artle blinked. Explain what? Flames flickered around her as she demanded. What's your relationship with her? Is she your lover? Where'd you meet? Spill it. Elsewhere, someone whispered. She jumped at the chance to show Lady Irene Prius around. The second he offered, she insisted she'd do it herself. Watching it all unfold, Lou and Artle sat frozen. So that's what this is about. He laughed nervously. Come on, isn't it nice? His sister's eyes narrowed. I'm not letting you disappear again. Not after 6 years. Head leaned in, grinning. So, she's not your girlfriend, right? You can tell me. Lou and Artle gave him a flat look. Nope, I can't. Head sighed dramatically. Figures. Lou and Artle sat quietly, wondering why this news left a strange ache in his chest. At the table, his father cleared his throat. Enough about personal matters. Let's move on. Just then, someone entered the room. Mr. Beggins stepped forward, placing the small box on the table. Thanks, said Head. But the man who entered shook his head, pushing the box back. I can't accept this. Lou and Artle looked up, surprised. What do you mean? Sitting across from him, the man spoke plainly. That gold, it's yours, not Artle's. Lou and Artle frowned. Aren't you part of Artle too? Head closed his eyes. Of course. No one denies that I'm part of its heart. But don't I also have duties beyond this land? Lou and Artle didn't respond, lowering his gaze. He understood. The refusal came from a place of care and principle. He knew this man was noble, upright, someone to respect. And yet it stung. Why did it feel like they were making decisions without him? Lou and Artle turned to his father. No, I gave that gold to help Artle. That's where it belongs. The man blinked in surprise. You're doing the same thing I've been doing. Mr. Beggins scratched his head and chuckled. Guess the young master finally knows how I've been keeping Elle afloat all this time. Out of my own pocket. Folding his hands, Head spoke evenly. In the future, talk to me first. No more decisions on your own. Mr. Beggins nodded. Got it. I'll remember that. Still, Head added, whatever your reasons, I can't accept this money. I'm not ready to hand you the weight of this estate. Holding the bag, Lou and Artle's father said, I still have 3,600 gold. That's Artle's money, fair and square. But getting our hands on it again feels like finding buried treasure. Lou and Artle whispered, 600? I gave 3 times that. Mr. Beggins shrugged. And I won't take the rest. I told you, he won't budge. Don't even bring up expanding into new lands. It's off the table. Lou and Artle stared at his father. Why is he so firm about this? Mr. Beggins sighed. He's made up his mind. I gave up arguing long ago. That stunned Lou and Artle into silence. Mr. Beggins gave a wry grin. That's just how our lord is. Suddenly, he went quiet. Lou and Artle gave a faint smile and stood up. As he left the room, he spotted the 2 girls waiting outside. They looked surprised when he spoke to them. Grinning, Lou and Artle opened his arms. So what did you think of the tour? His sister gave a playful wink. I'm leaving you 2 for now. Good luck. Irene Prius smiled to herself. He really should get along with his sister more. She seems sweet. Lou and Artle tilted his head. What's that look for? Looking away, Irene Prius mumbled. Nothing. I just say weird things sometimes. Lou and Artle smiled and asked, so, want to go for a walk? As they started forward, she added, your sister, she really is something. She's a really sweet girl. Irene Prius said with a soft smile. I'd love to have a little sister like her. Lou and Artle chuckled. I'm glad you 2 got along. Irene Prius glanced over at him. You seem distracted. Something bothering you. Was it that obvious? He asked with a grin. As the heir of the Artle family, he admitted, I want to do something meaningful for the territory. But I just don't know what. Looking away, Lou and Artle ran through the numbers in his head. Between the prize money from the Grand Festival and the compensation from Bilkos Monzo, he now had 40,000 gold. His father had told him he was free to use it as he saw fit. But even with that freedom, he couldn't stop thinking about Artle. What more he could do for it. Then something clicked. He looked up in surprise. Wait, she came all the way here, and I never even asked about her trip. Turning to Irene Prius, he asked, how did you make it to Artle? Anyway, we're pretty far out here. Must have been a tough journey. Irene Prius smiled. Not really. Took me 2 days from Ran. Just 2 days. Lewin Ardle asked, eyebrows raised. He hadn't expected that answer. It was just a casual question, an attempt to be polite, but it struck a chord. She pointed off to the side. Once you get past that mountain range, Ardle's practically right there. That simple remark turned out to be the answer he'd been searching for. His mind raced. The southern mountains. They were technically part of Ardle, but the rough terrain and dangerous monsters made cultivation impossible. Still, those lands were strategically placed, right near Lakeit and close to the Renich Empire. What if we opened a trade route through the southern mountains? Lewin Ardle pressed a hand to his face, deep in thought. If we built connections with other major regions like Monzo, Ardle could stand on its own. We'd be the only southern estate with a direct path to Renich. He stared ahead, mind spinning. Why hadn't I thought of this before? This could change everything. Suddenly, he took Irene Prius's hands, his voice bursting with excitement. You just gave me the answer I've been looking for. She looked away, startled. Huh? Lewin Ardle smiled, waving as he turned to go. We'll see each other again. Irene Prius watched him walk off, a smile tugging at her lips. He really is something else. Back at the table, Head leaned back and muttered, impossible. Lewin Ardle blinked. What is? We already tried, the man replied. All 8 merchant guilds in L rejected the idea. Lewin Ardle stared. They refused? What? They didn't see any profit in Ardle, the man said bluntly. Mr. Beggins cut in, raising a hand. Even the Lord knew this route could be a game changer for our estate. But no one believed it, Head added. Lewin Ardle sat in silence for a moment, then looked up. Things have changed. A lot. We may be small, but we're growing. And in his mind, a conviction was forming. Just because the guild said no once doesn't mean we give up. Something this full of hope is worth fighting for. He grinned. Lewin Ardle tilted his head. Who knows? Maybe if the offer came from the winner of the great festival, the guilds would see it differently. Head didn't answer right away. With a sigh, the man said, You're right. And since you managed to resolve things with Lord Bilkos Monzo too, there's no real reason to hold you back now. He waved a hand. All right, go on, give it a try. Lewin Ardle smiled. Thanks. I won't waste the chance. As he stepped outside, a voice called out to him. So, you're heading to it lake now? Irene Prius approached, arms crossed. Well, looks like we're in the same boat now, Mr. Legal. Lewin Ardle blinked. Wait, what? She raised an eyebrow. You do realize you crossed Ardle's border without permission, right? He froze. Wait a second. You mean you did? She smirked. Yep, that's illegal. Lewin Ardle stared at her, baffled. And you did it alone? Through abandoned territory? That's insanely dangerous. Irene Prius shrugged, grinning. Says the guy who broke into someone else's dorm and used all kinds of wild tactics in a tournament without caring about the risks. Lewin Ardle's eyes widened. That's different. I still won every round. She tilted her head. Right, so when you do it, it's genius. But when I do it, it's reckless. He sighed, realizing he'd lost this one. Facing her, Lewin Ardle said, Well, I'm heading deeper in. Without missing a beat, Irene Prius said, Then I'm coming too. I've already gone illegal. Might as well see it through. Together, they set off for it lake, crossing the treacherous southern mountains to scout the area. The terrain was rough, the map nearly useless, and even with a compass, navigating was a nightmare. So, they turned to a different method, search magic, tuned specifically to detect humanoid forms. There was one problem. Students weren't supposed to use magic during the break. Charging ahead, Lewin Ardle shouted, Wait, aren't we forbidden from using magic outside the academy? Irene Prius shrugged. I could just use a compass instead. No, Lewin Ardle replied. We're in this together. And besides, you already broke that rule when you entered Ardle. But the search spell led them into unexpected danger. They'd accidentally tracked a group of humanoid monsters straight into a werewolf den. Before they could react, an explosion rocked the area. Lewin Ardle leapt to his feet. They were under attack. But once they realized the werewolf pack's strength came from its leader, they focused all efforts on bringing him down and managed to escape. Something shimmered in the aftermath. It was recorded, the Silver Werewolf's Medallion, an item that signaled the beginning of a new quest. Quest received. The Silver Werewolf's Medallion, Calamity of the Southern Mountains. Proof of the Alpha's defeat. The objective? Find someone who values the medallion. Reward? Unknown. Lewin Ardle stood there, staring ahead, thinking hard about what this quest might mean. Following the new trail, they resumed their journey, this time without running into more monsters. Eventually, they arrived. Irene Prius looked up at the grand gates and said, Looks like we finally found the right place. Before them stood a lake, a massive city-state, where 8 vast lakes converged into the sea. Welcome to it lake, she said. A neutral nation under imperial oversight. No king here. In it lake, Authority rested in the hands of 8 powerful trade guilds, together forming what's known as the joint government. As the continent's largest trading hub, it even did business with pirates if the profit made sense. Here, money was the one true law. Irene Prius glanced at Leonardo. So what now? Where are we headed? To the Hall of Gold, he replied. It's where the merchant guild reps meet for dinners. Best place to negotiate. When they arrived, a knight at the entrance asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Leonardo shook his head. "No, but I don't mind waiting." "Shall I deliver a message?" the guard asked. "If you follow protocol and submit official documents, it'll take a while," the knight added. Leonardo smiled. "Then just tell them Leonardo is here." He raised his hand, motioning to Irene Prius. "And Irene Prius, too." The knight blinked in recognition. "Wait, you're the winner of the great festival." Leonardo gave a small nod. The knight straightened. "Apologies, I didn't realize. I'll inform them right away." Fortunately, the doors opened. As they stepped inside, a golden statue caught Irene Prius's eye. "Well, the place definitely lives up to the name." Leonardo nodded. "Yeah, it's on a whole different level from L." The guards gestured to a large door. "You may enter." Leonardo took a deep breath. "Stay calm. I'm not here for favors. I'm here for a fair deal." Standing tall at the entrance, he addressed the room. "Thank you for seeing me. I'm Leonardo." Heads turned. A hooded figure raised his eyes. Others at the long table paused mid-conversation to glance his way. As Leonardo took his seat, someone muttered, "So it's true. I saw him at Altane. He really is the winner." Another folded his arms. "To what do we owe the visit from the great next-generation mage?" Leonardo frowned slightly. "Even here, the festival title carries weight. I was worried showing up uninvited would backfire. But at least they're willing to listen." One man leaned in. "Well, if it benefits our guild, I'm all ears." Another chuckled. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I'm curious, too." Lou and Ardle met their gaze. "I came to discuss trade between Ardle and at Lake." One of the older merchants touched his forehead, clearly unimpressed. The room fell quiet. Bear broke the silence. "Looks like you killed the mood." Someone else frowned. "Ardle, that sounds familiar. Where's that again?" Another answered, "Southern region. Part of the Radiant Kingdom." A woman chimed in, resting her hand on her cheek. "Right, an estate in the countryside, known for fish and sweet potatoes." Then she added, "Didn't the lord of that estate already try to make a deal with us?" "He did," another merchant said flatly. "We rejected it unanimously." The woman raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because it wasn't profitable," he replied. "It was a one-sided offer." Lou and Ardle sat in silence across from them, listening. The man at the center of the table spoke. "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss." Lou and Ardle lowered his gaze. Merchants through and through. The moment they sense a risk, they shut down. Even with my title, even as heir to L, they only see me as some backwater noble trying to take their money. Their cold, calculating attitude was painfully obvious. So this is what they're like, Lou and Ardle thought. Not even willing to hear the idea before dismissing it. Then he looked at his hand. "Still, let's see how they react to this." Raising his voice, Lou and Ardle said, "It's disappointing that you're reacting this way before I even explain my proposal." He stretched out his hand. "There's 30,000 gold on the table." Gasps echoed around the room. Lou and Ardle grinned. "Now, are you more interested in hearing what I have to say,